place I've been. Man, I gotta be stronger, wiser, better than I was before. Gotta stay on guard, and I know that's hard, cause I don't know what's in store. Maybe I'll go, where to, don't know. But when I'm back against the wall, I'll be good. Now with my back against the wall, see I never fall. One of the greatest stories that's never ever told. Man, I'm different, I've been gifted, but sometimes I be tripping inside of my mental. It happens in an instant. Man, I'm striving for freedom. I get hate from the hecklers, good thing I don't need them. It's just me and the ones that I came with all of my homies around. I promise that I can't miss. Climbing up high, never look down below. Gotta get the prize, telling the nose. The pain temporary, man, I never been scary. Just a little apprehensive, but I've been fine before. Struggle is part of the process, it's hard to digest, but let me digress. And maybe I'll press on to the next journey. I've been yelling for some help, and I know that they heard it. Rock solid all times, and I'm down 10 toes for the ones that deserve it to earn it. Sunshine through the blinds of my life feels straight, but I know I'm for sure not perfect. Patience, hustle, got everything off the muscle. Pain, love, those are the things that I juggle. Hey, go win. Through the pain and the struggle, I survived top 5, now I'm going with the win. Hey, I'm going in. Right here, right now was a whole lot better than the place I've been. Man, I gotta be stronger, wiser, better than I was before. Gotta stay on guard, and I know that's hard, cause I don't know what's in store. Maybe I'll go, where to, don't know. But when I'm back against the wall, I'll be good.
Don't be afraid of the dark, be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark, be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you.
Yeah, when I blow up, I'ma soar high like Peter Pan. In real life, be living out my dreams. If I'm waking up, it's in a foreign land. Whole wrist covered up in ice. Dealership, never ask the price. I hit the molly ball with my dogs. Yeah, I swipe it once without thinking twice. Cause this what I was made for. Man, I know this what I came for. On a big stage, couple thousand people, and they do whatever I say so. Have chicks that color of the rainbow. Yeah, chains on me like Django. Be a long way from my tank low, cause my Tesla charge for them bank rolls. And I'm grinding, money on my mind, and I'm headed to the top. I won't stop until I find it. Write my name in diamonds, but all these lights are blinding. I wonder, is it worth it? Feel like I'm losing my mind, yeah, remind me.
Don't be afraid of the dark, be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark, be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid.
Look, since I blew up, everybody telling me that I'm the man. Same people gave me the finger, they reaching out for me to give a hand. In a different city and my pills came, cause this tour don't happen, I feel pain. And the girl with me say she down for life, but she don't even know what's my real name. Just try to get what she came for. And ain't nothing I got safe though, cause when the money go wild, everybody get a piece. But it's looking like I ain't on the payroll. Got a big house made out of Play-Doh, and a plastic crown for my halo.
Welcome to the lobby here in Malta for the ESL Pro League Season 18. I'm Maniac. I have just been parachuted here with the bunch, and this is going to be the first time I'm working the lobby. I'm quite nervous. I'm quite impressed. Well, we're going to have to talk to all of the teams here at the Media Day. They've been getting their SSDs ready, their configs ready, and there are a bunch of interesting treats. I have to be honest with you guys. Liquid are here. I saw Cloud9. I saw VP. But I'm kind of interested in G2 and the phase they're going to show in Malta. And, well, what better to do than just find out myself? I've got Complexity setting up. And this is a very interesting time for me. I have Grim. How's it going, man?
It's doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Honestly, just arrived here in Malta. Getting familiarized with the nice setup. I see you are getting set up right now. What are the most crucial steps of setting up your PC for you?
Well, just setting up, you gotta make sure the TeamSpeak works, gotta make sure you can log into the anti-cheats, sign into Steam, make sure you can't log into your friends list, anyone else might be cheating, so make sure no cheating. And yeah, that's about it for setting up.
What are the most rookie mistakes you can do when you're setting up your PC for an event? Have you done such mistakes? I've done some in my years, like whole acceleration mouse, maybe wrongly set up, mistakes you made.
Rookie mistakes is not setting in your config and then having to do it from scratch when you get to the event. But I haven't done that yet. Maybe Holzerk has. I don't know.
Holzerk, have you? He's burning you on the spot right now. Have you sometimes joined an official without your config ready or realized on the fly you were not ready?
Yeah, I think it was in Katowice. I fucked up actually. Because I uploaded my config without anything in it. Like I uploaded all the files, but they were corrupt, so there was nothing in it. So when I uploaded it into the game, tried to start my game and everything, there was nothing there. I was like, bro, why is it not working? Graham, our manager, why did you not upload my configs? But it was on me apparently, so I had to say sorry.
So you're gonna make that mistake only once. Do you have like a complicated config? Kind of these people with like an auto exec along like a highway, or is it just simple stuff?
It's quite simple. It's not that big, but this time before we went to this tournament, Graham, our manager, went through it to make sure everything was there and was correct and not corrupt. So
you have your config. This is a true information. It is completely true. You have your config, right? Listen, I saw a little bit of a skit with you online recently. You've been testing some barbecue. Was that like how was the experience? You feel like you're getting the full experience out there?
Yeah, I mean, got to finally come to America for the first time. So I mean, the first step was to go to a real Texan barbecue and check that out, and it was amazing.
Would you say it's better than Norwegian cuisine?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so.
Actually, Holzerk, it's I'm taking us back to history lane here. Do you remember when you used to have like 120 Faceit games one in a row? Remember when we used to grind the games with truth? When was that? 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago?
It's been a while now. Time flies by.
I know. Yeah. Can you imagine at the time that you would end up being in a Complexity jersey here in Malta getting ready for Pro League?
I mean, I always wanted to become like a really good professional player, so for a good team. So I always dreamt about it. So I did envision it.
Yeah, man, I'm glad for you that it worked out. Now it's been a minute with Elige within the ranks. You feel like you guys have found your rhythm? You feel like you found your balance, or still some steps to be taken?
I definitely think this is the best we've been so far in the Complexity jersey, all of us. Just the team in general. We've been playing, at least now in practice, before on this boot camp, we have been playing the best CS we have been like the whole year. So it's been feeling good.
Well, thank you very much for these words, Holzerk. I'm actually try to confirm that information with your leader. Now I'm putting him on the spot. He just told me this is the most ready you've ever been. Things are looking beautiful. You confirm his information, or is he trying to sell me snake oil?
The scrums are going pretty well, but I mean, it's always just like the scrums and the matches are a little different. So I'm hoping that we play as well as we do in the scrums. But yeah, maybe we're just scrummers and we're just going to play shit in the matches. We'll see.
I see you're doing ambush. Is the config all set up for you as well? You're good on that one?
Yeah, my config's good, I think. I think you asked the question earlier, like, what's the rookie mistake? Yes. I think I started a match once and then I didn't know my config didn't exist. So I got to maybe like round 8 and my jump throw wasn't working.
Round 8?
And I had to type it in the console, yeah.
Oh my God. Where? When was that? Was that with Complexity as well?
That was maybe Bravado, like 2018, like a while back.
All right, well, thank you very much, JT. Elige, he just admitted to me that in an official game, he realized his jump throw bind wasn't set. How does that make you feel? You're confident for your next game?
I mean, I don't know. These guys forget their configs, the jump binds, I guess. What's going on? But maybe that's years in the past. I don't know. We never said what year that was. So as long as it doesn't happen now, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's trying to sell me on that's a long, long time ago. Maybe that was literally last year.
Yeah, it could have been. I don't know.
See, this is the kind of experience that they need with a profile like you. You have to help them out. Speaking of everybody's ready, you're ready as well. I'm sure a lot of people have asked you about CS2. It's a whole topic right there. You've been dipping your toes already, or you've been fully focused on CSGO at the moment?
I mean, I have like 30 games played in CS2, so it's not a small amount, not like a huge amount either. But it hasn't been like super enjoyable for me since like just the lag compensation and the input lag doesn't make it feel as smooth as CS:GO right now. So it doesn't make me want to play it.
You think the rhythm of the update means that we're close to it, or we just have to be a little patient for the moment?
I mean, I think that we just have to be patient, but I think that Valve kind of shot themselves in the foot by putting September or summer 2023 instead of like giving them more time, which they usually don't do. But I think that the game needs a little bit more time, maybe like a couple more months, but I think that's probably not going to happen. But as long as they like fix the input lag type of stuff, I think that it could be fine.
All right, thank you very much, Elise. Now, Flaby, you have the hardest question. You need to decide when CS2 comes out. You just had a couple of arguments here. When do you think the game should come out? Is it ready yet?
September 23rd.
September 23rd, which is like in a few days.
Summer solstice.
That's the summer solstice? You're correct. How baller would that be if you actually made that prediction right here on air and it actually works out?
Oh, do I get a raise?
I mean, I can try and negotiate for you. I don't think I have authority for that, but this is the moment if you want to make a case in the camera for a raise.
Just talk to him, man, please.
All right. I think like there is a difference between all your teammates and you. Where's your gear?
I'm already set up. These guys can't log into the anti-cheat.
So you already all dude?
I'm good, man.
Set up?
These guys are slacking something.
Are you the most experienced player out there? Is that what's happening?
No, this guy is.
Yeah, but he's still setting up and you're ready.
It's not his fault.
But the anti-cheat.
It's not his fault. we didn't code it.
That's fair enough. How's it been in Malta in the last few hours? Have you had a good time?
I mean, not the first time here. It's chill. It's pretty chill here. As long as there's no problems with the like what happened in the past. We won't mention that now, but it's chill. It's chill now.
It's chill. Well, thank you very much, guys, for your time, and I'll let you set up in peace. How's it going, guys? You having a good time? You're doing a bit of a fire camp. What's happening here?
We are at boot camp.
Is that a boot camp?
Yeah.
All right, listen. CS2 is obviously a huge topic. Have you played CS2 a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Do you like it?
No.
No.
It's too early for this game, I think.
How long do we need to wait?
1 year.
1 year. Whoa. Okay, that's that. Perfecto, you share that opinion. 1 year for CS2?
Maybe 2.
2 years.
Pre-alpha, so I mean alpha, and it looks very bad for now.
You're scaring me a lot with this axe. Would you change a whole lot of things in CS2 already?
Sorry?
Would you change a lot in CS2 right now? Would you change a lot in the game?
Yeah, like tick rate, because it's impossible when you die after you move to when you die when move after wall. It's amazing. I don't know how it's played. So I remove the tick rate, sub tick, or how it's named, and do it like normal tick rate, like on face it.
Oh, all right. So you have what looks to be like an arrow. He has an axe, and you are cooking marshmallow. Are you the cook? Are you preparing food for everybody?
Pelmeni, it's not marshmallow.
What is it? What is it called?
Pelmeni, you know?
Okay, no, I don't know. You have to explain to me. What's the taste like?
It's like dumplings.
Yeah.
Dumplings. Cool. Are you a cook? Do you cook at home?
No, I think no.
All right, now back to the game. Listen, your two teammates have a bit of a negative opinion on CS2 right now. Do you share that as well? Do you also have your doubts?
For me, CS2, it's so bad, I think, because secret is so shit, really. In matchmaking, I'm playing one matchmaking, and first round I have 4 kills and we lose.
4 kills?
4 kills and we lose.
It's been a moment since we saw you guys on LAN, of course. It was Riyadh last time. What is the main difference between the Cloud9 that we saw at G8 and the Cloud9 of today?
I mean, the difference on firepower, for sure, and the play style. We're trying to mix between Navi and Cloud9 styles, and a bit different calls, of course. Yeah, of course, there is a difference. I mean, on micro moments, a lot of difference. On macro, yeah, as I said, play style.
Okay, and Electronic, speaking of play style, Hobbit is telling me that a bit more of Navi is coming into Cloud9 now. I'm guessing that's also your influence. How far do you think you are in organizing your own playstyle there?
I won't say that I'm gonna put Navi playstyle here. I'm still growing in my, new role. and I'm trying to give them the space that they want. Probably this is the most important thing for me now, because it's hard to make just a scripts, just a strats. You have to give them some space on the map, at least for some players.
Okay, I understand. And individually, has it been complicated for you to find your own game and at the same time organize that new play style, getting familiar with your new teammates? How has it been for you on an individual level?
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm on my peak as IGL, right? I'm still learning a lot. I'm doing new things that I didn't before. So yeah, I mean, for me, I have some struggles now, but I'm trying to fix them. So yeah, hope in the future I'll put more individual.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the struggles that you're having? Because you were always one of the strongest players out there in the game. Now you're struggling a little bit. Can you tell me a little bit more about it?
It's kind of hard to play my old play style because I have to make a space for the team. As I said before, I've been a player like Exile, like this, so I have to give him space or give it to Shiro or probably even Perfect or Hobbit. We are trying to make this, I don't know how to say, we're just trying to fix our game, to find solution how we're gonna play in the future.
When this project came together, people were very excited, very enthusiastic about it. I was also one of the people that thought this is going to click. You guys are going to be incredible from the very beginning. How has reality been compared to what you imagined? How has it been more complicated? Has it been easier for this team to come together?
I mean, of course, we expect that it's going to be hard. Of course, I don't know. It's impossible. No, nowadays, it's impossible just to create some team and to win everything. It's a team play game, and Astralis just showed everyone that everyone needs to step up and everyone needs to do his role, and that's what we're working on.
Goal and objective for the group, just winning the group straight. Is that the case?
Yeah, we are there to go through the playoffs. This is our goal from the groups, of course. I think I won't say we are like favorites in the groups, but still we are not underdogs also, half and a half there. So yeah, we're gonna do as much as we could on this tournament. We're gonna learn a lot from this. So I hope we're gonna take that experience to go through the playoffs.
All right. Well, thank you guys for taking the time. I'll let you get ready for tomorrow's game, and I'll see you guys around. Patsy's not going to be here for the very beginning. I hope that Dabs has been hitting the deathmatch. How's the skill level? Is he ready?
Oh, good. I mean, he wasn't really that good when he was playing, so. No, I'm just joking, Damien. It's okay.
Damn.
I know he's gonna tap in. He's gonna.
Where's he at?
Well.
He's not even here to defend himself.
Yeah, exactly. That's why. So I know I won't get any hands thrown at me. So, yeah, we're good.
The thing is, we even practiced with Robert.
Yeah.
So we didn't play with Damien, so we don't know what's his individual level specifically, and we didn't get it that information. We didn't get really fast. Maybe in last 3 days, we understood that okay, Robert is not gonna come for the first game, and that we need the stand-in. We started looking around. We started asking people. Obviously, there was when Stewie said on stream, yeah, we wanted him to try, but he didn't want to go for one game. So I mean, it's normal that he answered like that, and yeah, we just decided to play with the apps and just see how it goes.
And if I understand correctly, there's still very much a chance to see Patsy here, right? It should be coming during the ongoing competition.
Yes. If we don't bomb out really fast,
you have to buy him time.
Yes, exactly.
And for you, I mean, as a leader, how do you handle this whole situation? I know we talk about standing situations sometimes. You just make do with what we have. You limit the strats. What's the move for you?
Yeah, it's hard because obviously I can't put Daps in Patsy's roles because Patsy's playing aggressive first contact roles, and that in the
We're just gonna bait Daps. That's all we're gonna do. We're just gonna go in.
yeah, and that way, like I put myself in my old roles where Patsy would play and Daps would go on my role. So it's like I'm changing roles, Daps is changing roles, and like Patsy's not even here. So it's a lot of adaptation. But I played all those roles before, so I think it's gonna be fine. I think we're gonna be competitive. I don't know about like if we're gonna be like winning against like top teams, right? But I hope we're just gonna have good communication and we're gonna just show that we're in good form individually.
VP now, there's a bit of a personal situation here. Is the fact that you have a stand-in, would you make that less of a strange matchup for you, or you take it as any match?
I wouldn't make it a strange matchup, specifically like even without a stand-in or with a stand-in. I respect them, and I know those guys. I know how they think. I know how they like operate right as a team, and obviously they're a good team. And I know how much they prepare. I know how much they try hard, and how their mentality. So it's just gonna be a good game, and I'm just happy to play them, honestly.
All right. Couple questions for you.
Okay.
The whole standing situation, I know it's not ideal, but now you've been with Liquid for quite a while. Can you tell me a little bit about your comfort level? Feel like you're coming into your own after this month of practice as well?
Yeah, I would say I'm getting used to it. So also the language barrier is getting better and better every time. So I would say I just need time. That's the most important thing. Only time.
Okay. And do you feel in a much different position now that you were maybe a month ago where we could see you? Do you feel like the progress is going fast, or is it a little bit frustrating for you? How's it feel?
I would say both. It's going fast, but sometimes it's getting frustrating because some bad games happen, and yeah, you're getting frustrated, but it's going fast, I would say.
All right. Last topic, of course, everyone is going to ask you about it. CS2 is around the corner. How does it feel to have this competition, important competition, CSGO, and then you have One Eye that's kind of ready for the next chapter? You guys have been, I'm guessing, playing mainly CSGO. You've been touching CS2 a little?
No, I've never even touched the game. I don't even know.
Not at all.
I don't even know how to play it.
I haven't played CS2 at all.
I mean, I played it sometimes, but I haven't really played it that much because we're playing CS:GO still, so I'm still just fully focused. But I mean, I'm sure this is one of the last, maybe if not the last event. So I'm pretty sure once we're done here, we're gonna be starting to play CS2.
I think it's important to enjoy the last events of CSGO, and you understand it's your last chance of winning an event in CSGO. It's your last chance of you don't know how CS2 is going to be, right? You don't know how the game is going to be, so it's the last chance to enjoy the game as it is at the moment. And when CS2 is going to come out, then we play, then we practice, then we watch the nades, then we find the nades, then we do everything, right? Now CSGO is our focus.
Do you imagine that this turn is right around the corner? Do you imagine CS2 is right behind the next door, or is it something of a bit of a longer term?
I think by the speed of their updates, by the rhythm of their updates, I think CS2 is coming out after EPL. So that's my personal feeling, but I don't necessarily know. I think they did a good job of updating the game closer to the reality that we would want to have. And Valve has been doing a really great job of cooperating with the players and overall just with the community to make the game better than it was when it came out.
Beautiful. Beautiful words here from Yakinder. Well, that was it. I was with Liquid and that was the lobby.
seen the smoke out from the bottom of the rack. Tries his hand at the spot. They've got you kicked up in a box, back against the wall, but he keeps on going, and he'll deliver.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Asus Republic of Gamers, DHL, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, Monster Energy, and Gaming Malta.
Oh no, Val, they've done it! Absolutely rocked! Full-time steal!
Welcome. Group D is this week. We are back in Malta. They are back in Malta. We are in space. We are orbiting the universe. It is a misty day in London, but looks much brighter in Malta, where a new set of players have come through to try and make it to the playoffs as well. Group D is here. It's Bardolph and Hawker once again. How are you doing, Hawker?
I'm doing good. Again, I'm somehow way taller than you. Always seems to
Yeah,
happen.
this is me. This is me. I'm not having this. I'm not having this.
Absolute
go higher.
false information.
There we
It's
go.
going to go as high as possible. Yeah, I'm
Marvelous.
good. I'm excited for this group. Final group. We're near playoffs. So I assume these teams should be coming in pretty ready. They've got to be at a good level because playoffs are also just around the corner.
They absolutely are. Let's have a look at the bracket for Group D. At the top, we've got Cloud9. At the bottom, we've got G2, the highest two teams in this bracket. Cloud9 against Eternal Fire, Complexity versus 9, Liquid versus Virtus Pro, and Lynn Vision versus G2. It's a very different look in this bracket to some of the ones that we've seen prior, so I think we're going to see lots of interesting things in this bracket, as we did in the other one. I feel like Group C was quite explosive. Of the three groups we've seen so far, there was lots of crazy action last week, lots of overtimes as well. What do you expect from Group D at a glance?
I think this one should have like more solid favorites in theory. I don't know if it's like as likely for the underdogs to do as well here. I'm not sure because I feel like there's a few teams that should be competing. You know, Complexity 9. I think that's a close game. I think we've got Eternal Fire who are decent as well. So I don't know. I'm curious to see what Lynn Vision can do, considering we saw Cyclone do well from the Asian region earlier. But yeah, overall, listen, G2, Cloud9, firm favorites, and then outside of that, there's a few teams that should be likely to make it, but I do think there's a few openings in this group.
Yeah, we can see the schedule for Group B there. The schedule for Group A was there prior. Of course, 2 streams today and tomorrow for Group D. Did I say Group A? I meant Stream A. Stream A and Stream B for Group D. There we go. 2 matches on both broadcasts. So Lynn Vision and G2 will be the first one coming your way on this broadcast. I have just come back off a weekend of shotgun action, my second big shotgun competition. I'll be honest with you, I did terribly in a number of stages purely because I did not aim down my sights properly. Because with shotgun, you need to be like super flat with your rib, if you will. Like if you're looking like that, then you're gonna shoot high. So there were some stages where you start with 9 in. I had 8 plates to hit and I had to reload, ruining my timing. But the stages I did well. I did like top 10, so I was happy with what I did well. I have a rifle competition this weekend, and then the weekend after, there's a big event in Wales, which is called a level 3. It's a national tier shotgun competition, which I just got my license for about 2 weeks ago, just in time. So that'll be pretty interesting. But,
Where are the videos, James? Is it because you messed up this time? We don't get any videos.
No. I'm gonna put all the videos I've got on YouTube. You know, you can't have videos. It's a good learning device as well to watch the pain of where you went wrong. There's more value in the videos you failed in than the videos you did well in, if you ask me. So I'm gonna put them on one of my YouTube channels. I've got a few now. Anyway, let's get into the first match of the day. Lynn Vision versus G2. Quite an interesting matchup straight off the bat because G2 said, I was looking at the HLTV comments, and they had said that they get an extra 10% when there's a crowd, so you don't necessarily get maximum G2 when you have a scenario like this, where you've got like a more laid-back environment, and the pressure isn't breathing down their necks as much.
Yeah, still definitely a team that are big favorites, G2, in this group. They probably should be aiming to win it. They've got Nico, the best rifler in the world. Monacy, up-and-coming AWPer, seems to just be getting better and better. And then even someone like Hunter has been showing his in-game intelligence. He's been really valuable for this team as of late. So a lot to like about G2. And this opening matchup, you would assume, should be pretty one-sided, but these teams actually have a little bit of history. Back in 2021, Starry pulled off that crazy 1v5 against G2. It was that Glock round on Vertigo, you might remember. They actually were somewhat competitive in that series, so I'm hoping Lynn Vision can take it to G2 here as well. Oh, hello.
That is a very deep massage. I could do with that. I've got 2 tears in my left shoulder. Where's my massage at? Send people now. We used to have misuse in the office, actually. I don't know where they went. Anyway, let's get into Lynn Vision. For the G2 side, they feel like they play better under more pressure, whereas Lynn Vision, 2 of these 5 players have never left China. This is their first sojourn abroad, if you will. So I think it's a good environment to come into, bearing that in mind, where you have that more relaxed environment. You're not going against the bright lights of a big arena facing G2. So that might work in their favor.
Yeah, and you've got West Melon as the in-game leader of this team. He's actually been with this organization since 2017. So it's always nice when you've got a bit of stability in the mix. I think Starry definitely looks like quite an exciting rifler, up-and-comer, has had a few highlights in the past. So I think there is skill in this region. I definitely think there is the ability for them to come in here and not get blown out, which is kind of what's happened for the last year or two, maybe. It's felt like the Asian scene has been struggling, but I think they're getting back. They're slowly improving. Maybe with CS2 around the corner, there could be an influx of new teams as well. And you see a very different approach from them, reading the notes rather than getting the massages.
Yeah, got to keep their focus. Make sure their mind's containing the tasks that need to be delivered. I would imagine wherever the veto goes, they will be really focused on trying to secure those pistol rounds, because they will absolutely need every round they can get versus the likes of G2. So let's have a look at the climate, the territory where they will be playing. So Anubis has been good for Lynn Vision of late. That's been a thumbs up map for them. So I think they've got pretty good territory to go up against G2 for that first opener.
Yeah, and funnily enough, Lynn Vision have actually also been picking quite a lot of Inferno themselves recently. They'll pick that in quite a few series and regional competition. So I think that's G2 coming in and saying, listen, we're just going to pick a map we think we're great on. We don't care how good we think you are on it. So that also should be a fairly comfortable ground for Lynn Vision, which I think will be nice for them. As you said, that Anubis, I'm really glad they picked it, because G2 haven't played that too often as of late. So it's a good chance for us to see what G2 will look like on it. It's a good chance to see if Lynn Vision's regional success on that map can translate.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonably okay. If we were generous with a window for a best case scenario for Lynn Vision versus G2, I think we're kind of within that window. Yeah, there could be far worse maps for them to go into this one with. So I think they'll be happy with the first 2 at the very least. Lynn Vision, rank 52 versus rank 2 G2 Esports. That is a hell of an uphill struggle, more of a mountain climb, but let's see if they could do it. Start in the bright waters of Anubis then. Lynn Vision will be on the CT side as G2 will decide to be the aggressors on this first map. Love seeing the more remote teams turn up. Always fascinating to see the differences and if they can survive. A promising start then from Lynn Vision. Pop flash and a frag. They wait for G2 to respond. Where are the remainder of the team? Many questions for them to ask. Quite a solid setup here towards the A-bomb site as well. Staying static as G2 maybe looking to punish impatience. Even if that doesn't come, this could be some useful info for G2 to see how disciplined their opponent is for the rounds to come.
Yeah, I like that flash in at the start from Lynn Vision. I feel like it's quite likely G2 would just want to default early against this team. They probably don't have anything specific in mind, and now they will try and come into B. Shots need to be landed, and G will do exactly that. A nice double kill from this back position. They finally run it down, and oh no, m0NESY's got another kill. They've turned it into a 2-on-2.
Emilia's got 2 of his own, 2 Julies that is, and now he is alone. 1v2 for Emilia, trying to show some shoulder as G2 have really turned this one around. Demonstration of individual skill. Where is that second player? There he is, Hunter coming through, and G2 turning up the heat immediately. A great start by Lynn Vision. Doesn't take many G2 players, though, to clutch around.
There we go. Nice little position at the back of the site. Hunter and m0NESY did really well to turn this back initially. Then they just work together at the end here. Wait for m0NESY to take contact. Hunter can swing off the side. Fantastic start from him with a quad kill. So G2 showing that individual prowess early. And Vision will go straight for the force back, including a mag 7 on Emilia, who will be playing up close. Shouldn't see aggression round this corner with the close range weapons in play, but this stack looks really spicy. You've got the scout to try and tag these players, and the weaker weapons behind that should be able to finish those players off, as long as that scout could dish out the damage. See if G2 run into this. I think surely G2 will use a molly for those close angles, or maybe not. They're going in dry right now.
Oh, very nice from Hooksy and JKS. Can openers will deliver. Such a nice second frag by G in the pistol as well. You know, Hooksy's doing what he's supposed to do, pulled the crosshair away. Still came back in time to get that second frag and still left empty-handed. Nothing in the bag for Lynn Vision. Failing to do damage in this round could cost them later on as well. Gonna be some nice money in the pocket for G2 as they move forward. That was a force buy from Lynn Vision, so their money's going to be in the bin for a while. Great work by Hooksy. Just creating space for the team to come in through, should it be required. Not really on that occasion. Lovely work.
That was very well adjusted. I think unfortunately for Lynn Vision, their scout player just moved before that push came in. Otherwise, they could have had the sniper first contact. Maybe they get a tag in and they can take out Hooksy more easily. Instead, he does a great job on the transfer. Now the question is, who wants these eco kills? Can Lynn Vision have a stack? Like they're trying to do damage in this round. However unlikely it may be. Those Mac 10 should be running in and trying to farm these frags here.
Bonus money. More bonus money. Got a fair amount in that previous round. Uphill struggle begins then. Stage 2. Not quite made it to base camp just yet, but we are in the full buy rounds. My mum just gave me a rug.
Gave you a rug?
Yeah. Hello, Mum. Not that she's
what's
watching.
the rug for? Does she think you need it right now?
No, she had a rug that she wasn't using. She's like, here's a rug. And I'm like, oh, sweet.
Oh,
cheers,
nice.
Mum. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nice work, Mum. Shout outs to Mum. Right then, first buy round for Lynn Vision after a regrettable result in the pistol round. And again, G2 maybe looking to understand the intentions of their CT opponents. Just hold position for the most part. No one keeping too much of an eye towards B. The process begins. Mollies towards mid, so there can be no pinch. Double mollies, in fact. A lot of map control being taken very promptly by G2, and this may be a smooth run into the A bomb site. How can Lynn Vision respond to this? It's a 5-on-2 situation with around a minute on the clock. Trouble is surely around the corner, but they've got the first kill and dropped the bomb as well. No answer just yet from G2. Now JKS gets activated. Hookie swung in from the back, and they've got so much position. Easy Folksy rings the bell. Hunter follows up as well. Is there anything left for G to do?
He's having a look. I think unless something's gifted to him, the save is probably the best call here. Just so hard to get back in with that AWP. And Huxey's had a pretty solid start to this game. Keeping the MAC-10 in that round, flying in early. Just getting into close quarters combat where that MAC-10 can be powerful. Vision not able to do enough to slow. Even though they had that rotate trying to come towards A, it just kind of gets cut off. It doesn't get anywhere near the bomb site. Solid site take from G2. They will be very happy with this start to Anubis.
Have a look at those crown foils, man. Imagine just sticking those on the Mona Lisa, like on her face, you know? That's basically what's going on there. When Uxie comes around the back like that, it's just GG right there. They have a crossfire on the remainder. I like the Uxie, you know, he's good for a two-man setup. He's the risk taker. He does his job well. Crushing for Lynn Vision. Let's not forget the pop flash through B that they had on the pistol round. G2 maybe expectant of something like that. Looks like on the radar that, yeah, Nico's just playing a very tight angle. So if the pop flash does come through, even if he did eat it, he could fall back quite easily. They know that Lynn Vision want to make a play with that AWP, but Lynn Vision are being very, very careful. They'll know what's expected of them as well. G will simply hold his angle for now.
Here's a risk being taken. That aggression through mid, it looks like it could work okay. That was the bomb there. It has been dropped, but I think G2 should be able to get that back. So hard for the CTs to stick around. They'll try and aggress out through B instead, but m0NESY one step ahead of them. Goes back for a second, and Starry can't connect to get the kill. So m0NESY shuts down that push. Now that AWP is firmly out of Lynn Vision's hands.
"18 years old now is Starry. I don't know if you can do extra things going from 16 to 18 in China. Obviously in America, it's 21's the big number, right? Obviously in the UK, it's 18 though, but China, not sure.
Either way, exciting to have him. I didn't realize he was that young when he was playing against G2. I think it was 2 years ago now, back in 2021. You can see them progressing.
I feel like when you're 16 playing professional Counter-Strike, you don't even have a concept of pressure.
Yeah.
Doesn't really come into your mind. m0NESY, the highlight reel continues. That man delivers constantly. Uxie first in, bomb spotted for early rotation, please. Can this damage be followed up upon by Lynn Vision? Nico, 20 HP, JKS, just a one. A single finger. 4 and 3 for G2. Looking to make it 6-0 for Lynn Vision. They will continue to creep. Dodges the shot from m0NESY. He's got a superior angle now. Emilia's here as well. Dancing around the smokes as m0NESY is very fast, isn't he? Once again, G is the last man standing.
Ooh, it's a good shot onto the jumping JKS, but all it's going to help is the potential save. Even that is only potential right now because G2 are locking in and trying to get him out of here. They've left the bomb almost entirely. Don't know if they'll get there on the flank in time. G is sticking in an annoying position to clear. Closer towards the bomb site. They are running in behind him. Oh, good shot onto Nico though. Quick scope in. Secures the save at a minimum. This was great from m0NESY. Just turn away from the flash. Smelling maybe there a little too obvious that he threw that flash and it could be dodged. And another shot from m0NESY, close quarters on the bomb site. Brilliant work from him. Didn't get much to do in the earlier rounds, so he's decided to take matters into his own hands. Got another mag 7 in this round on Emilia. Maybe some mid-aggression here. Massive mid-aggression.
Big push. Have a look at this. Surely they convert from here. G2 unable to respond to such an aggressive play from Lynn Vision. Not something one can expect them to replicate in future rounds. Have a look at the play for G2. So, but a short term will show some promise. They'll definitely want to keep their numbers up if they are to win this round. G alone towards the A-bomb site. Holding the AWP. But with 5 up, Lynn Vision may rotate a second over. Very hard for JK to identify this angle. But it's always fun to watch these scenarios, especially with G2, just to look at the angle clearance from the players. Especially when it's Nico. Just focus on how JKS approaches that problem. He still has 49 seconds, looking to catch CTs on the rotation. He'll find one. Didn't see the second one, though. Not going to be ready. Oh, he was so close.
Yeah, he actually baited that CT aggression out. So if he'd have got those 2 kills, there may have been a way to get over to that opposite bomb site. Either way, gave him a decent opportunity at the Nyack. This was that aggression. Just some flashes and so many players running up mid. I love that call from Lynn Vision. You very rarely see just a whole W down mid like that with a bit of utility. It's a really nice way of catching G2 out early. G2 got a little too unfocused at the start of that round, and so they get punished. Got to see if Lynn Vision have more tricks up their sleeve. The flashes are good, but JKS doesn't get cleared in the corner. So this time the aggression is well handled by G2.
2v3. 1 per side. Someone's got to have the round of their lives if Lynn Vision are to survive round 8. Showing plenty of presence. Need to stay scoped in now. Might need a bit of luck to look in the right place at the right time. Does he go deep enough? Oh, he was almost there, but he wasn't, ultimately. That leaves Amelia on the wrong side of the map. Lynn Vision heading towards the bin once again. As mentioned during that previous round, a solid rush through mid. However, that isn't something you can run every round. And outside of that round, they haven't been close to any others. So the CT side might be in some trouble unless they can find a way to turn things around.
I did like that aggression. I thought it was a good time for it. G2 maybe getting a little too comfortable after so many early round wins. It's also just something I almost never see in the European meta. So I think it's good to throw in rounds like that. Maybe you see a bit of mid-aggression in the mid-round, but very rarely right at the start of a round like that. Then the aggression in this round was pretty well prepared for. He is getting away with some exit kills. He's jumped down as well, aware of Hooksy's position. So the AWP saved at a minimum. He has been landing a few shots. That may go back into his hands. Here is that first timeout taken by Lynn Vision. So far, so good for G2. Got to remember that they have had a fair bit of time off in the lead up to this event. The last map was played over a month ago now. Basically exactly a month ago, back at Gamers 8. So they may have been working on some things behind the scenes as well. Maybe Anubis is going to become a stronger map for them going forwards.
Good to have breaks. Disconnect a bit, give the brain a rest. Ah, it's unfortunate. Nothing, well, there are a few things more frustrating than checking a corner but not really checking the corner and then dying from that corner. Very annoying. I do like where the smokes are going in CS2. It's still fairly chunky. Like trying to make a play through one is a little problematic, but around the edges of those smokes, there's more play, more fair play as well. This is a buy round for Lynn Vision. A lot of utility being thrown by G2 as they try to force the CTs back and deny information.
Saw Lynn Vision try 1 or 2 opening moves there that were quickly denied by G2. Loose down in the connector or sewer area. Was quickly dismantled by Lynn Vision. They realized the nade and the spam was about to come their way. Now G2 set focus on this A bomb site. No AWP here. Make it easier for G2 on these initial contacts. They took that A site pretty convincingly in a prior round. Let's see if they can do it again. Streaming in, team kill in the mix, but the trades are still solid into a 3-on-3. They'll get that bomb down straight away.
Simple abuse of the numbers by G2. Simple and effective. Ability collected. Double up on those choke points. Not sure how much of these flashes will get used. Lynn Vision taking their time on this approach. Only Westmoreland has a defuse kit. There might be one on the site, but the focus has to be on him. If he gets dropped, then that could be quite a problem. You can see him starting to come in late here. Starry's got a very oppressive angle. Nico could have that one all day. Hootsie delivers as well, and G2 move to 8.
Well played in the post plant. Really getting those even trades initially puts G2 in such a great position. They already had the utility down in the back of the site. There's that team kill, which had to be taken. But with those forward positions being played by Lynn Vision, gets G2 into the site. That A site is pretty hard to retake at the best of times. 8-1 lead now for G2. And Hunter knows that they're in good shape in this round. He's still buying a Mac-10 here. To hunt down these eco kills.
AK. I missed the red line. I'm a jet set man. Gotta go for the connoisseur's choice.
Red line's pretty cheap these days. I think it always was, to be fair.
It hasn't got its flowers. Red line's awesome. I did buy an AWP red line though, recently. After I sold my Prince, the King of the Field sticker on, but I missed the King of the Field sticker, so I found a reasonably priced red line AWP with a King of the Field sticker on. Obviously, the colors match as well. Not quite the Prince, but I'll take it.
I have literally a safari mesh that's really battle scarred. Just so that anytime my teammate asks me to get an AWP dropped, they genuinely get quite annoyed at it.
I have
a
really...
few times.
I have the same, but mine's got a Dignitas Hollow Kato 2014 on the scope.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah, it looks god tier actually. But what's sad is in CS2, the wear right now isn't really showing. It looks more smudged and like just absolutely trashed, which I don't like. Give me my garbage bag.
Yeah, I honestly really like the skins that just look like they've been put through a blender. I actually think they can look really cool. I mean, the Asimovs are classic. Some of the black Asimovs actually look really, really cool. We will see. CS2 constantly changing. See if Lynn Vision can change the game in this round. Not looking likely. Monacy's got another entry on this B site. Starry also goes down. It is just dominating from G2 right now.
Yeah, and this is kind of par for the course for Lynn Vision. Again, these opening brackets, it is baptism by fire for the teams, especially from further afield, going up against the highest ranked teams when they have the least experience, of course, joining us late. 2 of the 5 for Lynn Vision. This is their first time outside of China. It'll be a very exciting time in terms of the different teams they can play, but a very expensive time to learn lessons facing those teams as well. Clear one being here with G2, playing peak Counter-Strike, peak international, intercontinental Counter-Strike.
We just saw in the previous group, Cyclone, another team from the Asian region. They had their opening game against Na'Vi, and they lost that 2-0, but they still bounced back. They've got a couple of wins in that group. In fact, they kind of had a heartbreaking loss in the end against 9Z. They got to the decider match where they had the chance to make it through to playoffs. Just couldn't quite make it over the line there, Cyclone, but making it to that decider match shows that there's definitely promise for Lynn Vision. I mean, they're a team that have beaten Cyclone recently. So perhaps the Asian region is indeed getting stronger. Not quite strong enough to take on G2 right now, though. 10-1 lead for the European mix. Helium goes aggressive, great timing, nice transfer, but the follow-up player can't find anything, so that A site is lost again.
Yeah, that's simply not enough. If you trade and the T's are equal, that is more full you on the CT side. Love the aggression. I was going to ask where the nades are for Monesi's position. I haven't seen many of those down the stairs through the window from the A-bomb site. Another retake situation for Lynn Vision. We can see Westmelon moving on the X-ray. He's looking for any lurkers around the back. There's a lot of utility for the squad. If G's got an angle for this incendiary, that could be important. Westmelon picking up pace now. Oh, Hooksy's just seen him in time. Onto the site they go then, Lynn Vision. G with a huge headshot. That clock is ticking, but they've got the numbers now. Starry's the one with the defuse kit, and Hooksy's got so much to do. G's got his angle, and Starry and co have a second round.
Oh, worked on the retake. Impressed that they're able to pull that back. I thought they were going to be in trouble, but this time just get to react a little quicker, so their rotate is in position towards the bomb site in time. That initial transfer, very well done. Could have maybe even been more if Amelia got the initial kill more clean. G, to his credit, has been landing a couple of good shots. Always easy to do on Anubis, close range. Getting that smoke on the bomb makes it easier towards the end there. So G2 take a timeout. Their 10-2 lead. As long as they can get just a couple more rounds out of this half. Few smiles from Lynn Vision. Always good to see. Gotta enjoy it. Especially in a game like this where your chances might not be too high, finding much success. But that's, you know, the right mentality. Don't look like they're under too much pressure. And again, running that mid-aggression. Honestly, traded out straight away. Let's see what the response is from G2. Oh, Nico gets a nice headshot.
Sending it over the bridge like a food delivery courier. G trying to hold down the A-bomb site. He's in battle mode. That smoke will be a problem. Trying to reposition. Forced forward. Not getting what he was looking for, though. 3-on-2 now. As LV will be pulled from pillar to post. Westmelon looking for that rotation, leaving Starry to deliver an isolation. Now things get quite interesting. As G2 wonder where the remainder of Lynn Vision are. And Westmelon doesn't have the information. They're passing him now, but they are on the run, and he hears it. He's got the sound cues, and he could have a very nice lineup in D. Looking for Hooksy, finding him, dropping the bomb, and securing the choke point. Nico's got a lot of work to do. 49 seconds. Left to wait. Smokes and mollies. Just going straight through with no care. Westmelon is above him, if I'm not mistaken, so they know exactly where Nico is. 30 seconds remain, though. Seems he has given his presence quite deliberately. And away he goes, just rounding the corner. 46 HP, Nico in the clutch. Westmelon will get there before he does. 14 seconds to plant the bomb, and it could be curtains for him. He's still taking nothing for granted. 9 seconds, even the frag might be enough. But Westmelon will put him out of his misery. 3 on the board for LV.
Lovely round there from Westmelon, getting into a great position in behind. Yeah, we got this aggression on mid onto Monesi. And Nico able to handle the further aggression, but just the fact that G gets that kill definitely helps them out, gets them into enough of a position where Westmelon sees this opening on the map, gets in behind. And I loved seeing Nico try to do everything he could to make that round winnable. That ran low on time at the end, made it too tricky for him. Let's see if Lynn Vision can salvage something out of this half then. 3 CT rounds so far. Again, that aggression has been important for them in their round wins. Next time round, they are playing more passively. So we'll see if they can win a round, sitting further back.
Little boosty boost. He's been dispatched of in that mid position. Nico waits to be gifted something. They'll be gifted a time sink with another smoke grenade. G2 collapsing for a split. Positioning themselves, excuse me, to collapse on this B bomb site. Utilities run out. Emilius pushing with his teammate. Yes, keeping eyes on the back. Big headshot. The game is up, but what can they do about it? A third player on the way for Lynn Vision. Starry's here as well. G2 have 23 seconds, and that bomb is still waiting by the B bomb site. Nowhere else to go but B at this point, and G says hello and goodbye to JKS. Bomb in the hands of Manassi. Clutch mode for him. 14 seconds. Many frags to come. There goes Nico also. Lynn Vision coming back late on in the first half.
Yeah, G2 maybe struggling to come up with an end goal there in that round. They finally try and group up outside B, but this aggression was actually really helpful. Even though JKS got that first kill, the second player peeks out, gets a frag in the back. And this was incredible from G, just AWPing around this site. I'm pretty sure he went through the smoke at one point, or around the side of it, to get another kill close range. G's AWPing has been pretty consistent so far. Up there at 11 kills now. The last round of the half, G2's buy is actually a bit awkward. See if that has an impact on this round as Hunter takes early damage from the CT aggression. They're going to clear Starry. Oh no, they don't. Very cheeky.
It's quite a handy frag. Will he escape in time? Maybe a weapon to collect for Hooksy. Lynn Vision holding on to a fair amount of util at a minute 10. They're being patient. This could pay off later on. Still clearing territory, showing presence in this last round of the first half. You see the information seeking is very active from Lynn Vision. Different areas. Now Manassi comes through, making his way through mid. Taking some risks in this last round, and Westbellen deals with that one. 5-on-3, 40 seconds remain. Bob close to the B bomb site, but Nico's the main lurker here. He's the one who's got to find something for the squad.
Ouch. He's found nothing. Dealt with by Westmelon. So Starry has a great chance to close the half. JKS will do what he can, but Lynn Vision with a little comeback at the end of the half. They stick in it with 5 CT rounds. Find out if they can do any more after the break.
I've been trying to unwind. There's a skyline, and it's smiling on us tonight. Let's sit round the campfire, tell stories through the night. Oh, this might be the last time. Let's sit round the campfire. Let's sit round the campfire. Oh, campfire. Round the campfire. Oh.
Yeah, I hope you ready for the comeback. Steve Nash, I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you ready for the, yeah, I see it's time. Press play on the tape, no rewind. No delay, put it all on the line. Only going up, ain't no room for the climb. Meet me at the top, or you won't ever see me. I'm making dreams come true like a genie. I'm making moves soon, you gon' have to king me. Checkmate, crown, you gon' have to bring me. Ain't no other way.
My God, he's a viral! The best in the game!
Yeah, time for the second half. We got some late rounds on the side of Lynn Vision, and you can see the pop off towards the end there. Maybe that is the struggle over for them. Perhaps the big focus for them is their T side. It often is on Anubis. We'll see if it's going to be true for them. Well, certainly a rout, a landslide of rounds for G2. See if they can close this one out quickly then, or if Lynn Vision will have something to say about this second half.
Yeah, they got a few CT rounds at the end there. 4 in a row for Lynn Vision. Promising signs. They also showed us some creativity in that first half with some of the rounds they were running. So I'm hoping we can see more of the same on their T side. Anubis is pretty much the only map in the pool that is T-sided right now. So all hope is not lost for Lynn Vision yet. It is still going to be a tricky comeback against a team of G2's caliber. Double dualies for G2 then in the pistol. See JKS do some filthy things in pistol rounds prior. Oh, it's a big drop down. Hunter is these steps. He commits to the corner. How much can he do? Only 1 kill outright, but big damage on the second man as well.
Fade away flash from Hooksy. He gets a kill as well. Oh, very nice from Hooksy. Drops the bomb and maybe closes out this half if they can convert this one. Westmoreland has much to do. Could see G2 pick up that momentum once again that they had for most of the first half if they can close this one out. But Westmoreland's got plenty of time. Disengage for now. Try and isolate the fights. Try and find the 1v1. JKS won't be the one he was looking for though. G2 move to 11.
Lovely round from Hooksy. Our first player tried to jump across, but because Hunter had done so much damage with these dualies, our first player just dies to a body shot, and then that allows him to go back to headshot height for these follow-up players who aren't quite quick enough to move in for the trade. That is incredible aim there from Hooksy, just strafing back and forth at headshot height. Really well done by him with the USP. He is now joint top fragging the server. Great to see from Hooksy. Lynn Vision very disciplined in this round. Just a single P250 bought into this one.
Very dry looking round indeed. Nico's looking good. Great head of hair. Fellow Rakia fan, Nico. Fellow watch enjoyer, Nico. Oh, Nico, that's in a lot of trouble. And Manasi might get a kill or two, but position has been taken. Position has been lost. JKS cleans up. Just the 1 player loss is fine. Lynn Vision on the buy now. 5 to 12 is where their buy round begins. A very difficult situation to be in. They need immediate success.
This is what they saved for. Had faith in the gun round. And I do like that from Lynn Vision. I think if you're going to pick a map, you've got to believe that your gun rounds can carry you through, pull off this comeback. See if their T side does indeed look good. The boost, oh, it's awkward. Amelia spots m0NESY over the top. He actually nearly goes down there. It's the opening kill that Lynn Vision were looking for.
Less than ideal, to put it politely. Lynn Vision in a 5-on-4 with 1:30 on the clock at this point as I am speaking. Plenty of time, showing presence around the B bomb site. The liberties being taken by Hunter though, maybe understanding what that spray was suggesting. Pops through the smoke and sees almost no one there. Now, what will be interesting is if Lynn Vision will hesitate in the mid to late round with the advantages they have and let the round slip away from them, because those are the things that can happen with a team playing more remote Counter-Strike versus one of the best in the world. You will look to exploit such things. An investigative flashbang, not responded to by fire at the very least. But again, with that little poke from the B bomb site, G2 are expectant and positioning themselves towards that A area. They've evacuated mid, leaving Starry to show presence, but trying to smoke it off. JKS has to deliver though. He is oh so blind. And the problems are compounded for G2 now, but Nico looking for the multi-frags. They're lining up for him, but they're still alive. All in the red for Lynn Vision. Hunter with an MP9. This could be the perfect storm for Hunter if he goes for it.
There's a bit of money in the bank. Does he risk it? They're all sticking together. This could be so awkward here for Lynn Vision. Oh, good shot from G. Otherwise, that could have gone so horribly wrong. A credit to Lynn Vision. They're able to turn it in their favor. I thought even Nico was going to have a chance for a massive play there. Was that initial kill. Westmelon then, the flash comes in. They're able to get this man out of here. Nico here, I thought he had a chance because there were so many low players. He just gets the dink, but Westmelon gets the frag. G just about able to close the round for his team. A very tight round in the end. One that goes the way of Lynn Vision. It looks like Hunter's already got an M4 in hand. So the rest of the team on the G2 side should be forcing as well. This is Lynn Vision's chance here to try and break that CT economy.
Yeah, this is a big chance for them. They had to win a round early. They've managed to do that. Some awkwardness from G2. Getting caught boosting. This has created a window for Lynn Vision, who have half the score of their opponent. But this is the time to catch up. Nico has a deagle though. That never bodes well for the opponent. I don't know how many Nico deagle highlights I've commentated over the years, but there's always room for another one. Fade Knife Enjoyer. Hello, Fade Knife Enjoyer. It's all about the classics.
Very patient then from Lynn Vision. See, just jiggling this angle. It's always a little scary. A couple of warning shots. m0NESY will back away. Flash comes in for m0NESY, actually. So they were really trying to be cheeky there, flashing back in on the other side. Like the attempted trick, but Lynn Vision don't fall for it. Seconds remaining now. In the mid-round here, especially with this aggression, but Nico's shot is missed. m0NESY able to bring it back. Elsewhere, though, Westmelon doing good work. That smoke will slow them down, though. They're grouped up outside B. That pressure could be a little uncomfortable here.
Saka moving through. Very nice aim from him. 4-on-2 for G2. They are getting wiped out. This is such a good spot for Lynn Vision. And again, I did wonder when we got to the end of their CT half and the pop-offs when they were winning those last rounds, made me think, all right, was this about survival on that CT side? When they moved to the T side, they have now taken control of the game. Well and truly, they have forced an opportunity for themselves to show us what they can do on Anubis versus the likes of G2, who have lost a lot of money in these recent rounds. So everything is on the table for Lynn Vision to mount a comeback on this T side. We'll just have to bear witness and see if they can do it.
Yeah, and listen, Lynn Vision are kind of having to do this the hard way, not just because they were so heavily down previously. They've also lost both pistol rounds here. Bad starts to both halves. And back in that first half, they had a 5v2. They probably should have been able to close in the pistol. They let it slip, and then they ended up falling 10-1 behind at one point. So impressive that they've been able to bounce back at the start of this second half. We'll see how far they can take this run on their T side. This round should be a gimme. JKS trying to get the timing right between mid and A. All for the rotation. Does m0NESY decide to push with the FAMAS? Is there any angle available? The boost could be the answer. Good kill from above, but that frag should find them access to A. There we go, the rotation well cut off. Nothing doing for G2.
Wonderful pre-fire. That presence of mind is important. It's things like that which can be lost, details like that which can be lost when you're playing from further away, when your usual opponent is your local opponent. So it's great to see the presence of mind from Lynn Vision to deal with situations like that again. It's a micro thing, but it's a good indicator for the series. Pre-fire here from Westmelon, making no assumptions. The threat's not dealt with until all the opponents are on the floor. Full buy is back, almost a full buy, G2. If m0NESY doesn't have an AWP, I'm not going to call it a full buy. It will bring some aggression of their own. Amelia eats a fat flashbang, and his aggression taken. Aggressive map control taken by G2. HooXi continuing to show presence. Big smoke for him to fall back with, though. Now what do you do? Time for a plan B if you're Lynn Vision.
Love the call from G2 to get active. I think sometimes top teams struggle in these games because they think they can just sit back and be the better team. Sometimes it's a good idea to take initiative, make Lynn Vision uncomfortable. It's now that they're down a man that they have to maybe think of a plan B, maybe have to adjust their plan in this round. See what Lynn Vision's plan ends up being. They've got a minute left on the clock. Slow move towards mid. It's currently open. Oh, Nico is watching it from that A side. Here's some more CT aggression. Westmelon remains tucked in. Could he get multiple kills here? Are they going to clear him? The first man does not look his way whatsoever. HooXi doing damage back. Meanwhile, the bomb's coming back to B.
HooXi has to stay alive there. He has to stay alive, but the molly will force his position. That leaves m0NESY on an island. Nico's on the way, but the mollies are on the way as well. Saka doesn't need a trade frag. He'll do it himself. G2's lead is dissipating quickly. It's dissolving in front of our eyes. It's an effervescent tablet in a glass of water. Lynn Vision are going to work on the T side, and who knows what to expect, how far they can go. But so far, so good for them. G2 on the back foot once again.
Yeah, fair play to Westmelon in that round. He decides they need at least one player still towards B long, while the rest of the team were grouped outside A. Just denying that aggression gives Lynn Vision the opportunity to quickly bring the bomb back. Pressure from both sides. Saw how uncomfortable G2 were on that bomb site. They get run over pretty quickly. So even though it was an initial disadvantage for Lynn Vision, they're able to turn it round despite the adversity. It's a great sign going forwards.
Not for free, says Westmelon. Again, showing spatial awareness. It's not your typical remote team. It's one of the best. Spoke about Cyclone being a common opponent for them in Vision. Reading into maybe their own expectation of success based on what Cyclone were up to. A lot of friction for HooXi. Oh, Hunter. That flash was so poorly timed for him, but HooXi has dropped Amelia at the very least, and he's still standing. They've forgotten about him for a moment. He finds two. and he's made it close enough because it's the rifles that remain in the hands of Nico and JKS. That is a very dangerous pairing. G makes it just JKS, but it's an instant trade. Now the bomb is under his control, and Westmelon has to find a clutch. He's got the info, though. JKS not aware of this flank. There is a window for Westmelon, but he's not taking it. That would be a more difficult angle for him to engage in. But the longer this goes on, the more JKS will start to wonder about his 6 as well. Look at his crosshair swing straight to the angle. 40 seconds. JKS has conceded position of the bomb. Wondering about potential flank. Now, where does Westmelon go? Managed to get himself a very nice position before JKS could get back to the angle, and now he could be in any number of places. JKS with no kit has to find the frag in timely fashion, no less. He could be in the water, he could be in all kinds of places. Does he clear deep left? Is that enough information for him then, for JKS? Westmelon posting up, and he knows that there's just too many options, too many angles. Try to save his rifle. Lynn Vision make it to 10. The comeback continues on the T side, and you can see how important those CT rounds were for them now.
Yeah, they're right back in this game. That was a round that maybe shouldn't have come so close. G2 did really well at getting kills. I mean, Hooksy especially survived for so long at the back of the site. Looks like they weren't 100% aware that there were 2 players back there. Eventually, the trades come back from these rifles. They bring it into a close scenario. Again, Westmelon shows really good awareness of what's going on in the big picture. He's already in a good position where he maybe could have flanked. Instead, he decided to just go back to the site, and JKS second-guessed himself. Left the bomb site. All Westmelon needed to do was sit back and realize JKS probably didn't have a kit, and that was going to be costly. So just 2 rounds in it. G2 at one point had a 10-1 lead in this game. They were so far ahead. Now it is incredibly close. It's a double AWP setup as the adjustment for G2. Looks he will take that AWP over to the B bomb site, but m0NESY looks to get active towards mid.
Boy is back. Scoped in and ready to go. There's no flash though. There is a flash. Great start for Lynn Vision. Disaster strikes immediately for G2. What does Nico do here? Looks like they will be conceding some of mid to Lynn Vision. Minutes on the clock. A lot of Molotovs for Lynn Vision at this point, and have a look at them gravitating towards the B-bomb site. But G2 appear to be doing the same.
Nice volley down from Hunter. Oh, but he peeks behind it, and G was waiting. Hooksy can't help his teammate. This bomb flank could be very difficult to deny now. Hooksy with a missed shot. Still sticking around up close, but a 3-on-5. Still no kills for G2. They have to bail. And I think they need a timeout right now. This has quickly collapsed for them in their second half. They are not finding success right now. This time losing the opening duels. m0NESY goes down early. Not sure how many timeouts we've seen here from G2. Saw Nico somewhat vocal there. They know that this round is over. Only question is, do Lynn Vision want to hunt them down? Don't know if Lynn Vision will get towards them in time. Saving 3 guns would be very nice here for G2. Would at least allow them potential buy going forward. Yes, needs to be a little careful. 2 players swinging. Great transfer. So JKS just about holds on to his gun. Should certainly allow a buy into the next.
This situation has become very urgent for G2 though. Lynn Vision have come charging straight back, and there's a timeout you were looking for, at least to break momentum briefly. Just 1 round behind now, Lynn Vision. We said that this map series would look juicy for them, would look promising for them. It was a good scenario for them, maybe one of the best they could ask for. They are demonstrating why in the first map. Now they're on a T side of Anubis. It has been a storm, a hell of a comeback. It's been fast versus G2. Fast, consistent, and decisive from Lynn Vision. They haven't had the cracks that you normally see in a team used to playing local Counter-Strike. They've had their flanks ready, they've had the off angles, and G2 have not been able to take liberties with their aggression. And now they're forced to save with 3 when Lynn Vision take the bomb site. It's that bad for them, but that's great for Lynn Vision. They are answering the test of top teams like G2 thus far.
Fast aggression from Amelia, but it's the AWP of m0NESY waiting. The flashes didn't force him away because he was tucked into that corner. They didn't reach far enough. Could that be what G2 were looking for? Haven't won a single gun round here in the second half. G2 went 12-5 up. Lost every round since. Could be about to change as they've got the man advantage here. JKS is incredibly isolated on A though. He needs to make sure he doesn't go down too soon. Long range, the scoped AUG works wonders. Double kill for JKS. This should be G2's round now.
The scopes will absolutely be the deal breaker in this scenario for Lynn Vision. Not just in this round, but maybe that's how G2 are able to answer. m0NESY's been somewhat missing the AWP in some rounds, not all rounds. Delivers 2 on this occasion. G2 start creeping forward once again. There is, of course, money for Lynn Vision with the success they've had so far. But that's it. One wrong step in the wrong place, and m0NESY won't need 2 shots. Great time for JKS to have a tight angle in the AUG as well. Very difficult to respond to that. Difficult to even identify it. Amelia opting for the Galil to get utility with the rest of the team. What was a moment's hesitation before that came through? Team player though. So the question for Lynn Vision is, where is m0NESY? Where is that AWP? Can we identify that without it costing us a person? Oh, it's very nice by Amelia. 4-on-4 isn't going to be good enough, and now they know where m0NESY is. That's a trade they'll take.
Yeah, no helmets on G2, so that Galil must have just popped the head of Hunter. However, m0NESY quick on the refrag. Starry sitting behind this smoke, but Nico will drop back. It's JKS again, pretty alone on A. Good timing on the incendiary though. Now Nico will start moving back from mid to help him. There's the end goal for Lynn Vision though. They've still got 50 seconds. They still got Starry on this lurk. Options are open, but m0NESY's closing those options with these kills. Another frag found on a different angle. Now Lynn Vision don't feel like they can come back here.
Yeah, they really need to go wherever m0NESY isn't. Otherwise, he's going to break them. There was a window there, Lynn Vision giving focus towards the main entrance to A. Starry's lurk will be thwarted now. Nico's there for the instant trade, and they have all the advantages. This is where Lynn Vision starts to run out of money. 17 seconds, D will be traded by Hootsy. They keep those trades going in their favor, G2, and they're 2 away from the first map.
Honestly, showing us the power that that AWP can have. Oh man, that's such a tight angle. That was great from Amelia, but he did get traded. And m0NESY, just the presence of that AWP forces these Lynn Vision players back to A, where the rifles are ready and waiting. JKS, alongside Nico, both with AKs, is a terrifying position to run into. It's not just that, it's also that Lynn Vision wouldn't have been ready at that point in the round to go for the A play. See, they were trying to come back to B. On the fly, they had to call to go into A. That just means the coordination can sometimes be slightly off. This could be G2 breaking through then. Lynn Vision's map pick in trouble right now because they've only got 1 AK for this round. They could be facing a map point against them or 4 map points against them. They can't pull off a miracle here.
That's an important frag. AK stays alive, switches to another player with More health and Kevlar. JKS eats a flash. That'll compromise his position somewhat, but he will compromise Lynn Vision far further. Bomb secured as well. Bomb plant would be crucial for Lynn Vision, but will be denied by G2, who moved to game point. It seems they might survive this test after all.
Yeah, looking good for them. They've adjusted well here. I think JKS has been so reliable on that A site as well. You see why he gets put in this position. At A bomb site, oftentimes left with players by themselves that have to do well in anchor spots. JKS is pretty much the perfect player for that sort of position. So Lynn Vision facing 4 map points against them. Have to dig deep here. Couple of AKs into this round. What does their last stand look like? Smokes down. Hunter takes initiative. Good angle. Great adjustment. And they could be out of here.
Trying to find that third as well. So much pre-fire, but Hunter is a little savage in this round. Very aggressive indeed. Looks like the end of the line for Lynn Vision. A great showing for themselves in this second half, though. Absolutely. And I love the confidence as well. Even, again, in the body language towards the end of that first half, they knew they had done enough to get to work in this second one. Still against G2 at the end of the day, though. That will show in the degree of separation as we look to close out this game of Anubis.
Oh, Hunter finally denied by the Deeg of Starry. No rotation yet from G2. JKS is being left with 2 tasks on his hand, holding both mid and A. Maybe a clean kill onto JKS would be the way into this round, but even then it's a long shot. A site is open though right now. That is at least something.
All right.
Hello.
Perhaps not done with this one just yet. Starry has had highlights versus G2 before. And if G gets dropped here, then maybe he'll need another one. But who goes first? Surely Starry's the one who goes with the pistol. They both swing. They understand. They've got to find these frags. Modesty flicks. I remember one. G with the AWP now. Eats the flashbang. No one on the bomb just yet. Manages to stay alive. 1v1. And there's 1 round in the magazine as well. Nico creeping forward and he delivers the flick. They're not done with this game just yet. Let's go. Let's go. Very nice work.
Big round for Lynn Vision. That is not one they should have been able to come back in. How did they pull that off? G2 looked like they were certain it was going to be that B site. That's why they left JKS alone watching mid and A. And that gives the timing window, the sneak into the site, something that G2 weren't expecting. JKS comes back and gets caught by Starry. But even then, it was not easy for G once he got left in that 1 versus 3. He trades out Monacy, he gets that AWP into his hands. And damn, does he deliver. Lynn Vision showing us some of that promise. Some of that individual skill they have in this round.
Oh, dude. Oh, Monacy, such an animal.
He's crazy.
No disrespect to the clutch from G, but like using a glass mouse pad. What is going on? That is such a flick. Anyway, Lynn Vision continue to surprise us in the best way. Plenty of rifles. Nico will hear the sound, he'll hear the threat, and he will feel G puncture him and get an early 5-on-4. Let's go, Lynn Vision. What a performance versus G2 we're seeing.
There's that shot from Monacy getting on that angle again. This time Westmelon taken out of the equation. The question is, do G2 rotate anyone to help JKS? He is isolated right now. Looks like Hunter will be the man to pick up mid, so JKS can fully focus on that A bomb site. It is that A bomb site that looks likely to be tested. Actually leaving JKS alone again. He's got a lot to do here.
Not much vision to do it with either. the 4 alive for the retake, make it 3. Hunter has been dispatched off, position taken by Lynn Vision. Starry's spot's going to be a problem, and you can see there isn't much rotation coming in from G2. Again, another scenario where they've got to prioritize their buys and slowly slink away from A.
Honestly, Lynn Vision, especially once they're getting this opening pick, they seem to be figuring out that this A site could be a weak point. AKS has done pretty well in previous rounds, solo holding that site, but there's only so many times you can do that when mid is also open. This time, Starry on that lurk just cuts off the rotate of Hunter. That's all they need. Lynn Vision up to 13. 2 away from taking us to overtime. What a start to this series that would be. And that's despite m0NESY getting aggressive and getting that pick right back. But both AWPers find an opener for their respective teams. 4v4 is something Lynn Vision have clearly shown there. They're very happy to work with. Do G2 change anything? Do we see any further aggression? Do we see more players put over towards mid and A? Looks like their standard setup for now.
Honestly, if they could avoid m0NESY, then they're in with a good shout time and again. Stay away from m0NESY. He will do enough damage to just break the round. That's how I feel about this. So the util left for Nico to allow extra men elsewhere. And he can provide the presence of multiple men. Oh, Walt Westmelon gets the best of m0NESY for once. It's a promising start. Lynn Vision not really showing their whole hand yet either. But now that m0NESY's been popped towards B early, you do wonder what their intentions are. The bomb is outside A though, but we can see G2 being proactive in that respect. Emilia's far ahead enough of his teammate that with that trade, G can still fall back, but Zach's coming in from the back. And again, G2 have been outmaneuvered. Lynn Vision, I'm a fan. What we're seeing is great from them though so far. Really wonderful stuff.
I love that reposition from Westmelon out towards B long. Not an easy angle to clear up above. You saw it was just kind of his head showing. So m0NESY's AWP not able to really spot him at the right time. The money for G2 is bad. They have to save these guns. Look, see, it's his shot. Even if you save these guns, the buy probably won't be perfect. Lynn Vision realize they can afford to hunt here. We're heading towards round 30. They don't need money anymore, and the flash is on point. Both players taken out. G2 will be broke. Their buy will be suboptimal into round 30. Lynn Vision with a fantastic chance to take us to overtime.
Great work by Westmelon. Again, I think m0NESY is the big frag. They have to keep him neutralized to find success in these rounds. That is working for them at the moment. Great damage towards the end. Great transfer from Starry. All the pieces are in the right place for overtime, but work still has to be done. Again, the freedom, the chaos of a triple MP9 round might just be the antidote for G2 in the weirdest way.
Looks he pushed through B long this time with that rifle. Looks he had the money. He's decided to stick with the M4 himself. See if that one rifle does come into play in this round. Westmelon tagged down low early, so that AWP gets transferred over to him. Wow, mid-round aggression. The Starry's transfer is fantastic. And Lynn Vision, 2 players up, a 5-on-3 to try and take us to overtime.
G2 have got to find something. And Lynn Vision have got the time to wait if they want. No presence in mid. Anybody watching here, though? Starry is very well positioned indeed. Oh, Hooksy looks to his left-hand side. Catches Westmelon. However, G's the one carrying the bomb. Things getting active now. 39 seconds. JKS, where does he go? Switches from an MP9 to a FAMAS. Less than ideal. Bomb still in isolation in T-spawn. Unsure as to which way to go. 2 CTs remain. 30 seconds. Can't take too long. They need to take the bomb sites as well. Emilia's asking questions. Throwing some util. Oh boy, the bomb was heading towards B as well. This could be a collapse for Lynn Vision. Which way do they go? But hold on a second. JKS has rotated over towards B. That's given space for Emilia to take the bomb site. With 10 seconds to go, they're going to get an uncontested bomb plant.
Just about getting it down, and they even have the AWP for the post plant. This looks so good now for Lynn Vision.
Hunter and JKS moving together. They have to get the trade frags going. Footsteps are heard. Emilia holding the close angle. G's already scoped in, so this is going to be a nasty surprise. Who peeks first? G can peek, and then Emilia can pop out afterwards. Down to the 1v1, and we are heading to overtime. Lynn Vision with a massive comeback in the first game versus G2.
They're on their feet. They're hype, and with good reason. Lynn Vision bring it back with 4 in a row, and G had to win a couple of clutches there, a couple of late round scenarios. That transfer is exquisite from Starry. Denies the aggression outright. Even though the time pressure looked like it was going to get to Lynn Vision, it actually goes their way again. They are finding empty bomb sites. They're finding weaker bomb sites in the mid and late rounds. And there's so much pressure on those shots from G. But he lands them. He looks steady. And Lynn Vision looked like they could really take the fight to G2 in this series. Their map pick incredibly close right now. It's time for the bonus rounds. I'm pretty sure G2 have no timeouts as well.
This is awesome.
Get the headphones back on. Let's go. A little too excited. But you love to see it.
This is really cool. Especially what's to come in the future for CS in general. Great showing so far. Not here to just make up the numbers. Not hashtag happy to be here. Sit down and get ready to defend on the CT side because Lynn Vision are coming to slap. What a great half from them. Full of confidence, full of promise. Lynn Vision force overtime. G2 have got to find a way for m0NESY to get them some 5v4s.
Oh, big switch up from G2. They are heavily stacked on A. They're going aggressive out through A. This is a complete switch in G2's CT approach. They've left m0NESY alone on B. They've taken A entirely. So now they know that A site is not under threat. These B players can be well prepared here.
Good start. Again, we asked questions of the mid to late round from Lynn Vision, and on their T side, they have answered those questions. How will they respond to this? They would have heard or let util. Showing presence in mid now. m0NESY still posted up down below. 1 minute on the clock. Seeing quite a few aggressive plays from G2 out through B. Swing and a miss from m0NESY as he sees one head towards the A bomb site. That's the lurker though. And they'll remain with 3 on the B bomb site. So not taking the bait just yet, but they have no one in mid either, G2. And Nico will be the first to drop. In they go, m0NESY in battle sniper mode. This is where he comes to life. He's found 2 already. Looking for a third one. Finding it also, 3 on 2. m0NESY has the bomb almost at his feet. G's on the wrong side of a smoke with 25 seconds on the clock. Starry still in mid. JKS on the rotation. 20 seconds to go. m0NESY's that problem they've managed to avoid for so many rounds, but when they come his way, he doesn't need much in the name of help. 9 seconds to get that bomb planted, and there might just be a chance. G down to 1 HP. Unbelievable. Can he find the angle in time? No. Try to finish off the job. And now it's G with that 1 HP. There's a pre-fire from JKS. m0NESY did enough with the 3K.
Man, it was m0NESY's last shot with that AWP. I thought it was going to deny G. Somehow, he gets away with 1 health to get the bomb onto the site. It gets him the chance to try and win another clutch, but not meant to be this time. Big props to m0NESY. Dancing around this position, going back and forth. That shot was great, really quick. And then JKS just gets into position. That's the missed AWP shot as he jiggles back and forth, which makes G a sitting duck. G2 finally win one of those late round scenarios. They take the first in overtime. They do more on their CT side that they struggled on in regulation. m0NESY aggressive again. Great shot from m0NESY. Tracks him across. The rest of Lynn Vision stacked outside this B site.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. m0NESY is the round breaker. They have to avoid him. HooXi with the AWP will be forced off the angle, but finds the shot onto Amelia. Nice tag onto G as well. Isolates the bomb from the bomb site with that molly. Starry trying to get to work now, but he's got so much to do. Westmelon and Starry will keep the numbers close, but again, G's in an awkward angle with this bomb. He needs the CTs to go a little too far. Westmelon creeping in the meantime. They'll both have angles. Oh, there's JKS dealt with by Westmelon, who will show presence now. G's got a more aggressive angle, but you can see he's holding down new jobs. Look how it turns around for Lynn Vision. Westmelon and G deliver the goods. They are confident, they are strong.
Nice little celebration there. They still look really relaxed, honestly, in overtime. There's the release after every round, but they still look like they're having fun. I love to see it from Lynn Vision. Looked like HooXi was going to be the difference maker, but the turnaround close quarters, and then Westmelon arrives from below. And that jiggles for info, back for the headshot. And G in position to just cut off the rotation. Thought that double AWP setup would make the difference, but Lynn Vision still find a way to crack into that B bomb site. Now Amelia hard clears the corner, gets Lynn Vision the early lead.
JKS was full Stevie Wonder mode. Nothing to be done there. Big 5-on-4 for Lynn Vision. We know that they convert from these scenarios. We know that they are able to use their time well. Early, mid, late, doesn't matter. They are ready for Anubis. So what did G2 do? They know Lynn Vision will exploit them if they are given the space. It's been hard to identify what Lynn Vision are doing at times. m0NESY still here though, with one of 2 AWPs. Very good timing for HooXi. Sound cues for Hunter. He knows someone's lurking close. That could be a big clue. Big flash. Almost finding 2. Zach stuck in the corner for now. I'm not sure if he escapes this. Hunter not wanting to go too far, not wanting to expose himself too long. Falling away now. Urgency still high for G2. Great timing to isolate the fight. But have a look at Starry. Might not get there in time. Most everyone else is gone. He's got to find 2 and quick before they can respond. m0NESY on the way, clearing the bomb site. There's 1. There's 2. Not in time to save Zaka though. 15 seconds for Starry to get another highlight versus G2. Not on this occasion. They lead by 1 as we switch sides.
That's big from G2. Getting 2 CT rounds is massive. That gives them a huge edge here because both these teams struggled heavily to get CT rounds in regulation. Both these teams could only get 5 CT rounds out of 15 opportunities back in regulation. So to get 2 CT rounds here in overtime, I think it has to put G2 in the better position, but they still have to close. Lynn Vision taking a slight risk at the start of this round. They are heavily stacked over towards A. Only 2 CTs on B. G2 might be able to punish that here.
A fast surge into the bomb site. The trades will favor G2. Lynn Vision have the money for the next round, of course. Surely they have to go for this. No matter what the odds. Okay, they're giving him the 1v1s, G. He's got time to do this. He has a kit as well. Switching out for the M4. 18 bullets in the magazine. Oh, he's baited JKS out as well. One more to find Hooksy behind the pillar. He simply has to survive. He has to stay hidden. He may have done it now. And he certainly has. Game point again for G2. That was a scary one.
Yeah, quad kill from Hooksy on that B site entry route. Really great round from him. As you said, though, that is crazy from G. I love that play to just bait JKS out. Because I'm sure the call was, okay, as soon as Hooksy gets contact, that's when JKS peaks. But even then, he has to predict the rough position. Such a smart idea. It nearly pays off. But Hooksy had the time on his side, and G2 have 2 map points. 2 chances to break Lynn Vision's heart on this first map.
Back to that struggle on the CT side for Lynn Vision. A wonderful display on the T side. But night and day when they're defending. Not easy on Anubis. G2 lurking with these AKs and this utility. That smoke will save for now. Stario will get smoked anyway. Hiding in plain sight is Westmelon. They're in so much trouble here, Lynn Vision. The push is coming too slowly from that A-bomb site. They need to get here way more urgently. Look at all these T players around this B-bomb site. Even with Amelia's forward position, they have no possession or position of mid. No info around mid, so not easy to rotate from the A-bomb site. Could be compromised. 36 seconds. G starting to make his way over. Shadow advantage. Westmelon can't find 2 though. Zach has been dropped as well. 2 on 4. Make it 1. G, round the back, bomb getting planted. How do you avoid getting traded in a 1 versus 4 with an AWP? Oh, that's 100 to 50 right there. D2 taken to overtime, but they will secure the first map versus a mighty test against Lynn Vision.
Service I'm driving, bucket seats for you when we riding, and we high off life, we doing 90, and the highway car right behind me. Paranoia really untimely. Am I going crazy? I might be. Find somebody else like me, that's unlikely. They flashing while I'm driving back home. 11 at night, in parties, but I'm feeling alone. All the stars in the midnight sky look pretty. Baby, you're rolling, can you please come with me? Cause I'm tired of the pop life and I need you. They flashing while I'm driving back home. 11 at night, in parties, but I'm feeling alone. All the stars in the midnight sky look pretty. Baby, you're rolling, can you please come with me? Cause I'm tired of the pop life and I need you.
I go home when I win. I'm alone when the wind blows. And I won't lie. Oh, I'm hoping I get advances. This increases chances. Yeah.
My life is like a prom, but there ain't no dances. I'm standing in this hall getting funny glances. I was raised as a youth, but was missing parents. I was raised by my granny, shit, I miss my granny. Hardly raised by my daddy, but I miss my daddy. Wasn't raised by my mother, but I miss my mother. I ain't get to know my mother, but I actually loved her. Strange. I made the studio my home. Every time I touch a microphone, I'm at home. Every time I hear a metrodome, I get in the zone. Every time I get into the zone, I'm usually all alone. Home is where the heart is, pop. It's where our art is. Usually goes the heart is, pop. It's where our art is, showing them that you are hip hop. Long as you finish, doesn't matter where you started. I home. When I win, I'm alone. When the wind blows in and I won't lie. Oh, at home, I get home, go home, get home, go home, get home, go home.
So home is where the heart is, yeah. I said I'm in love with my hood, just know my love ain't lust. Hater said he had my chick, just know my broads ain't touch. Don't be snitching on my clique and get my dog caged up. Look for smoke and get you all blazed up like a chimney. Aggressive with the ace when I hit your face with the mini-me. Have to switch the plates when I use the K on the enemy. I shoot it's automatic like bad habits and tendencies. All in the back, puffing the remedy.
He's a viral! The best in the game!
G on my West Melon until I get Lynn Vision. Words from Maui Snake on Twitter. What do you make of that, Hawker?
I don't know if that deserves a reaction, James. I'm just going to let Maui Snake live in his own little world and comment more on the game, because, man, that was so close from Lynn Vision. Listen, lowest seed versus highest seed. They go for the Anubis pick, which I love. Oh, it's just such a shame. You kind of just want to see them take the map at least. But, I mean, again, like, really promising signs for the Asian region. And definitely a lot of moments where they looked really comfortable in the big picture of what's going on in the rounds.
For sure. I think we've seen a lot of smashes with these opening matches, as they often should be. But Lynn Vision are telling us that this is not your usual highest rank versus lowest rank. Like, we're far away, and that's partly why we're lowest rank, but our play dictates something entirely different. They managed to avoid Manasi for the most part. They managed to neutralize him in some rounds as well. Towards overtime, then that became a colossal problem. Left alone, I feel like the more pressure he's put under, the more he delivers. I mean, he just delivers regardless, so, you know. But again, credit to Lynn Vision. It was, I really saw something, like on the cams, as we headed towards halftime and they won those final rounds. This was like, yeah, we did enough, boys. We're happy with this half. I was really curious as to what we would see from them in that second half, but boy, did they pull out the rabbit from the hat in that second half. On this T side, they were monstrous.
Yeah, some of these late round plays as well. G here, a couple of shots that he had to land. That was a big moment for these guys. You could see their reaction there. They kept their cool in a couple of late round scenarios, and that's normally where you'd expect Lynn Vision to maybe struggle, but here again, G, one bullet left, had to hit the shot, delivered for the squad. He actually got delayed going into overtime because they were so hyped after that one. And then G2 start to show their class. As you said, Monasi was avoided for a lot of the key round wins for Lynn Vision, but there in overtime definitely had some good impact. And despite Lynn Vision's best efforts, G2 eventually show their class. But Lynn Vision definitely have a lot of positives and a lot of pride to take from that map.
Yeah, that they all feel like they could have won that, and I think that they made believers in us all that they could have won that one. So I would be surprised if they didn't come into that one somewhat frustrated. Come out of that one somewhat frustrated, especially having taken it to overtime as well, having that massive comeback on that T side. Like, they did great things. Let's have a look at the aim high head-to-head and see the scores on the doors between the snipers for that one. The likes of Manasi versus G. Again, even though Manasi didn't break that many rounds for them, he still was fragging out as per usual.
Yeah, Manasi definitely had a good map here, but G technically got the exact same amount of kills as him. So I was impressed by both authors here, I've got to say. Especially because it's normally quite tricky for AWPers to step up against the top level of competition. We see it so often that G looks very steady throughout this map. Honestly, though, again, a lot of good moments from him. I think also his decision-making has clearly just been improving and improving as time has gone on. We saw that in a lot of rounds here where he knew when he needed to take initiative for the team, but also knew when he maybe needed to just play back towards that B-bomb site. And yeah, G, I didn't think he was too aggressive with that AWP, but just a lot of really solid standard shots, and he was rarely missing. And that's a real skill in and of itself, and something that I wasn't expected to see here. So he deserves a lot of credit for his performance as well.
Yeah, m0NESY is dependable, but also very explosive, maximum style points for him, but G's just dependable. You know, it's like you have a nice red dot on a rifle. It's not pretty, it doesn't do anything crazy, but it does what it's supposed to do and does it very, very well. It delivers to your expectations, and I think that's what G is. So definitely credit to him as well. I think it was great for both snipers in that game. I just really felt like if they were to lose, it would likely be because m0NESY just destroyed them in a key round somewhere, and you can only avoid him for so long. But again, we have a very competitive map in our hands. Again, like at the beginning of that one, you know, I think that for a scenario like that, top rank versus low rank, some questions you have are, can they deliver in the mid round and late round? I think Lynn Vision answered all of those questions. And now it's more about the wider map pool. We're going to get deeper into that one after this break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's time for the DHL Drop. Every week, CSGO talent go head-to-head to beat the buzzer. You can join them by typing !DHL Drop in the chat. Answer the questions correctly to get added to the global leaderboard. The higher you climb, the closer to earning a prize you are.
Those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all, even though you might just shatter. Now you're scared of time. Gotta beat the clock now. It's all up to pride. Cut my brain, struck out when you have about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna cry. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. Living the moment till I die. And I'm gonna chase it. And I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it. No matter how hard we try. And I'm gonna chase it. And I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it. No matter how hard we try. Fire in the veins, I fight to gain. Breaking all the rules to keep me sane.
Investigators looking for the culprit with the narcotic dope-ish, making sodas for poets. He had a full white beard. People thought he was Moses, overdosed it, murdered the whole block cause his verses was potent. At that moment, the fools was heartbroken cause he pulled out his mic and blasted speakers wide open, diagnosed it. Found out victims were still jonesing for that moolah-ish, so we dug up a bad omen, no emotions. Smudging off opponents, not knowing how them afros got puffy without Sean Coleman. Meanwhile, his stacks was growing and elbowing. Cats back in his past, he started to outgrowing police. They kept probing with campaigns and slogans, want him dead or alive. Soon enough, they was hoping at the crime scene, examining his hemoglobin, see notes.
My God, he's a viral! The best in the game!
After a close game of Anubis, we move to Inferno. Oh, that's a nice chandelier. A lot of different colors going on there. Might be a bit cheap though. But anyway, Inferno, the second map of our series. Still looks good for Lynn Vision as far as their map pool is concerned. They're still facing G2. They rose to the test on Anubis. Didn't quite come away with the W, but they certainly were capable of doing so, if you ask me. What to expect though on Inferno?
Yeah, listen, this is still a map that Lynn Vision quite like. They've actually picked this map in 3 out of their last 5 series over in Asia, Lynn Vision. So it should still be a comfortable map for them. I think hopefully that means we will still get a competitive enough map here on Inferno. The only downside is Anubis is a map that G2 don't really play that often. It's not really a core map for them. Obviously, with G2 picking Inferno, they think it is a very good map for them. It is one they play much more often. Would expect them to be much better on this map. And really, they only lose it against the top teams. So Lynn Vision would need to do a lot here to win this map. But I'm hoping they can still put the pressure on G2, who will still be starting on that T side. And they have a ton of utility ready for this pistol, as well as a P250 for Nico.
Nico's the man you want to see with a P250 in a round such as this. Gifted to him by Hunter or JKS, not sure which. Oh no, probably by Hooksy. Whiteout Enjoyer. Underrated skin. Always buy a factory new whiteout when they come out, whatever it is. Good start then for Lynn Vision. There goes Hooksy as well. The flashbang hasn't quite worked. How about that counter flash? It's all the frags for Amelia. Sit down. Not today, sir. Let's go. What a great way to start the second map.
What the hell just happened? He just kept shooting with the dualies, and it didn't feel like anyone was shooting back. This is crazy. One clip of the dualies. Headshot, headshot, ba-bam. Easy work. That's wild. Another great reaction moment for Lynn Vision. They definitely have the skill on this roster. We're seeing them win crazy rounds. And wow, what a way to start a map. They will be delighted with that. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Goes behind you. Oh no. Oh no, Nico, don't do him like this. He gets the timing right, but there's still one more man here. They're not ready.
Bro wants revenge, and he might just get it unless Saka can get a third. That would certainly help G2. Change of utility. Everything becomes different. G looking to send it through the smoke, but doesn't bite in the end. Good timing for Hunter. 2 versus 3. No kit for these 2 CT players. All with Kevlar for G2. Manasi's the only one without a helmet. Oh, that's a big frag for Starry. 2v2 then, as the MP9 starts to swing in. Down to the 1v1, but JKS will finish off the job. That is the hard reset. That is a great way to start the T side after getting busted in the pistol. Reset the CTs, force them into a force spy, put their economy in the bin.
And I think Lynn Vision might be learning the hard way that even if Nico had a quiet map in the last one, he is a hard player to keep down. And especially on Inferno, his banana entries can be so consistent and such a consistent problem you have to deal with. In that round, it was just the molly timing wasn't good enough. They didn't hear Nico, who I think took a tick damage. There's a shot down mid from Zaka. Scout gets an opening kill onto Monacy. So hold the phone, hold your horses. We could have another back and forth start to this half if Lynn Vision could bounce straight back here.
Uh-oh. That's an important second frag from Hooksy. The Mac 10 man, Amelia coming through the smoke. Force back a little. That's a nice tag through the smoke then. See if that's going to be a difference maker. Some flashes here for G2. Hooksy's holding one, deploys. Maybe just trying to buy more time into the crossfire. There you go, into the meat grinder. Nothing identifiable left after that. Zaka to fall back. G2 will survive that force bite. Again, obviously, there is an argument, at least as far as momentum is concerned, that this is a better way to begin things on the T side. Yes, this gives the CTs a round, but sets them further back in terms of their economy. Having won that first round, their loss bonus is in the trash with the bin juice right at the bottom in a leaky bag.
Wow, that was that first shot we didn't get to catch because it was just so quick. He was holding for it. G2 able to establish that crossfire, get onto the B site. Honesty goes straight for the AWP, actually, into this one, even though there is not a great deal for Lynn Vision to work with in this round. Looks like G2 should get out to a strong start here. I was looking up Westmelon, because I was intrigued by the name. Okay, Nico. All right, well, apparently I can't even talk about Westmelon, because Nico's just landed crazy shots, as he does. Yeah, I was looking up Westmelon. Apparently, Westmelon is the nickname for watermelon in China, because it was first introduced to China from neighbors to the west. And then apparently they call the pumpkin the South melon, because it got introduced by the neighbors to the south.
That's kind of cute. I like that. It's got
quite
lore
cool,
to it. It's got lore to
it.
I was wondering if it was some kind of weird autocorrect.
Yeah, I wasn't sure either. It didn't make much sense to me. I quite like that.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of the Pidgin English in Vanuatu, which I went to before DreamHack Melbourne, which is a bit more extreme than West Melon and South Melon. Their phrase for a helicopter is Mixmaster Blong Jesus Christ.
I don't even know how that happens. How?
I'm not joking.
Who decided that was going to be the name?
Mixmaster Blong Jesus Christ.
I'm impressed you remember it.
How can you forget that?
I suppose, yeah.
I like to say it to Freya at random. She finds it very funny. There are some more amusing phrases from that region which I will not mention on broadcast, which are even more amusing. But anyway, that is quite cute. West Melon and South Melon.
I don't know if the pumpkin's a melon though, is it?
Looks like one.
Yeah, I guess. Maybe it is.
If you've never had pumpkin croquettes, I strongly recommend them. You might find them in a Japanese restaurant or elsewhere. Maybe a Lebanese restaurant. But pumpkin croquettes are... It's like the pistachio gelato. It's the one you might not try unless someone tells you to, but it's the best one.
Right. That's what we like. Inside info, always good to have. Oh, look at this. Fast from G2 against the first gun round from Lynn Vision. Nico entering like a madman. It was Hunter that got the last one. Don't get too excited.
I almost
still
lost my wig.
I know, right? He still did very well there. That is just so quick from G2.
Lightning fast from them. Nothing to be done for Lynn Vision on this occasion. Westmelon still looking for his first frag. Head is a melon for the time being, as far as G2 are concerned. You wonder if this will be a far more difficult affair for Lynn Vision. Even if they're comfortable on the map, G2 and Inferno, so many big moments for them. Look at that hunt, no pun intended. 4-1 for G2. The situation is currently dire for Lynn Vision. When they had the hero AWP on the CT side of Anubis, they were very patient. They kind of had to be, it felt like. G2 are looking for those plays. Now they're on Inferno with the hero AWP. Will they be more aggressive?
Looks like G's taking that AWP over towards Banana. Any chances to try and peek deep and look for a pick. It's fasting from G2, this time into a long. Atari emerges into the crosshair of Nico, which is never fun. That is fun for Zaka. He nearly got the chance for a double there. Now his teammates have fallen. This does not look too good for Lynn Vision. G will be attempting to save the AWP at this point. Amelia might get a weapon as well. Oh, maybe there aren't any weapons about. Nico will take over AWPing duties while low on health. It's just very hard to keep Nico down. He's come into this map and you can see he's hungry to have good showing here. We're already seeing it.
What is your most desired change or fix in Counter-Strike 2 at the moment?
It's a good question. I mean, everyone's on about the tick rate right now, which is a bit boring. So maybe I won't go for that. Oh no, Nico died to the bomb. Oh well. I don't actually know. I think maybe I just don't feel like the movement's quite as like crisp when I'm counter strafing. I feel like in CS:GO that's like so big. You know, like those little jiggles like that.
Yeah.
I love how quick they are.
My friends said it feels like Source, which I kind of get. And some people have said it feels a bit sticky, the movement, which I kind of get. So yeah, it just does feel a bit odd for reasons I can't put my finger on. But anyway, we're into the buy rounds again for Lynn Vision. We'll get back to CS2 when there's time. 3 towards B will soon be 2 because Zaka's making his way back towards the A-bomb site to Nico. The can opener is feeling himself on Inferno, avoiding the flashes, getting some from his teammates, but Emilia's not shy to go for that duel. The urgency is high for Lynn Vision as Hooksy makes his way towards that pull position. I don't know if Emilia has any idea. Big pop flashes coming through. No one swinging on Hooksy though. That is a good sign. There we go, big frags, and now there are big problems for Lynn Vision on the B-bomb site, even bigger problems.
That's something you will see from Hooksy. He's very happy to just try and follow up on the space that Nico has taken and get into good positions. He's even got a second kill there towards the B site. So 3 kills in total for G2. Puts this round completely out of the question for Lynn Vision. And listen, I think it's nice that you can see, I think Nico is probably the one just calling, hey, I'm going to go for these entry plays on Banana. That time you saw there was the smoke down where he could just emerge on the right side of it. Something that Lynn Vision weren't 100% ready to deal with. But then Hooksy, he loves to try and get into that pull position or just get into these annoying positions if he thinks there's the timing for it. Look at how G2 are hunting these final players. They are ruthless right now.
Yeah, this is oppressive from G2. I think they're trying to take this momentum as far as they can. Some poker players from the 80s would essentially call this like playing a rush. If you're just feeling like things are going your way, you just play hyper aggressively regardless of the cards you have. Just try and put it on your opponents at all times. Feels like G2 are doing exactly that at the moment. Lynn Vision will take a timeout at the very least to break momentum from G2, who are storming them, overwhelming them, forcing them to make decisions very quickly, or in Nico's case, taking those decisions away. Great spatial awareness from Hooksy to make a play through the smoke towards Pool, undetected, and compound the problems for Lynn Vision. They have been unable to respond in these rounds. They have been victimized by G2 so far on Inferno.
It's been rather one-sided. Oh, and this time it's Hooksy to get the opener on Banana. Blind through the smoke, it does not matter. I think it's got that close angle molly, so may have a chance. Oh, there's good damage, but Nico does get dealt with. Good hold from Zaka, who actually gets a double on that spray. Finally, Lynn Vision deny that Banana aggression that's been so good for G2.
They are so broke, though. Even if they win this round, if G2 find more frags here, it just sets things up for rounds to come. Lynn Vision have to stay alive with 4 here, really. Want to see creeping with the AWP. Let's look at his position clearance. No one beats Nico, watching Nico do angles like this. But m0NESY could be quite interesting as well, as he edges forward from angle to angle. Every nook and cranny, boost position. Do they even stand a chance? Oh, hello. Amelia pops up at the right time. JKS will try to deliver what he can. Nothing on this occasion. They will survive with 4. There's an AWP if they want it. They will take a second one. Nope. Switches back to the M4 just in time.
Oh, good turnaround from Lynn Vision. Lose that first player, but much more aggressive down Banana. And really, the timing from Zaka is so important there. Nico had a good feel for when he could try and get through that smoke. Just wasn't ready for that player at top Banana. Got there at just the right time. Lovely timing there for Lynn Vision to work together. Now in this round, G2 fake that util on Banana, and they're going into A quickly instead.
Safety in numbers. 4 men on road, swinging while the bomb is waiting in mid. Oh, they're wrapping towards CT. We're going to have a hell of an explosive situation here. That turns into a baited library now. They've got a crossfire to CT. What's happening in this round? This is madness. Hooksy trying to deliver, but Amelia crouches and trades the frag. 2 on 2. Bomb still in mid. m0NESY trying to understand what remains around the A bomb site. And now G's made his way towards top mid. Scoped in already, no sound cues, just pain coming the way of one of these squads. Might come down to timing at this point. Nico slowly edging forward. m0NESY waiting for rotation. Amelia still in CT spawn and giving sound cues away. But why? They could be anywhere.
Is that going to be spotted? Yes, it will. m0NESY closes the round. Oh, man. Lynn Vision finding out the hard way where some of these G2 players were positioned. m0NESY so patient. And Hooksy has been pretty on point today with some of his entry frags. Another round where he gets a big multi-kill. Upwind to CT was so important. Brings it back to a 2-on-2. Looked like the gun barrel may have been spotted by m0NESY there for that final frag. Lynn Vision get dealt with. Now this is a chance for G2 to try and force Lynn Vision back again. Maybe finally a slightly slower round from G2.
m0NESY was waiting for the flashbang. Didn't get exactly what he wanted. Promising start for Lynn Vision then, but there's much more work to be done. Nico is still lurking. They've only got 1 flashbang, G2, with the 4 they have remaining, which is going to make things awkward for them, especially with G lurking in an aggressive angle. Bomb bouncing forward. Won't try to protect it though, just hold the advantage, hold the position from the bomb site itself. See Nico trying to show a little flesh and trying to identify where this sniper might be. Oh, wow. Nico, that's such a nasty frag from him, but has he created enough space? Because Westmelon is still here at the back, spotting one in the pool. That's such a hard position to deal with. That headshot position, grenades are on the way as well. trying to find time for the squad, but dropping eventually. 25 seconds to get this bomb plant. 3-on-2 for Lynn Vision. A fake, trying to even the numbers out before that bomb is planted, but the pressure is rising now because Lynn Vision didn't take the bait. Curry coming up banana. JKS stopping Amelia, but they are creeping. 10 seconds to plant this bomb. Hunter has to change his angle, going for the fountain plant. Angle, rather. JKS traded a 1v1. Hunter, 28 HP will be enough. Big swing, huge headshot. And G2 make it to 8. These are action-packed rounds we're seeing on Inferno.
That's just such a big brawl on the B bomb site. They go down 2 players early. That was the flash in. Blind him, but allow Westmelon to get the edge in the fight. The orb of G comes through. As you said, Nico looked like he was maybe going to get a double entry. Doesn't happen, but then JKS and Hunter work together wisely. They just try and get every advantage they can in these fights. They bait players into the open. JKS gets that initial kill. Then he transitions position to help Hunter. It gets Hunter into a winnable spot where he can win that final one-on-one. Big bailout round there from JKS and Hunter. JKS especially delivering. It puts Lynn Vision down into a round where they only have pistols to work with. G2 look very aware of that. He's picked up a MAC-10 in this round. Or he will be looking to get involved with some of these frags. Maybe it's just Nico again, up banana. Why not? Maybe that's why. The flash blinds him.
Oh,
be careful.
Continue as well, but again, Hooksy is poised to clean house with the MAC-10. Do what needs to be done. Hunter's here as well. G2 on a tear have not really given Lynn Vision space to do much in many of these rounds, despite being on the T side. Which seems to be the solution. They are building a massive lead in this first half, and I don't know how much there is for Lynn Vision to do about it, especially in a round such as this. Heading towards a 9-2 scoreline. They are fragging Lynn Vision, but they are not converting the rounds.
Yeah, some of them have been fairly close, but it feels like G2's individuals on a whole different level right now. Those had 4 opening kills. In terms of opening duels, Lynn Vision have actually won a fair few. But G2 always able to turn it around, it seems. Nico certainly has been putting a lot of pressure on Banana throughout these rounds. And this is what it gives the ability for G2 to do. In this round, Nico is just solo pressuring Banana because he's put so much emphasis on that position. The rest of the team will all group towards A. So Lynn Vision, very much lacking information right now.
Heading towards the minute mark. Much distribution of grenades from G2. Nico will be the man in the middle. Vision will switch to grenades as well. Looks like Zach will be the point man, keeping his gun out. There's the explosion through short from G2. Have a look at the sequence of events. Instant counter flashes, though, will slow them down, but Starry's been popped. Zach has got a lot riding on his shoulders, but Modesty there's the trade. Numbers being abused by G2 once again, and 2 remain in CT spawn. That marks the end of the round. Them heading towards that B bomb site. They have lost all they can lose in this round, as G2 will make double figures by the end of this one.
Looking very comfortable for G2 right now. See that Lynn Vision aren't able to get much early info. Always feels like they're being forced back. By the time the site play happens, the rotate is really hard to pull off because of how quick these trades are from G2. And with Lynn Vision having 3 CTs on the site, only able to get 2 kills between them. So G2 will take a 10th round. Solid spacing there from G2. They come up through short. They're able to trade their way onto the site. Hooksy sends himself in first, just so that he can get traded. Exactly what happens. It goes exactly according to plan. That nade kill to start certainly helped as well. 3 nades into pit, always annoying for the pit player to deal with. This crossfire never really got established. m0NESY with a really fast trade. JKS out from above. Nothing doing for Lynn Vision there.
Not afraid to take a duel is Amelia, but m0NESY is content with the AK-47. And a dab hand with it. Hooksy leading the charge for G2, 14 for 8. He has been the man with a plan, be it the rifle, be it the MAC-10. Goods have been delivered time and again. 14 for Amelia as well. Denied on this occasion. 4v5 for Lynn Vision. Utility coming G's way. This isolates the forces for a moment. NiKo with the continuation spray. That might be enough. Hunter's actually the one who's got a clean house here. Azaka's got a great position. Spots Hunter in the smoke as well. Bomb carrier stuck, but managing to escape for the moment. Into the hands of Starry he goes. He's in a sandwich now. Hunter with 7 HP. And nothing else to be done. Third round on the board for Lynn Vision.
We go a little more like it. And that's despite losing that opening kill. With Amelia getting boosted up on the half wall. m0NESY found that fair fight at the start of the round. It's that kill I was talking about. Just spotted on the side, but aggression from Starry goes well. And these trades solid enough. G just gets that shot off before he goes down. That allows the rotate to arrive. So Lynn Vision get a third round win. And they try and salvage something at the end of this half then. They were very far down on Anubis. Were able to bring it back after they salvaged a few rounds at the end of the first half. Much harder to pull that off on Inferno. So if there's any way for Lynn Vision to come away with 5 CT rounds, they need just 2 more. To certainly slowing down the pace a few of these recent rounds. Solo B is the AWP of G. Might change soon though. Lynn Vision realize they can't stick with that for too long, or do they? They're sticking with the 4A stack. They believe in that solo AWP. This A stack could work for Lynn Vision.
They've got 4 smokes as well, just deploying one of them, I think. Time could be on their side if they can keep their numbers up, but they cannot. Down to a 2-on-2. That bomb needs to be retrieved. The bomb's at the bottom of mid. And if there's a push here from Lynn Vision, they're going to find a prize. Oh, m0NESY just about sees Starry, but doesn't catch enough of him. Now they know the bomb is there. And NiKo's going to have to do it the hard way. 20 seconds, 1v2. He's found a smoke grenade. You can push forward. Maybe invites more variance for the CTs, but still, things are still in their favor. NiKo's found a way. He's halfway there. He needs to get that last kill, and Starry's got nowhere to go. He's got to check the underpass. Oh, he's so close, but not quite. 4th round, just about secured for Lynn Vision. He was on an island, nowhere to go, no retreat there.
It's almost like NiKo didn't believe that player would actually be an underpass. You see, he almost looked away before realizing, oh boy, he's actually here. Despite that B entry coming in, they'd have gone back for the bomb sooner. They might have been okay. They might have actually caught Lynn Vision off guard. But once Lynn Vision see the bomb, the CT's in a great position. They still have that smoke. Yeah, a little bit of a frustrating round loss there for G2. Felt like they maybe should have had that one towards the B site. Lynn Vision to take a timeout ahead of the last round of the half, though. MAC-10 in play for Hooksy. FAMAS for G. Everyone else has rifles. FAMAS is a rifle, but you know, it's not one you want. See if Lynn Vision can salvage 5 rounds then. aggression. Flash was in for Starry. Gets a good opening kill, and there's more where that came from. Zaka's sneaking in behind them.
Raising the stakes in the last round of the first half are Lynn Vision. Oh, Hunter. Line them up. Hello and goodbye. Lightly closing the door is Zaka. Sigh of relief and exhale. 2 on 4. Much needed 5th round again for Lynn Vision. A late resurgence, a Lazarus pit for the CT side, for the Chinese squad. Again, 2 of their 5 players. This is their first venture outside of China. Straight into the deep end versus G2. Almost taking Anubis from them. Fighting for a last round on their CT side of Inferno.
Well, Hooksy holding W at this point. Aids to try and clear out a player, but no one in that pit position. 2 different angles on this A site. That's impossible to deal with. Lynn Vision salvaged 5 rounds. They came back on Anubis, but can they do it on G2's map pick? Find out after this.
Some real talk from my thoughts. Real talk going on in my mind. Baby, still wicked with the rhyme. Plus, I'm still in my prime. I'm turning water into wine. Every day I will rise, rejuvenated, dedicated to the flow, and I'm so concentrated. Got flavors not barricaded or faded or outdated. I keep dropping ish, even if I'm situated. I'm resting on my laurels. Bam, got something for you. More of that dopeness so you don't go through withdrawals. So underground, I got you wearing snorkels. Best place to be where hip hop will support you. In the studio where the engineer records you. Cause when you blow up, the industry will try to sort you. Summertime come try to short you. But I'ma look fly even if I gotta wear a new lawsuit. Tighten up the belt on these dogs that try to walk you. Grab the mic and give them some real talk. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. When I freestyle or write joints down, I'm speaking my mind, you know Bam ain't beating around. I'm spitting on another beat, bringing all type of heat. Say it on the mic the same way I say it in the street. I don't need excuses for why I do this. Just put the headphones on and turn up the music. Do damage on the mic, Bam so abusive. Bust a nut and let loose my creative juices. Drop exclusives for DJs and producers. Got some new-ish, always in your face like a nuisance. Making movements like the smoke from a Cuban cigar. Before you a star, you a human, brah. The fusion I'm using's amusing. This ain't no illusion, not causing confusion. Authentic, not mutant. If I lose my groove, I say, man, what you doing? Real talk. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk.
Right then. In the first game, it was nice and day between the first half and the second in terms of the output from Lynn Vision. Will the same be true on Inferno? Is the worst over for them? Or will G2 continue to keep them backs to the wall? We're about to find out. We had a great highlight in that pistol round in the first half from Lynn Vision and not much afterwards. What will it be like this time?
All these are out for G2. They saw what Amelia did on that first half. They want to have a go themselves with JKS and Monacy picking those up. P250 out for Lynn Vision as well. Hands of Zaka. Having a much better map here. Normally one of the star players for Lynn Vision. Good to see him having a better showing. They want it to contribute to more round wins here. On the Lynn Vision side. Flash into top mid, forces Hunter away. Himself will flash for his teammates. Short is open though. It's a long. The pressure is being applied. Hunter will fall back after a frag, but that leaves CT spawn open and options with it for Lynn Vision.
Julie's are back again in that pistol round. The numbers are dwindling. The bomb's in CT spawn. There is a lurker in Banana, but Hooksy has to be dealt with now. Will show presence actually and disappear. So difficult when the CT slinks away and could be absolutely anywhere. Julie's once more. Julie's on A, Julie's on B. Julie's get almost all the kills. Hunter got 1. 4 for the Julies across 2 players. And G2 start the CT side right.
Bit of aggression from JKS. Players try and wrap through spawn, but they were already down numbers. So as soon as Monacy lines them up, that is easy pickings. That's what those dualies are so good for, the CT pistol. You can kind of like spray with them in a weird way. Whereas normally, you're not going to be able to do that with a USP. You're not going to be able to try and mow down multiple players. Tech 9s have been purchased by Lynn Vision. Looking to break through. I like how quiet Lynn Vision are being here as well. At the start of this round. I feel like there's a chance G2 expect this to just be the full Glock eco. So if the pacing and timing can be right from Lynn Vision with all these flashes, they do have a chance to try and catch these CT players out.
Hooksy staying active. Oh, Nico got his bell rung immediately. Great follow-up as well. He's going to try and creep through the smoke. Oh my lord, he almost got away with that. But he has bought some time for his squad as well. Utility trying to delay that bomb plant. Monacy getting into position. That jump peak was a dangerous one on a jump turn. Hunter, a nice lineup. That leaves Starry. He's got to get that bomb planted. He'll do that at the very least. Secure the money. 2 kills will have to be enough as G2 move to 12.
That almost looks so good for Lynn Vision. They get that entry onto Nico straight away. Like a running dink may have landed, and it was that pacing that allowed that to happen. They were able to beat the incendiary of Hooksy. It just did a little bit of damage to this first player before he got through and actually just got the kill outright blind there. And fair play to Hooksy. Knew he had to do something. Merges through that smoke. The aggression from Lynn Vision denied by Hunter. As you said, definitely the right decision to just commit to the bomb plant there at the end for Lynn Vision. Get that extra money. Allows them to still buy pistols into this round. They are going to fall very far behind here. Already 12-5 down. Could well be 13. Oh, he's getting boosted. You can throw a lot of nades from this position. Have the smoke. You'll have the flashes ready. See if they can pounce on this A site.
Elephant feet in the apartments. That'll be heard from miles away and dealt with as well. JKS having a field day. Smoking up the quick point. Bombs dropped. So far, so great for G2 as Lynn Vision get nothing done in this round. That candle is blowing pretty fiercely in the wind at the moment. $12 HP for G. Unable to find any significant damage just yet. 5-13 is around the corner. Just the one bullet. Either direction. But it will be Nico on this occasion. Deagle is stolen before he can get to it.
JKS just able to come in at the right time. Hunter there backing him up as well, making sure that that apartment's pop wasn't too terrifying. Here comes the buy for Lynn Vision then. Rounds they effectively need to win at this point. Smoke down early from G2, thrown from spawn, allows nades to be thrown down mid with a little more cover. Smelon looking to compete for Banana, but might need to be a little careful. There are a couple of nades still on the CT side. Hit the half wall, but that's a fight that will not go Westmelon's way. G able to trade, and there's still a player close, not ready. Hooksy caught off guard, but Hunter lines up those two players. And it looks like he saved the round for G2 here, as it's all on Starry.
Found the 1v1. Hunter will disengage. Securing the round is a priority at this point. Not so much the bomb plant. Well, they'll know where he isn't. How they rounded that corner immediately. 18 HP for Starry. 2 more to go. Still swinging. But just too low health. Hunter will drop him. And G2 will move to 14. G2 have been so aggressive versus Lynn Vision. It was a hell of a first half. Limiting the decision making they could do. And we saw good decisions from Lynn Vision as far as the first game was concerned. They simply haven't been given the space in much of this game of Inferno. Unfortunate lineup for them on Banana. Had the numbers advantage until they didn't.
Yeah, that play from Hunter just comes in at the great time there. For a 4 user, showing what the big sprays can do. I think the silence step pulled on the same. It's interesting playing Banana with that unsilenced M4. Maybe not as nice to spam those smokes. Those nades are certainly nice though. Chunk down to 33 health. Good wombo combo from G2 at the start of the round. Still got one more nade as well. So if Saka tries to poke his head in with his team, could be in trouble. Instead, he's gone back to set up the flash for Banana. That nade will tag another player. G down to 60. Nico is currently alone on Banana, so needs to be a little careful. Because of that, he decides to back up through the molly.
Bunching together. There are some flashes. Only Starry. Separated from the squad as they emerge towards top mid. Got these long positions smoked off for the time being, but look at the spray. Westmelon getting absolutely wrecked. I think his Melon's about to get popped as well. G and Starry remain then 2 versus 5. It has been long, it has been arduous. But ultimately, they will come to their demise on the bomb site. Match point then for G2, and many of them versus a Lynn Vision who have struggled to get going, to be allowed to get going in this game of Inferno.
Yeah, I think that was probably Lynn Vision's best round yet tactically. They actually flushed out Banana, forced a rotate from G2. That A site was looking vulnerable for a brief moment. Then those 2 CTs rotate back from B to A, and Hooksy's able to spam through the smoke. And that makes just such a massive difference there. Slows down the players from long. Players on the site end up winning quite comfortably. So it looks like this map should be a one-sided one for G2. Looking looking for their opening win here. ESL Pro League Season 18. The way on to Group D now, the final group of this season of Pro League. So we've got 4 more playoff spots remaining. G2 definitely favorites to take one of those, and they're showing why on this map. Oh boy, timing. Not ideal for Starry.
Oh, hello, nice to see you. Hunter's in trouble, but Manasi is there. Happy in the close quarters. Lovely one shot to Desert Eagle. And then it's just G. 1 versus 2. 20 HP for him. That's going to be that. G2 Storm Inferno. A great showing by Lynn Vision in the first game, but there was only one team on that second map of Inferno.
Yeah, convincing work from G2 has to be said on this map. And that is definitely a good sign for them. Glad to see they were able to win this map so convincingly. And this has been a great map for G2. They only really lost this in close maps against the best in the world. So good win for them to open up Group D, as they will be looking to likely win this group. G2 should be one of the teams wanting to go as far as possible into the playoffs. Should be a team looking to compete for this trophy. So got to be up to snuff, and they absolutely were here against Lynn Vision. But credit to Lynn Vision on that first map. They showed us that they definitely have the ability to compete. They definitely have something about them. I'm sure we will see more of them going on in this tournament.
Yeah, I don't know that there are many teams who could keep Lynn Vision down like that. I mean, I don't know what to expect from them on Inferno when they're given more space by a team who aren't as strong as G2. But hopefully that will come in time and then we'll get to see that. But again, I think we saw enough indicators from that game over Anubis that they are a team who are not to be trifled with, and you're going to have to take them seriously, as G2 certainly did, making it so oppressive in that first half especially. Love the aggression, but this is how it started, with an ace from Amelia on the pistol. Started very well indeed, but they weren't celebrating for long once Nico came through with this pistol.
Yeah, no, came right back in the second round, and Nico definitely just exerted a lot of pressure on Banana, which is what we're used to seeing from him for this G2 lineup. He's so good at it. I think we're seeing, I mean, firstly, some of the shots, but secondly, how G2 know that once they can use Nico's pressure on Banana, they can really use that and make the most of it in other positions as well. And we saw that it was definitely part of the game plan to involve him in some of the rounds opening towards B, and sometimes just have him pressure B and take space towards A instead. Even when Lynn Vision brought a couple of rounds close, sometimes G2 would just bail themselves out. They'd have some big plays. So yeah, all in all, a classy performance from G2 on this map.
Yeah, real good. Good to see them survive a test versus a tough team as well in that first game. And then just find a way to not let them get started in that second. Standard G2 stuff eventually. Looking in good shape coming into this Pro League bracket then. They will be tough to stop making it to playoffs, that's for sure. And again, while Manasi just, you know, he always racks up the frags, but you know there are levels to him that weren't necessarily needed in that series. And maybe they are to come in the future games in that bracket. So again, I think we haven't seen maximum G2 just yet, which is quite exciting. But we do have Hooksy on the line today. Quite a few frags you racked up for yourself today. An interesting match in Lynn Vision. They pushed you to the limits on Anubis, it looks like.
I think we got a bit sloppy. We had basically the game where we wanted, and then I don't know, we got a bit sloppy in the end of the T side, and it carried over to the CT side, which was a bit frustrating. But also, it's a month since we played an official, so we knew it would be a bit rusty. But yeah, it was nice to get some kills for once.
What do you think of Lynn Vision? Because we, you know, coming into these brackets, this is obviously the 4th week of the brackets here. We've had these kind of David versus Goliath opening matches with the high rank versus the low rank. We've seen a lot of smashes. And I think a team who come from a region where they're normally playing local Counter-Strike, if you will. I feel like we'll often see them struggle with the mid to late round situations, maybe leave gaps where you can find holes and push your CTs and so on. But they seem to have reasonable structure and seem to have confidence dealing with that, especially in the second half of Anubis. So did they feel like stronger than the average team in their situation coming into Pro League for you? Or what did you think of the opponent on that first map?
I think they played pretty well, but I think that there's a few other teams in from China and the Asian region that is playing on a similar level. Like they have really good individual skill, as you say. They are good from outer spawn. They had some decent plans, but when it comes to mid to late rounds, they lack a bit decision making and maybe some decisiveness. And yeah, I think. Honestly, I'm not trying to take anything away from them, but I think it was more us being sloppy than them changing up anything, which was kind of annoying. But yeah, I think they remind me a lot of a team like Mongols, for example.
See, it's been, as you said, about 4 weeks since your last official. So when you have like a big break between tournaments, but it's not really the off season, how do you approach it as a team when you have a big break like that?
I think we learned from the first part of the season that we need to have a few breaks once in a while. So we took about a week off, then we had a week of online practice, and then the rest of it went to boot camp. And yeah, I think that was a good balance, and we're still learning how to figure out like what's the best for us and what's the most efficient way for us to practice and get the most out of it. Is not always to just pump the hours, you know. Sometimes it can also be taking a break, and I think especially me, I realized that.
I also wanted to ask, from an in-game leader's perspective, obviously Anubis being T-sided must be a bit of a weird map to figure out. I don't know, how do you feel about that as a map? Do you like having a map in the pool that's T-sided like Anubis?
Oh, I don't mind the map being T-sided, but I have the same opinion I have about the map since the day it came out. It's horrible. It's the worst map design I've ever seen in CSGO. It's insane that there's no map control. It's just about mid, and yeah, I don't know. For me, it's a newbie map. You can just go and execute on the sides, and it feels really bad both to watch and to play.
So a lot of people are asking everybody at every opportunity what they think of CS2. I'm not going to ask you that, but I will give a more focused question in that. If you have been playing it, is there like something in the game that you would like to be different for whatever reason? If you think something's bad or whatever, like, is there one thing? Is it like does the movement feel a bit off to you? Or if there's one like change that you would like to see, what would that change be?
Definitely remove the HE smoke mechanic. I get that it's exciting the first few weeks for casual play and stuff like this, but I don't like that you change fundamentals in the game like that. And yeah, I think even though they're trying to balance it a bit, it's going to be impossible, and I would rather just see it gone. But in general, I'm really excited about the game. I think it looks way better than CSGO did when it was in the beta, so yeah.
All right, thank you very much. We'll let you get back to your team, and good luck in the rest of the bracket.
Thank you.
Thank you to Hooksy for his comments. And it's an interesting one about the HEs and the smokes in CS2, which I find is interesting in terms of the different perspectives and the different positions people might be coming from in terms of developers and players, because definitely as a developer, like, you don't want your game to be solvable. If everything is static in your game and your game can be solved per se, then that's not good for the health of the game, I think. And obviously you can have the meta changes with the weapon updates and so on. We saw that through the lifetime of CSGO. So I do wonder if there's any wrong opinion in that regard. I remember when the Molotovs first came out. It was such a long time ago that I don't remember how bad they were, but it was like a petition from the players at the time to get them removed and so on. So we'll see when the dust settles what the smokes and HE mechanics will be like. But interesting comments, so something to discuss on the internet. So we're going to go to a break. We've got one more match coming your way afterwards, so don't go too far away. Cloud9 versus Eternal Fire is next.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Russo. One more time. Are you ready?
You owe everyone a favor. Watch the population rise. And if you want them to like you more, that only costs you who you are. Keep away from the ground. Live in the clouds. To the I've been thinking lately about the writing on the wall. How I died for your approval, like this for far too long. It's like a nightmare, doing what you want, just like a nightmare. It's such a nightmare, trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep away from the ground, live in the clouds. To the ones who are doubts, release them. Have you ever felt this free?
like I am you and you are me. It's such a nightmare, trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep away from the ground, live to the ones who have doubts, release it's like a I can't miss no Beverly, you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a rollie. P139, that's the word. This provision is precision, you ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation different. Trust if you feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt. I remember back in apartments, humble beginnings what I start with. I'm still humble if you checking out my car 10. 2% we wasn't dancing like we Carlton. A product of the system living in our margins. Harvest all the planet, seeds I've been demanding. Trees taken for granted, faith just couldn't stand it. Standing on solid rock, now that's a firm foundation. We've been waiting and I'm praying we gon' make it. Face it, this year ain't even go the way we want it. Double jointed, two-faced, but now we on it. Seeing your true colors in this light and it's alarming. But God see the mess and he get clean it up with Charmin. Ooh, the boo-boo, ooh, the view. Watching God's plan like a show from Hulu. Who's who? Gon' see it as soon as the snow moves. We roll through, cause all you're together like pork stew. I can't miss no Beverly, you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a roll. P139, that's the word. This provision is precision, you ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation different. Trust if you feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt, see the glory in the hurt. See the glory in the hurt. Okay, by the still water, I'm planted so sturdy. I don't need magic to know that he worthy. He coming with the beef with the ones who get jerky. And on the shoe, he in the clutch, Jamal Murray. His plan got a plan, you ain't stressing the thing. You need more than Golden State to put some stress on the king. I don't flex, I just take a step and Elohim do the rest. Please don't think it's sweet, he got a sword, it's for your chest. It's for your soul, you worry about the gold, you can only take it home. Where I'm from it's not here, so I leave it all alone. Get the lyrics out the spirit, then I put them in a poem. Talk to God, I'm on the phone, he said I need to trust. He be the anchor when the waves is too much. I gotta thank him cause his way is so tough, but his faith is so amazing, so my praise it go nuts, and my praise it go nuts. I can't miss no Beverly, you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a roll. P139, that's the word. This provision is precision, you ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation different. Trust if you're feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt, see the glory in the hurt.
Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Real talk going on in my mind. Baby, still wicked with the rhyme. Plus, I'm still in my prime. I'm turning water into wine. Every day I will rise, rejuvenated, dedicated to the flow, and I'm so concentrated. Got flavors not barricaded or faded or outdated. I keep dropping ish, even if I'm situated. I'm resting on my laurels. Bam, got something for you. More of that dopeness so you don't go through withdrawals. So underground, I got you wearing snorkels. Best place to be where hip hop will support you. In the studio where the engineer record you. Cause when you blow up, the industry will try to sort you. Summertime come try to short you. But I'ma look fly even if I gotta wear a new lawsuit. Tighten up the belt on these dogs that try to walk you. Grab the mic and give them some real talk. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Even when I freestyle or write joints down, I'm speaking my mind, you know Bam ain't beating round. I'm spitting on another beat, bringing all type of heat. Say it on the mic the same way I say it in the street. I don't need excuses for why I do this. Just put the headphones on and turn up the music. Do damage on the mic, Bam so abusive. Bust a nut and let loose my creative juices. Drop exclusives for DJs and producers. Got some new-ish, always in your face like a nuisance. Making movements like the smoke from a Cuban cigar. Before you a star, you a human, brah. The fusion I'm using's amusing. This ain't no illusion, not causing confusion. Authentic, not mutant. If I lose my groove, I say, man, what you doing? Real talk. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk from my thoughts.
This love is ill. I wish that it was different. Don't know what it is that made us so indifferent. We're drifting in the dark. Can we do better? Wish I could rewind back to the start. Can we do better than this? Better. You got me high and drop me low. You got something I can seem to let go. This love is ill. I wish that it was different. Yeah. Look in my eyes, you seeing victory. We ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we can't hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really trying to come at me? Bring it on. Enemies all around, ready for war now. Standing on this ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fight until the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all in my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. Look in your eyes, I'm seeing trouble. You were the champ, but I'm taking that buckle. You a Goliath, but I got the sling. I'm taking your head when I enter the ring. No matter what opposition that you bring, I will be standing cause I am the king. I am the lion, this is my jungle. Like a gorilla, ready to rumble. All out till we take the crown. We ain't giving up, we ain't backing down. We the new money, about to rise up. Time to move over cause your time's up. Way too hungry, never be denied. Pain in my eyes, aiming for the skies. Better sit down, better be humble. Hope you ready into the jungle. All around, ready for war now. Standing on this ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fight until the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all on my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't got no fear. We ain't going nowhere. I hope you ready into the jungle. Into the jungle. Bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all on my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle.
And you know he be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. Mad as savage, me back and I'm back and it happening, ready to blow. I remember doing deeds with Deji from the street, they left me on my own. Monkey asking me about how I got the P, I told her leave it, mum and grow. Then they're ringing off my phone. Then they're ringing off my phone. Times change, but mine's made though. I ain't got line patience, tried then, don't like bait. Just come close, but swear that. Went ghost with a hair pack, never boast loud. Get your bird whacked to my condo where I birth tracks with a gang. Catch that for the gram, snap that for the man. These dudes do the most, no money in the hand. I ain't never had to feel away. Rhyme steady and they feel the way. Occupation make it either way. Never worry cause I can. Back chat from the whack gang. Took charge when they sack man. Passport when a milestone. Make space when the bags land. This must be a daydream. Max got me the mad plan. My team never lied on. Due a visit from the facts man. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. Fake clothes, same watch. Fake crepe, same fucks. Bait squad, say lots. But flop, ain't what I'm on. Aim up, don't stop. We beat leveling. Proceeds increase heavily. Don't need this man's energy. I be the one, beat the one. I don't make a song to make a song. If the vibe is right, the mic will let me on to the sounds I light up. I spit me strong in the line. Pick me first before I'm gone. I am straight sicker with the wordplay. Syllable spinner, don't fidget when I burst straight. Minimal talk when I work late. Fuck what you think by my work rate. Celebrate wins like a birthday. This is 3-6, got a mean list to the tracks. You man busy sleeping when I brainstorm as a plan. Link Tandy on the underground. I don't even have to ask. Miss laughing with my brother talking about Dan. Catch up when he lands, snapshot with the fam. KL did a madness, back soon going ham. Come see how we ride out, short change but we smile proud. Been blazed for a while now, stay ready for the jam. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th, she ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th, she ain't ready for the 8th.
She said that she hate me, I hate me too. I can always tell when you're lying, girl, you're see-through. All these miles away, yeah, I just wanna see you. Baby, give me good faith, she hit me like seafood. Remember when I saw you, hi, it's nice to meet you. Know my old girl salty, she just wanna be you. I'm a dog, no Monties, I don't wanna leave you. Once you're right here, I just don't wanna mistreat you, no. Cause I've been a douchebag before, baby girl, I don't wanna repeat. She just won't please me, she look in my eyes, told me why are you bleeding? And I don't even know how to answer. I take these drugs to my bladder. She says she noticed a pattern, she say I look gorgeous, I tell her I'm flattered. But I hate my reflection, when I look at you all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just wanna feel better. Hate my reflection, when I look at you all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. Don't know the reason, just hope I feel better.
better. I just hope I feel better. You said that you love me, don't know if it's still true. Hate it when you're not here, love it when I'm with you. You say you don't trust me, all the shit we've been through. Why you always upset? I don't really get you, I don't really get you. Why should I always gotta be so stressful? Baby, can you tell me why are you so vengeful? I don't understand you, I can't live without you, but I can't fucking stand you. I'm just so obsessed, I should take better care of myself, but fuck it. Blacked out in public, on that like she upset, but I know she love it. I hate my reflection, when I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just wanna feel better. Hate my reflection, when I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. Don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. I just hope I feel better.
I wanna be in tune and in harmony with you forevermore. I've never been so sure we will grow old together, 'cause we both know we found our inner peace in this unity. I will love you through the hard times, like I love you when the sun shines. With no doubt in my mind, I'm right where I wanna be. It's a mystery, the way it all makes sense to me. When moments that we share feel like breathing in fresh air. This feels like home, 'cause I can feel it in my bones. The further we're apart, the more aching in my heart. We'll have our share of hardship and difficulties, but no matter the pain, what we have will still remain. So listen to me now. I will love you through the hard times, like I love you when the sun shines. With no doubt in my mind, I'm right where I wanna be. Seasons come and then they go away, but my love is simply here to stay. From now on until the rest of my days, I'm right where I wanna be. Through the hard times, sun and shine, I will always love you, love you.
Sun is shining in the afternoon light. Light a fire, get away for the night. Let's sit round the campfire, tell stories through the night. Oh, this might be the last time. Let's sit
we're trying to unwind. There's a skyline, and it's smiling on us tonight. Let's sit round the campfire, tell stories through the night. Oh, this might be the last time. Let's sit round the campfire. Let's sit round the campfire. Oh, campfire. Round the campfire. Let's sit round the campfire, tell stories through the night. Oh, this might be the last time. Let's sit round the campfire. Let's sit round the campfire.
If you love me good, good, good with the moon and the sun comes up, then I love you too. I do, 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 do. Come on, get me in a mood, 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 mood. I don't wanna think about the world before you. Tunnel vision, I only know you lying in my arms like I won the lottery. Wonder if you ever get lighted at the thought of me, right? You feel so right. Insomnia, you're keeping me up at night. I'm calling in sick, 'cause I'm sick in love. I must admit you got me spinning like a carousel light. I'm upside down, go round and round and round and round. You're lightning, baby, don't you let me down. If you love me good, good, good with the moon and the sun comes up, then I love you too. I do, 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 do. Come on, get me in a mood, 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 mood. If you love me good, good, good with the moon and the sun comes up, then I love you too. I do, 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 do. Come on, get me in a mood, 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 mood. I can't see clearly, no, it's really the way you wrap around me like I'm feeling oasis. Yeah, run away, it's the best kind of terrified, forever up in my mind. I'm upside down, go round and round and round and round. You're lightning, baby, don't you let me down. If you love me good, good, good with the moon. When the sun comes up, then I love you too. I do, 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 do. Come on, get me in a mood, 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 mood. If you love me good, good, good with the moon. When the sun comes up, then I love you too. I do, 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 do. Come on, get me in a mood, 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 mood.
Hey, go win. Through the pain and the struggle, I survived top 5, now I'm going with the win. Hey, I'm going in. Right here, right now was a whole lot better than the place I've been. Man, I gotta be stronger, wiser, better than I was before. Gotta stay on guard, and I know that's hard, 'cause I don't know what's in store. Maybe I'll go where to, don't know. But when I'm back against the wall, I'll be good. Now with my back against the wall, see I never fall. One of the greatest stories that's never ever told. Man, I'm different, I've been gifted, but sometimes I be tripping inside of my mental. It happens in an instant. Man, I'm striving for freedom. I get hate from the hecklers, good thing I don't need them. It's just me and the ones that I came with all of my homies around. I promise that I can't miss. Climbing up high, never look down below. Gotta get the prize, telling the environment knows. The pain temporary, man, I never been scary. Just a little apprehensive, but I've been fine before. Struggle is part of the process, it's hard to digest, but let me digress. And maybe I'll press on to the next journey. I've been yelling for some help, help and I know that they heard it. Rock solid all times and I'm down 10 toes for the ones that deserve it to earn it. Sunshine through the blinds of my life feels straight, but I know I'm for sure not perfect. Patience, hustle, got everything off the muscle. Pain, love, those are the things that I juggle. Hey, go win. Through the pain and the struggle, I survived top 5, now I'm going with the win. Hey, I'm going in. Right here, right now was a whole lot better than the place I've been. Man, I gotta be stronger, wiser, better than I was before. Gotta stay on guard and I know that's hard, cause I don't know what's in store. Maybe I'll go, where to, don't know. But when I'm back against the wall, I'll be good.
Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you.
Yeah, when I blow up, I'ma soar high like Peter Pan. In real life, be living out my dreams. If I'm waking up, it's in a foreign land. Whole wrist covered up in ice. Dealership, never ask the price. I hit the mall and ball with my dogs. Yeah, I swipe it once without thinking twice. Cause this what I was made for. Man, I know this what I came for. On a big stage, couple thousand people, and they do whatever I say so. Have chicks hair color of the rainbow. Yeah, chains on me like Django. Be a long way from my tank low. Cause my Tesla charge for them bank rolls. And I'm grinding, money on my mind. And I'm headed to the top. I won't stop until I find it. Write my name in diamonds, but all these lights are blinding. I wonder, is it worth it? Feel like I'm losing my mind. Yeah, remind me.
Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you.
Since I blew up, everybody telling me that I'm the man. Same people gave me the finger, they reaching out for me to give a hand. In a different city and my pills came, cause this tour don't happen, I feel pain. And the girl with me say she down for life, but she don't even know what's my real name. Just try to get what she came for. And ain't nothing I got safe though, cause when the money go out, everybody get a piece. But it's looking like I ain't on the payroll. Got a big house made out of Play-Doh, and a plastic crown for my halo. But still a long way from my tank low, cause my Tesla charge for them bank rolls. And I'm grinding, money on my mind, and I'm headed to the top. I won't stop until I find it. Write my name in diamonds, but all these lights are blinding. I wonder, is it worth it? Feel like I'm losing my mind. Yeah, remind me.
Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you.
when I get advances, this increases chances. My life is like a prom, but there ain't no dances. I'm standing in this hall getting funny glances. I was raised as a youth, but was missing parents. I was raised by my granny, shit, I miss my granny. Hardly raised by my daddy, but I miss my daddy. Wasn't raised by my mother, but I miss my mother. I ain't get to know my mother, but I actually loved her. Strange. I made the studio my home. Every time I touch a microphone, I'm at home. Every time I hear a metrodome, I get in the zone. Every time I get into the zone, I'm usually all alone. Home, it's where the heart is, pop. It's where an art is, usually goes the heart is, pop. It's where an art is, showing them that you are hip hop. Long as you finish, doesn't matter where you started. I'm home. When I win, I'm alone. When the wind blows in and I won't lie. Oh, at home, I get home, go home, get home, go home, get home, go
home is where the heart is, yeah. I said I'm in love with my hood, just know my love ain't lust. Hater said he had my chick, just know my broads ain't touch. Don't be snitching on my clique and get my dog caged up. Look for smoke and get you all blazed up like a chimney. Aggressive with the ace when I hit your face with the mini-me. Have to switch the plates when I use the K on the enemy. I shoot it's automatic like bad habits and tendencies. All in the back, puffing the remedy. With a 9 on my lap, she like a 10 to me. I started from scratch, now the epitome. These rappers are my sons, y'all motherfuckers be kidding me. I'm smoking blunts out the Range Rover, the chain smoker. Dangerous, pretty ugly with Dracos if you ain't noticed. My hometown is a war zone and it ain't bogus. Fridge is filled with a gang of coke and it ain't soda.
When I win, I'm alone. When the wind blows in and I won't lie. Oh, at home, I get home, go home, get home, go home, get home, go home, get home. I go home when I win. I'm alone when the wind blows in and I won't lie. Oh, at home, I get home, go home, get home, go home, get home, go home, get home. I go home when I win. I'm alone when the wind blows in and I won't lie. Oh, at home, I get home, go home, go home, get home, go home, get home, go home, get home.
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic gotta say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot. Wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same.
Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get bigger for us. Cause it can get bigger for us. Bigger for us. Cause it can get bigger for us.
Ay, please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat in submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash and the distance ain't coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk, I just show them. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling, they already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same.
Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get dangerous.
Hey baby, all I want is to be loved by you. But you would never take me as I am, it's true. 소중한 우리 사이가 멀어질까봐 멀어질까봐 I don't know. Oh, 마음처럼 뭐라고 하면 날 떠나버릴까봐 나를 믿어 땡겼다는 나 그렇게라도 나랑 있는 게 난 좋아. 널 참는데도 한계가 있어. 이제는 더 이상 못 참겠다는 말야. 그러니까 날 좀 똑바로 봐봐. 진심으로 너만 바라보잖아. 싫음 싫다고 얼른 말해봐 보여. 계속 기다리게 하지 마. Goodbye. 생각보다 내가 너무 여린가 봐. 이런 게임은 내가 무조건 잡아. 몰라 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마. 알면서도 모르는 척은 또 뭐야. 울고 웃게 하는 너도 참 나빠. 몰라 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마. 장난 좀 치지 마. 하지 마 하지 마. 장난 좀 치지 마. Overdose gonna flow. 알면서도 모르는 척은 또 뭐야. 울고 웃게 하는 너도 참 나빠. 몰라 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마. 다 땡겼다는 나 그렇게라도 나랑 있는 게 난 좋아. 널 참는데도 한계가 있어. 이제는 더 이상 못 참겠다는 말야. 그러니까 날 좀 똑바로 봐봐. 진심으로 너만 바라보잖아. 싫음 싫다고 얼른 말해봐 보여. 계속 기다리게 하지 마. Goodbye. 생각보다 내가 너무 여린가 봐. 이런 게임은 내가 무조건 잡아. 몰라 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마. 알면서도 모르는 척은 또 뭐야. 울고 웃게 하는 너도 참 나빠. 몰라 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마. 장난 좀 치지 마. 하지 마 하지 마. 장난 좀 치지 마. Overdose gonna flow. 알면서도 모르는 척은 또 뭐야. 울고 웃게 하는 너도 참 나빠. 몰라 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마. Hey baby, all I want is to be loved by you. But you would never take me as I am, it's true.
I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat, bro. You know, it's your road, it's your road. Yeah, they call me in just to murder the flow. Mr. Heathcliff Huxtable, my low sweater's dope. A little Ali, yeah, I wrote it a dope. Roper a dope, till down Frazier go. Last on the cash flow, off to the next show. This year OP, on the track smashing. Live off Michigan Ave, fresh out the mansion. Sale clerks say, he's so handsome. From Heathrow to LAX, I drop anthems. Put the words together and they fall so random. But when I say them, little dudes throw tantrums. Oh, grow up, I'm over your head like a viaduct. That's how it's what? Smoking something louder than a fire truck. Try and duck, but words penetrate ears. The man you should fear. Good luck with your career. Yo, I'm out of here. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw. Foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing
killing off the free throw. Foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat throw. You know, it's your road. Definition of breakfast with your miss having a taste test. You could take 100 rulers, couldn't measure my greatness. Flowetry say yes, channel say bless. I'm just saying you stand would be the greatest. The champs lamping, load up, your future showed up. Yeah, I tried to listen to him. I'm like, so what? It's so nuts. Pecan, pistachio, cure the flow no matter sample. Or Casio, so casual like Hyro and khakis, bro. I know you know this would sound good on vinyl, colored albino. Sticking out the bag of a fine chick riding a dino. Is Mr. Uncontested, that's my answer. Final. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw. Foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw. Foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw. Foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat throw. You know, it's your road.
The fast life, the fast living. They see the ambition, they know I'm past driven. Look, we are not the same, this is not a game. I be swerving through the city in and out of lanes. Yeah, cause if I see it, then I want it, then you better know I got it. Ain't no options, I'm about to do the damn thing. I'm an outlaw, you can never catch me. I'm in first place, you can never. These are the moments, only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. Your own enemy, your own enemy, your own enemy. Yeah. When I fall, I keep running. Feel the pain, but I love it. Yeah. You know I'm built for it. You ain't gotta ask twice.
You ain't by that fast life. 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast
My God, he's a viral! The best of the game.
Oh. Hello and welcome back. It's time for our second match of the day. Cloud9 versus Eternal Fire. Those teams are in Malta. It must be warm there, I would imagine. It's starting to get cold finally in England. It's been very bizarre weather, very stormy, very misty today in London. I'm in our office. Look, let me break the this. Look.
Oh.
See that? Look. Boom. Look,
tease.
it's the gaming room. It's the gaming room. You can't really see much, but like in the background, I've got misty London. So MI6 is over there. MI5 is over there. The Shard is somewhere that way. I hate that building. Look at me.
Shard's
look,
like right
check this
there for
out.
me as well.
Look, I got my 5 years at EFG today, although it's been 9 years. So but it's every 5 years. So hopefully I'll get a 10-year next year. Although I was freelancing in 2013. That would be 10 years ago. Yeah. No, was it in? I think so. Yeah, I was producing Quake, amongst other things, freelance for Counter-Strike for Face It. And yeah, here we go. Full time the year after. Left my job selling offices and renting offices in the filthy streets of London in the East End. I sold an office to a bank robber. an ex bank robber.
Did you know an ex-bank robber? Okay.
Yeah.
I was about to say, did you know he was a bank robber at the time?
Listen, run the overlays he needs to run. We're talking about. Well, he used to be he was a reformed bank robber. He had stopped by then. He'd gone into prison and he said, "Oh, I guess I should get into this IT stuff," and had this like really successful IT company. Walked around an office for about 20 seconds and then bought it for £800,000. Good lad. Yeah, he works for all the bastards in East London. I liked him. He was good to me anyway. Cloud9 versus Eternal Fire then. So we had Monacy earlier on. Now we've got Shiro and Woxic on the server. Surely we're in for a bang.
Yeah, this should be fun. Obviously, we got Cloud9, pretty big favorites coming into this one, but it's hard to know exactly where they are at. They played Cologne without Axile until the playoffs. They have been playing a bit of CS recently. Generally, it's been going pretty well for them in their online games, so I think most people would expect them to make it out this group fairly comfortably. Just look at the firepower of this roster on paper. It looks scary. Every single player looks great. But there's not always that much room to have that many star players on a team. So we've heard some of the players talk about how it might take a bit of time to adapt and to get everyone at their top level. Still should be a scary squad though. We know what Shiro and Axel can do, and hopefully we get to see that here at Pro League.
One of, if not the hottest squad on the block at present. Cloud9 will be quite an interesting one to watch versus Eternal Fire, who have often been changing up their roster. They've had new man on the block for about 4 months now in, press that button, in Wikipedia. He's been there for about 4 months. Again, Eternal Fire are a team who I think at this point in some ways disappoint in that, you know, they've got plenty of talent on the team, but just can't seem to find, I don't know if it's the right combination or what it is. You know, they've had a lot of roster changes, normally reshuffling the same people in and out, but we've got a new face on there, and maybe this time things could go better for them.
Yeah, let's hope so. They've been a roster that have made just so many moves throughout the many iterations of Eternal Fire that we have seen. But I think this one is looking pretty solid, and most importantly, Xantares has been in ridiculous form online recently. He's had a 1.32 rating in a lot of their online matches they've been playing, so that's always a very important factor and aspect for Eternal Fire. He probably has to be maybe the best player on the server even, for them to have a chance here, so hopefully we get to see that out from him, because he's been playing incredible as of late.
Look at that orange mouse pad. See how it's not parallel with the table? That's driving me crazy. I can't handle it. Somebody intervene. How can he just play? How can he just throw it down and just play like that? I can't. Can you? Like, mine has to be on the edge. I feel like mouse pads have come a long way in terms of like being the adhesive material below. Why are you doing this? Look how bent it is. How can he just play like that with it just like, that's chaos. There's just so much gap on one side and so little gap on the other. What's going on?
I think you'd hate watching me play. Sometimes I just have like drinks on my mouse mat and I just don't care. I'm fine with that. I don't mind having things on my mouse mat as I play. Like I'm chilling.
Oh, look at electronic. Oh, I'm gonna be sick.
My mouse mat's hanging slightly over the edge of my table, actually. That's because I don't really have enough room. So there's a reason behind it.
What about these vetoes then, Hawker? Do some work here. Come on.
Yeah, we got Eternal Fire with their Vertigo pick. They love a bit of Vertigo. And Cloud9, listen, I'd have thought they'd be good on that map, but they haven't played it too much since this roster's come about. I think it's been solid, but we will see. It's definitely one of the home maps. I'd say Eternal Fire's main home map, so I'm glad they've gone for that. Is that Cloud9 picking Overpass? Okay,
Cloud9!
Wow. That's not a map they've played like at all. That's kind of wild. They've been second rotation banning that map quite a lot. So I think that's an unexpected pick. Then Anubis as the decider. Everyone seems to be getting on board with Anubis nowadays.
It's interesting, the comments we saw from Hooksy, who, I mean, it would have been interesting to kind of pick his brain a little more about his opinion on Anubis. He said it was, I don't want to misquote him, but you know what he thinks the map is a bit crap in terms of its layout.
Basically.
Yeah, he thinks it's a terrible layout for a professional for a professional map, and that it's basically all about mid, which is quite interesting. I mean, mid is a big fighting area, especially because of how shallow it is, which is interesting. But it's still early in the life of Anubis, I would say. So let's see how it how it evolves over time. Not in terms of the design, but just in terms of how people approach it. Yeah, mid is quite challenging, which I think is good, but it's quite interesting, the contrast in how it was picked up and made accessible to the casual user base, like enough that it could be put into the map pool without. Wow, they just magicked away. What is happening? Like they just like click the fingers and pieced out here. That is scary. What is happening? What's going on? Yeah. So there's a tech issue which needs to be resolved. Once it's resolved, we'll be into the server. In-ears are being plugged in. Phones are being put in the Pele case. I bought a massive Pelican case for £700 for the purpose of transporting firearms for international shotgun and rifle tournaments. 700 quid it cost me.
Ooh.
700 quid.
It's not fun. You take it in the carry-on.
You know what? I can fly on EasyJet with firearms. You wouldn't think it.
Wait, what?
You wouldn't think it, but you can.
Hang on. This was a joke. I'm worried now.
Yeah. Those budget holidays, I'll turn up. Like, oh, what's in the luggage, James? I'm like, wow. Yeah, it's interesting. But anyway, yeah. So once I complete this, if I complete this tournament in Wales in a week and a half, and I don't get disqualified for unsafe behaviour, then I'll be eligible to go to international tournaments next year, which will be awesome. There was a banger of a shotgun tournament in Budapest.
Oh, really?
A few weeks ago, it was called CESO Budapest. One of the guys from the local gang. That's wait. That's the wrong choice of words. So I mean, the people, the group of people I shoot with, most of them are sponsored by a team, and he's also sponsored by that team, and he's maybe the best. He's maybe the best shooter in Europe. He is an alien. His name's Josh Kenny. So he won the tournament in Budapest. He's going to be in my squad at Wales as well. So that's going to be great to watch. I will be shocked if he doesn't win it. He is just way better than everybody else.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I'll have more videos. I don't know though. We have like what one more week. So maybe some rifle videos next week if the my rifle comp this weekend goes well.
That'll be nice. I want to see it. I liked seeing the movement. You were very rapid.
I'm not very rapid.
You look rapid, okay?
I'm not. Josh Kenny is minimum twice as fast as me. He is crazy good, but he's been doing it a lot longer than me. I'll never catch up with him though. But he is an alien. Why have you done this? Look at
What's
that.
the biggest difference? Is it like firing speed, or is it moving like between targets? Or
So one of the biggest differences is loading. So you have a rig. Yeah, you have a rig, which is the belt that has your cartridges on. So you grab 4, and my loading's like zoom, zoom, and that's putting 2 in and putting 2 more in. And his loading is zoom, zoom like that. And he will do it. He will do it while he's running sideways. But I'll do it while I'm walking. Or he will, like, if there's an array of targets, like 5 or 6 in a row, he will walk through the course to better position himself for the rest of it while shooting them. Whereas I have to stand still and shoot them because I'm not yet at the point where I can multitask. I don't shoot the shotguns because of the sound of the shotgun. My local club can only shoot it so many times a month because of the noise complaints. So I don't get to practice as much as I would like to. So it takes me longer to develop these skills. I'm kind of doing it like on the job at the events. So yeah, like walking and engaging the targets to put yourself in the next position, blah, blah, blah. I'm not quite doing that yet. But when things go good for me, they're, you know, I'm in the top third, I would say, but I'm far away from the people in the top 5, top 8.
Yeah, that's always the way it is, isn't it? Also, I gotta say, very impressive that production actually managed to get us to watch back when they were putting down their mouse mats. Like, Woxic was so precise with it, and then Calix, I feel like he was like pointing out, so yeah, that's a stain on my mouse mat, and just brushing random stuff off it. He did not look like he gave it down.
Well, interestingly, so there's a Street Fighter, not just Street Fighter, but I guess at this point mainly Street Fighter. I think he plays Tekken as well. Takedo from Japan. When he was on Echo Fox, he was notorious for when he would sit down at a Versa setup to play Street Fighter or whatever. He would measure like the distance from the desk to the chair, how deep into the desk the monitor would be and so on, so everything's consistent. To the point where I think Echo Fox released a measuring tape that was branded or co-branded Echo Fox and Takedo. But that stuff like makes sense to me. You know, some people can just do whatever's comfortable. There are some people, they'll never admit it, but they've especially in the past, in like older versions of CS, there have been pros who will sit down, do a bit of deathmatch, and basically adjust their sensitivity to whatever feels good for wherever their motor skills are. Which is awesome if you can have that freedom to do that. But yeah, I feel like if I was a pro, I might be getting the measuring tape out for monitors and so on. Although I think a lot of people, like if you look at the second monitor, you can see that the mouse pad is over. Oh no, is that a piece of paper? Oh, it's a piece of paper. Okay, never mind. Like for me, my monitor is basically touching my mouse pad, so I wouldn't actually need to measure it. It's just on the end.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
That's a good way.
Yeah.
Like where Woxic, the lefty mouse. Don't see that too often. I'm sure he's glad you have like the separated desks now. Like you just have enough space.
He's
So
a
it's not gonna be a
lefty.
problem.
Machine is a lefty. Those are the only lefties I'm even aware of.
Yeah, could you make a team of lefties? I don't think so.
Yeah, maybe with enough people. But
Yeah, I'm sure there
what's more awkward, rather than the mouse, it's the you know, you get an ambi mouse and you're good to go. But the using that side of the keyboard with your right hand is where things get unusual.
Yeah.
But that's beyond my expertise anyway. I don't know what those guys are doing with their right hands.
Yeah, I got no idea. Who knows? There was an interview with Woxic recently because he was out of the Eternal Fire lineup for a little bit and then came back into it. He was basically saying he wasn't really mentally in the game, so he stepped back for a little while, then he joined back. And now he thinks he can make calls more confidently, and he feels like he fits better on the team. So that's always good to hear. I think it's always going to be important to have someone like Woxic playing well if you want a really good Turkish lineup. So definitely a good sign for Eternal Fire. They've got Woxic back and that feels confident that he can make the calls when he needs to. That's what you want from your AWPer.
Pelly Case is going away with the mobile devices again. If I get to do a show match again, you know, like the admins are doing whatever on your PC, I'm just gonna grief. I've got a keyboard where all the keycaps are dots, and that's it. And they're all the same dot, and that's it. They're just dots. So we need more of those. I'm surprised. We need more people with just with some custom keycaps on their keyboards. I actually have my second Scrabble key set waiting for me in America. I had the XDA profile, now I've got the DSA profile. That's quite a nice watch. He's looks to have on his wrist, fits him well. Good for his. It's got a big hand, big wrist, big arm.
Yeah.
Big watch. Looks like it fits him well.
I'm quite, now that you keep talking about this Scrabble key set, I keep getting tempted. Thinking like maybe I should get the Scrabble one. Just sounds, I don't know why, it just sounds cool.
It sounds amazing. It's all the letters have like the letter scores on it. Like the Q's got the number 10 in the corner and all that kind of stuff. It's got so much character to it. I think the color's quite nice as well. So maybe it'll land on my RamaWorks keyboard, which is in like a retro, like those old IBM colors from back in the day, those old like yellowy keyboards. It's called, no, it's not milk color, it's a different color, but yeah. There we go.
Going over some last minute things here. There was also there was an interview with Cloud9 recently as well, I believe. Yeah, we heard a bit from Groove. And yeah, he was basically saying they just have a lot of star players, a lot of voices, new players on the team. So sometimes they're maybe going to have to find the balance over on Cloud9, which does make a lot of sense. And maybe some players are going to have to take a back seat. So that it seems like Cloud9 are very much thinking it's going to take them a little while before they get fully up to speed. But there is always just a chance with a lineup that looks like this, though. They hit the ground running and they get good very quickly because they have so many good players. Expectations for the group is they were basically saying they want to work hard, they want to show what they've been practicing, and obviously they would like to win the group, but they also want to test their play style and their tactics. So as much as they would like to win the group, they understand maybe that's not going to be able to happen quite so soon when you've made so many changes on this Cloud9 roster.
Guys, we're going to head to a break because someone's SSD requires replacing. So while that is done, we're going to go and put our heads in the fridge. See you back when we're ready to start this match.
It's time for the DHL Drop. Every week, CSGO talent go head-to-head to beat the buzzer. You can join them by typing !DHL Drop in the chat. Answer the questions correctly to get added to the global leaderboard. The higher you climb, the closer to earning a prize you are.
Fast forward, daydreaming about the next time. When it's gonna happen again, cause I just wanna have fun. Come and pick me up, meet me at the spot. Up all night, to the sunrise. Pop back cool, get ready for the ride. Don't it feel good? Don't it feel good? Don't it feel good? How you feel? Turn it up a notch, pop up clean room. Everyday celebration, take a trip vacation. You deserve a day, you deserve a day off. Working for too long, gotta kick back. Turn my cell phone off, wait till I get back. Ooh, yeah, I did that. Living my life with no regrets. So I title, pull up on me. We did chillin', at the spot. Anytime, pull up on me. We did coolin', the chill spot. Party time. I just wanna have fun. Come and pick me up, meet me at the spot. Up all night, to the sunrise. Pop back cool, get ready for the ride. Don't it feel good? Don't it feel good? Don't it feel?
Yeah, look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood? Yeah, I just hit a Mikey for the juice. Yeah, I'ma tell the truth. I've been winning for so long, it's hard to lose. Deal, be my source, Christian like Dior. Yeah, I can't start when I'm far, I just get back up. Yeah, I've been quiet all along on my TP toes. Yeah, I can't keep it to myself, I just give and go. I'm a visionist, yeah, you can't picture this. Yeah, ain't no way you cannot work me, boy, I live for this. Yeah, sipping essential, that's the essentials, I'm influential. Yeah, straight fundamental, that's fundamental, on instrumentals. Yeah, speed of the tempo, yeah, we got potential. Shoot a movie like I'm Denzel, running my route to the end zone. And they still gonna find me, man, you know where to find me. I'm tryna get me a Grammy so I can dedicate it to my granny. Look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the move. Yeah, I just hit a Mikey for the juice. Yeah, ain't no capping, I'ma tell the truth. I've been winning for so long, it's hard to lose. Deal, be my source, Christian like Dior. Yeah, I can't start when I'm far, I just get back up. Yeah, I've been quiet all along on my TP toes. Yeah, I can't keep it to myself, I just give and go. Yeah, I just turn my L's into W's. Yeah, I just told my sins, yeah, I'm done with you. Yeah, stay in your lane, don't you pick and choose. I can't waste my time, I got a lot to lose. To the game that we all on, they was doubting us all along. Now we charting in Hong Kong, what competition, they all gone. Bless, stress, play the game like it's chess. We next, that's a check, over stripes, yeah, yeah. Look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood? Tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood?
Investigators looking for the culprit with the narcotic dope-ish. Baking sodas for poets, he had a full white beard. People thought he was Moses, overdosed it, murdered the whole block cause his verses was potent. At that moment, the fools was heartbroken cause he pulled out his mic and blasted speakers wide open, diagnosed it. Found out victims were still jonesing for that moolah-ish. So we dug up a bad omen, no emotions. Smudging up opponents, not knowing how them arrows got puffy without Sean Coleman. Meanwhile, his stacks was growing and elbowing. Cats back in his past, he started to outgrowing police. They kept probing with campaigns and slogans, want him dead or alive. Soon enough, they was hoping at the crime scene. Examining his hemoglobin, C notes embedded in his genetics, they didn't notice him. The plot thickens like gumbo soup. I'm stomping through the muddy waters in my jungle boots. The plot thickens, the plot thickens, the plot thickens, the plot thickens, the plot thickens like gumbo soup. I'm stomping through the muddy waters in my jungle boots. The plot thickens, the plot thickens.
My God, he's a viral! The best in the game!
Hard drive bits and bobs have been replaced, and we are ready to go. Props to the admins. Esports has come a long way. You can just replace a hard drive in mere minutes, and you're good to go. We are so far better organized than a decade ago. Eternal Fire versus Cloud9, two explosive snipers. We've had a great day of explosive snipers on this server. Credit to G as well, not an explosive sniper, but a dependable one who delivers as well. So a good quadrant, if you will. Let's see if these two will deliver also. Quite the baggy jerseys for the most part on Cloud9.
I love this Eternal Fire one. Gold, the glistening of the logo. Looking
Good
lovely.
contrast.
Black and gold always goes well. Always.
Very much so. Yeah, get that mouse pad out of my camera view. Vertigo, then. You know, Cloud9, Counter-Strike tweeted earlier, what are you doing Wednesday? And I wanted to reply, not playing Vertigo. But we are going to be watching Cloud9 and Eternal Fire do exactly that. Exile will have the Julies out as we ponder what might be happening on that Wednesday. Eternal Fire with a lot of presence shown, a lot of legs on those wood planks, making their way up the ramp. Cloud9 won't be shy to exchange.
Oh, and Eternal Fire completely go silent on this side. Maybe faking that they could be going back to B. Cloud9 will fall for it, though. Here come the fights. Electronic spotted them first, but it's Hobbit who strikes from the other side. Eternal Fire need to decide if they want to go into this. They know there was a crossfire between these two angles. They don't have nades to get Electronic out of sandbags. An easy A site to take right now.
Storied gentleman, Hobbit, family man. Delivered at the highest levels. Brings plenty of wisdom to this Cloud9 side, who have a man advantage in what remains of this pistol. 4 on 3. Dropping of the bomb. That will certainly buy some time for Cloud9. Those smokes won't be there forever. What now then? 20 seconds for Eternal Fire as they back up, but really, this is killing their time. Woxic pulling out a pistol. How do you get a bomb plant here? 15 seconds and the urgency is rising. Santares moving to the site to his doom. Nothing left for Eternal Fire and his pistol. Cloud9 will take it. Eternal Fire showing early presence up the ramp. Maybe inviting an over-rotation that never came.
Yeah, Cloud9 just stick to their setup. Hobbit getting really good timing on that fight against Major. Those other players up ramp weren't far enough round yet. Electronic found that little gap, and then even with the smoke up, you can see that Cloud9 can fight ahead of it, stall Eternal Fire. Just have so many players towards that A bomb site. End up being easy pickings for Cloud9, as this round should be as well. Be a single P250 purchased by Eternal Fire. So a great chance for Cloud9 to get off to a great start here.
I do wonder what is happening next week, Wednesday, because a lot of people think the game isn't quite in a ready state. I'm sure there'll be updates between now and then. But as is true of some maps when they're introduced, not in their final state, maybe we'll just have to get everybody playing it and get on with it.
It does feel like it could be bait, doesn't it? Actually, I don't know what else it could be, because it can't just be nothing.
Yeah, I mean, would it be worthwhile? I mean, maybe they do a full beta release or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Because anything less than that would just trigger people and not be good. You know, full release of the game.
Unless it's like a significant update to the beta that like actually changes a lot. Maybe. But I don't know if
like if it is going to be a games as a service situation, like, you know, Overwatch just getting wrecked for Overwatch 2, or you know, Overwatch 1.1. Then there'll need to be a grace period for organizers to finish their CSGO related events. So it will be a curious time indeed. Certainly there will be lots of upgrades to the game to come in terms of how it feels for people, but Eco round has come and gone. Eternal Fire will have utility for this round. Plenty of it. Alex will sacrifice an AK-47 for full util as he looks for his first kill. There's one of the newer faces on Eternal Fire, Wicadia. I feel like there was a long period in North America as they looked to find parity with Europe, where you had the recycling of the same names. And I suppose that there's a microcosm of that with Eternal Fire and the language barrier and so on. Nice to see some new bloods wear the black and gold colors for Eternal Fire. See how it plays out for them.
See, in this round, the rifles certainly favor Eternal Fire. Cloud9 have kept their bonus weapons. Those MP9s definitely have close range options on Vertigo, so don't count them out. Especially towards that B site, if it gets a little scrappy, MP9s could be very spicy indeed. Let's see here, Eternal Fire. Incredibly happy to just run down the clock. 42 seconds remaining. We'll finally start using some utility into this B bomb site. It's like a pacey play here. Axel trying to play anti-flash. They could be in trouble though. 2 players trapped in the corner. It's Major to spray 2 away. Hobbit's still here though. And the bomb has been denied. The rest of the players taking too long to follow this up. Might struggle to get that bomb back.
Fishing for something, Woxic with that grenade, not quite getting there. Calix will boldly just run and collect the bomb and plant it. No messing about, but he will be collapsed upon. Hobbit with 2 more to make it 4 in total with that MP9. Great work by him, dancing left and right, throwing the HE and then following up. Staying alive, holding position, buying time for rotation. Man like Hobbit, full of wisdom. 3-0 for Cloud9.
Eternal Fire, definitely a team that really like these set plays. I've noticed in the past, they love calling just these executes in rounds, but this time they had 2 players throwing nades from mid. So that means once these trades go back and forth on the B site, it's this kill from Hobbit that means they don't have the bomb. They no longer have that foothold. And Hobbit running, gunning with the MP9. Great spray with that SMG. Good signs for Cloud9 early. They had 3 CTs ready and waiting on that B side of the map. Now they have a good chance of taking a 4-0 lead up against the half buy of Eternal Fire.
This is quite a rough buy from EF. Oh, too much leg. Exile will be comfortable for now. Back on the perch then. Who's next? He's Zantares, not going to transfer. Zantares basically taking one for the team to try and get the trade there with the weapons they have. That also fails. Lovely transfer. That'll keep Exile warm for the next few rounds. Major and Calix then trying to do some economical damage. Proving to be quite hard. And with Shiro waiting for them, perhaps it gets even more harder. Even more difficult, even.
Looks like Alex gets one. See if there's anything else going. He's really hoping they peek him. They will not. You will have to come to them. And the AWP at range secures it. Solid start for Shiro. He's got that AWP out early. Sure, he will be delighted with that. The economy is going to look good for Cloud9. You win that bonus round. You keep your guns in this one. Only a tiny bit of damage done. Have an early focus then on Eternal Fire towards this B site. See what the second gun round has to offer. They do now have that AWP out from Woxic. We said earlier, he was pointing out in an interview he feels confident to call for picks when he wants to. Seeing that in this round, though, we're seeing the B side in play, and Perfecto gets that little bit of info for the spam through. Axel hits him with a 1-2 punch. Eternal Fire can't even get B stairs this time.
It's going to be a hard angle for Calix to deal with. Hobbit quietly backing off. Not wanting to give Eternal Fire an easy way back into this one. I do wonder if they're actually going to go for anything here, Eternal Fire, unless they are gifted an opportunity for a frag by Cloud9. Not much money in the bank for Acadia and Zantares. So the next round might not be much better, even if they do save. Perhaps that's why they'll go towards the B-bomb site together. Woxic can molly the site. Hold angles while the team push in. Exile's actually fairly alone here. Perfecto's got no support flashes for him, but he is on the site pretty promptly. Uses teammate as bait down. Goes Calix. Exile still at the back of the site. He just needs to stay alive. They have to deal with him one way or another. Otherwise, this bomb's not getting planted. They won't deal with him. He'll deal with them. 5-0 for Cloud9.
This is looking sharp indeed. that was great. Just
Wow.
a little bit of info. Spam on through. Axel gets another. And this B site looks pretty impenetrable right now. Gonna be honest. Axel does a good job just playing behind the pillar. Always a nice spot to play, especially if you have 2 CTs there. You can often play off your teammates, survive for quite a while, as long as you have a smoke if it gets mollied. Surprised if Eternal Fire have to turn their attention elsewhere. The upcoming rounds, that B site has not been a weakness.
So far, so good for Cloud9. Not too much to complain about. Not too many frags for Eternal Fire. Money's looking good. Situation is good for Cloud9. They're comfortable. The feet are out in the thick carpet. Smoking jackets are on. Eternal Fire are being enrobed in lead. One round after another. Do not have much to show for it. Not in the name of frags. Lightning fast start for Cloud9.
Just across. I mean, again, they're just going to test this B site by the looks of things. Or at least try and get B stairs control, which they struggled to get last time. Start might give a different thing for Cloud9 to think about. Oh, Exile! Oh, he's about to get flashed in, so the timing was awkward on the boost up, but he still responds with the headshot. Vecto's turn to chime in. This is the individual prowess we know Cloud9 have, and they are just not losing many fights right now. Okay, they lost that one.
Yeah, Cloud9 are very comfortable, just in general at the moment. They're not too disturbed by Eternal Fire's action so far in this game overall. Now they may be taking their foot off the gas a little. Hobbit's normally good for a cleanup, but this has actually been made winnable. Major with 2 HP, nice pre-fire from him. They only need to connect one bullet. Even through the wall would be enough. He will be fragged after time. Getting griefed by Cloud9. They made it expensive, but again, Cloud9 have made so much money. If Eternal Fire can get around the next 1 or 2, then maybe there's a chance for a comeback.
Yeah, they need something here. It is getting out of hand. Alil is caught by Major into this one. Oh, Woxic had the opportunity. Fast up ramp, but this shot Cloud9 get away with one early in this round towards that ledge position. Elsewhere, Calyx has found an opener, though. So finally, a good start for Eternal Fire. Let's see if they can snowball that into a round win.
Last round ended up being pricier than Cloud9 might have needed it to be. That could come to bite them in the bum if Eternal Fire can find a first round here. Oh, swing and a miss from Shiro. Difficult to find another angle at such close range. He will be exploded, and that might be the round. Not really much for Cloud9 to pursue at this point. See if one tries to rescue the AWP. Apart from that, this one is donezo. 500 HP for Eternal Fire.
Take that all day. The hunt is on. Xantares gets another one. Cloud9 have a bit of money in the bank. So I think if our Eternal Fire want at least 3 or 4 alive, make sure that your economy stays good. It is your map pick after all. Make sure you get a few more T-gun rounds. A few more chances to get T rounds on the board. This was that opening kill from Calix. The aggression from Axel came in. And confident after his success towards that B site. Finally, Eternal Fire break through there. Wow, that's all it needs for Cloud9 to take a timeout. Groove wants to talk with the team.
Either to break that momentum. Because that might do look a little bored at the moment. But the thing is, they are risking getting broken as well, so they need to keep their focus for sure. The door is opening just a little further for Eternal Fire to get their foot in. Cloud9 will try to shut that down now. Let's see what they can do. This is the pick of Eternal Fire. Lots to play for then. Woxic with minimal impact so far. Just a 1 kill. KDR sending it straight up and dropping Electronic. That's a very promising start for Eternal Fire.
So Woxic almost get a pick on that position with the ult previously. This time Electronic a little too late there. The rifle had already made it all the way up. Rest of Cloud9 not there to back him up. So maybe this A ramp position is one that Eternal Fire can go back to. Try and get that early fight. They've been struggling to win in prior rounds. What did Cloud9 do? They're a man down. They don't have A ramp control either. Happy sitting back, trying to get maybe a kill or two and play retake. It looks like it because Hobbit is alone on A right now. Taking that risk of leaving him here. How much can Hobbit do? The nade comes in, but he's not ready for Xantares to be there so soon. And Cloud9 may just have to give up on this round at this point, or at least consider if this is worth going for.
Yeah, surely they need to. Once the bomb's been planted, that might be the death knell for this round. Now they're just on the edge every round, Cloud9, trying to hold on. Eternal Fire slowly creeping forth. No one dying again will be great for them as well. Keep that pressure going against Cloud9. Things feeling dramatically different now all of a sudden. First map of the series, if you're just joining us, our second game of the day in Group D. Group 3, Stream A is live at the same time. Plenty of Counter-Strike to come this week. Eternal Fire 4 rounds behind Cloud9 at the moment. There's Newman Wicadia, 4 months on the squad. Good for the entry. Being the can opener for the team. Hasn't been too crazy from either sniper just yet. That'll show that there's depth and levels to what both these squads can do, which are to come. Katie looking to send it once again. This time I do wonder if Shiro's going to be ready for him. Is the peak coming? A traffic jam for Wicadia. Instant trade from Shiro. Does he stand and fight? Does he try and fall back? Xantares hopping up. An exchange of flashes to try and take the angle. Hobbit creeping as well. Down goes Shiro, down goes Hobbit, down goes the economy at Cloud9.
Yeah, they really wanted to stick around on that ramp position, Cloud9, and I think you saw Shiro hoping that the Incendiary, or assuming maybe the Incendiary, could force someone away from that sort of sandbags ledge area. So he went out into the open and perhaps didn't realize Xantares was going to be there. Ended up being an easy kill for Xantares. Woxic got a frag of his own. And so that A ramp looks like it could be a problem position right now for Cloud9. A few mistakes and maybe a few rounds where they're getting caught off guard in that position. I wonder if Eternal Fire will continue to try and use that. Also got to wonder for Cloud9, how much depth do they have on that A site? Are they going to be happy playing back from the bomb site in the future? to be very controlled and very confident in your team play and your retakes. Just play back towards the site itself over on A. But for now, much more like it from Eternal Fire, slowly building some success on this T side. That is now 3 rounds for them. It's the first shot from Shiro. The molly actually missed him, but here you see, all out in the open, nowhere to go back to. Cloud9's money finally in a questionable position. I think they could have maybe scraped out a 4-spy if they wanted to. Instead, 3 rifles in this round for Cloud9.
Eternal Fire coming to life in this first half then. Looking rough for a moment. Now it seems we've got a game on our hands. Santaro's at 4 HP will take the AWP. How often do you see that? Holding the angle from the back. Trying to keep their numbers up. Got most of the util as well. The only flash for the squad. 3 rifles remain for Cloud9. This is still winnable for the CT side. They're all more or less committed to A. Exile's having the occasional look towards mid. And C9 are holding on to their util. They're playing a reactive game, a responsive game. Eternal Fire cut noise. Instant counter util then from Cloud9 as we see that usual wall of smoke on the A-bomb site, the infamous. There's that one flash then delivered. Are there enough frags though? Looks like there might be. 2 on 2. Electronic falling back, but he's got to be careful about his 6 because Calix is waiting for that smoke to go. And he'll catch him just in the nick of time. That leaves Exile in the 1 versus 2. Calix creeping forward to deliver that headshot. An awkward round towards the end for Eternal Fire, but they still deliver.
Yeah, nice recovery there from Calix for Eternal Fire after the round looked like it could have gone wrong. This was Antares getting that first fight against Shiro. And what's it got another kill and you feel like they're in great shape, but Flash gets Perfecto in play. Electronic then has Axel alongside him as they took that risk of stacking A. Really works out. And a cheeky peek there from Calix. Works for Eternal Fire. 4 rounds secured. Flash forces Axel back. Very nearly got caught in the back there. He's down to 39 health from the nade. Has to be careful here. Eternal Fire might continue to pressure him. Oh, that was a nade that just landed on default. Axel's dodging the nades well enough.
And he dodges Antares with an AK though. Robot name is here. Still a long way to go in this round. Still north of a minute. Cloud9 got a few smokes in the hole. They've deployed 1 of their 3. Nice angles. Electronic loses half his health without seeing anyone. But have a look at this util from Eternal Fire. This suggests an A play. Again, that wall of smoke looks like it will be leaned upon once again. Or will it? 40-second mark. Calix sees Exile poking forth, looking for info, catches Perfecto as well. Touch awkward angles. Time for that green light, and they're lining up for Hobbit, but there are so many targets. The trade is all but guaranteed, and it is delivered by Calix. Eternal Fire happy to use the clock, making Cloud9 feel uneasy and walk to their doom. Punish peeking for information.
Exit kill is all that Shiro can acquire out of this round because those entries from Calix were just way too much for Cloud9 to handle. And credit to Calix, he's starting to find some good moments in the mid-round scenarios, sometimes even in the late round previously. At this time, just gets a really good timing window. It's another exit kill for Electronic. CT economy is bad, and Eternal Fire have a good amount of cash. So they're willing to invest a few players into just trying to get this one gun away. they will do exactly that. No save for Electronic. Just the one rifle carried on over by Shiro. Suddenly, Eternal Fire, they're just finding these fights now. They're just winning a lot of these early duels. And that's making such a difference here.
Such a dramatic shift in this one half of Vertigo. Cloud9's lead still exists though, but not for long it looks like. Happy to wait out the util, wait out the desperation, the urgent plays from Cloud9, who have no flashes this time. See them try and make plays through the smoke and so on, but how will they find a way in a round with minimal utility?
So close. I think it's very important to know when you are visible to those boosts, though. Clearly, Arcadia aware that he needs to be close angle. He's lurking up mid. There is a player watching this. Perfecto's back towards spawn, but Shiro didn't seem to realize Perfecto's playing it passive. That's another entry from Major. They've got that kill towards B as well. Eternal Fire are just finding all these openers right now.
How are a team like Cloud9 just running into mid and getting shot like that for free? With no information. Eternal Fire are in the middle of mid. What is that, miscommunication? That's bizarre. That does not bode well for this Vertigo. If they're lacking in understanding what could be compromised, what they've left open. That's a very expensive error. That will lose them their lead then, as Eternal Fire will tie the score. Their slow space, their slow pace is brutalizing Cloud9. They don't seem to have the patience for it.
Yeah, I'm glad that Eternal Fire have switched up the way they're playing a little. They're going a little slower. Because maybe that is going to be when Cloud9 don't have that full chemistry we're used to. You see there, Shiro, maybe not 100% aware what his new teammate Perfecto is covering or watching. It's always an important thing to figure out when you're on a new team. Woxic so aggressive, but Axar on the close angle. Don't try and spam him down either, so he's going to get away on full health. Alex, who's jumped down to half health in the process. So that's more like it from Cloud9. They were finding their success. It was a lot of early fights going their way. Well, that will be a good, promising start for them after losing quite a few rounds in a row. That is 6 rounds lost in a row now for Cloud9.
Eternal Fire cut noise around 120. It's just brutal for Cloud9. They've got the 5-on-4 though. Got their incendiaries. They've got a great angle down the ramp as well in the hands of Shiro. Again, there's so much util for Eternal Fire. They're just chilling most of the round. Looking to execute. Oh, just the one then. Shiro may have seen something. Debating them. Arcadia, so they're making no assumptions, but that will certainly run this fraction then. Making them focus on Shiro. Not one, but 2 bait setups for Cloud9. This will put them back into the lead once again. Shiro from out of nowhere. And Cloud9 take a step forward once more. Will they try to attack that timing of Eternal Fire? Again, cutting noise, not really using their util mid-round. That's something Cloud9 will try to exploit. That was an expensive round for them, though, I think. They're looking good. They've got 2 AK-47s in the hole. Not too terrible for Cloud9. Not too terrible at all.
Yeah, really not too bad. I think there's a good chance here for Cloud9 if they can keep up. They're able to do in that previous round, get the early advantage, force Eternal Fire back into a plan B. Cloud9 were ready for them over towards A ramp. Got Major on the AWP at the start of this round, rather than Woxic, who's been having a tough game so far. Flashes in, those nades are so good. Look at the damage, and they're even swinging off the back of them. It's actually Woxic who gets a nade kill outright onto Hobbit, but still a 1-for-1 trade where Eternal Fire take so much damage.
Massive start for them. Only lost one player that last round, which will help in these dying rounds of the first half. Eternal Fire, though, could lose many. $27 HP for Xantares and Arcadia. Pretty rough way to take a duel. You can see Xantares is on the AWP once again. Noise cut once again. Cloud9 have learned their lessons with mid. They'll be more careful this time, off angles being held. Suddenly becomes more urgent. Arcadia gets the information for his squad, but Perfecto's angle is very strong indeed. And it is pedestrian for him, these duels. Xantares nowhere to be seen as the time will soon run out.
That's beautifully done by Perfecto. He's so good in those anchor positions. He put his back against the wall. You ask him just to hold a spot. He's fantastic in those spots. And Cloud9, I'm sure, will be so thankful to have him. As soon as he became available, I'm sure they would have been licking their lips saying, oh, hello. This is a very promising player to get on our team. You see here, he's just holding a bit further back because he knows that first player is likely going to jump towards the site. Just continues to jiggle back and forth on that angle. He's slightly deeper than the standard angle you'd expect, so it's harder for Eternal Fire to clear him. Means he's able to get a big overperformance in 8th round. Cloud9 can go for 9 at the half. Again, they look to fight for B stairs. They've been a real nuisance in that position.
Force from his position, but standing with most of his health, and that can be enough for now. How close will it be at half-time then? 9-6 could be promising for Cloud9, but then the start was promising for Cloud9, and that quickly changed. 7 rounds on the T side, with how things started, would be great for Eternal Fire. Great flash. What's going to happen here, though? Electronic blocked in a smoke. Instant trade by Eternal Fire. Continues to creep towards the A-bomb site. Great incendiary by Hobbit. Falling back again. Look at the util of Eternal Fire. They've been well equipped late on. It seems these smokes might be coming once again.
30 seconds. They have plenty of nades on the Eternal Fire side to go for this execute. They've got mollies, they've got smokes. Only the one flash, though. They've got to get Shiro off this angle, and the flash is on point. Shiro somehow gets away with a kill, finally traded. They haven't got that bomb down, though, with 14 seconds remaining, and Perfecto denies the push. It's up to Woxic with little time left.
Hopping up to find Perfecto.
Oh.
4 seconds. He has to commit to the bomb plan. Has he got enough time? 1v1. Exile just around the corner. Woxic moving away. Chance for a quick scope. A Woxic special. Leaves the angle. He can play for the beeps now. He has no idea where Exile might be coming from. Exile is rounding the site, and Boxic will win that last round for the squad. He'll keep the score close at half-time. A great comeback after a rough start for Eternal Fire.
sonke kumnandi bonke abafazi bezala sonke sisexy sonke siflexy sizobusha shunga intuthu khala isigubhu qolokaqa sizobumnandi sithamela ilanga siqokophaqa wozala shana wozala sidla ubusha wozodra wozala shana wozala sidla ubusha ungasipotozina na ungasilokothisha na shayigagaso ungatheleki lana tsimbedla izinyo washa nayindandathu futhi aphaqa siyahamba khala ubuqhafaqa sonke siyaqonza gobhoza umfula yikha dakiyothinta thina phika masiphikelana ngena isiqhephezana fika yenyo sigqala nanku magwebo sishaya hey ngoko with the whip saka when you hit Sezi sonke kumnandi bonke abafazi bezala sonke sisexy sonke siflexy sizobusha shunga intuthu khala isigubhu qolokaqa sizobumnandi sithamela ilanga siqokophaqa wozala shana wozala sidla ubusha wozodra wozala shana wozala sidla ubusha wozodra
Dopeness. Dopeness. Fire. My name sound like nails on a chalkboard. Hit you harder than the darts on a dartboard. Damn it, man, I'm creepy like Candyman in a pair of hammer pants with a hammer in his hand. Say what you want, say what you wish, but say my name and it sound like you breaking a dish. Say my name in a whisper like you making a wish. You said my name in the crowd like you afraid I exist. Say my name and it feel like you peeling off a scab that ain't really even healed yet. I don't even fear threats. I don't really feel what they feel when they fear shit. I feel like the pain at a funeral when tears strip. I don't even dodge shots. I dodge bullets like a child playing hopscotch. I dodge bullets like a breakdancer pop locks. I treat your bullets like it's b-ball and block shots.
My tongue is made of razor blades. I think my body's made of steel and flames. It feels like fire when they speak
If you weren't here for most of the first half, it started great for Cloud9, but what has happened to their lead? Where has their communication been? Mistakes have been made. Eternal Fire have crept back. Their slow pace, painful for Cloud9, and we are very close as we move into this second half.
Very close indeed. Can Eternal Fire bring it all the way back on their map pick? They were 6-0 down at one point. Brought it back to 8-7 at the half. Barely behind. For this pistol, they've got a set of utility on Major. They've got 2 nades between the team. It's got a defuse kit as well, so playing retake is a possibility. It may have to be, because Xantares is alone on A. Probably just going to be playing for the information here. A couple of shots is all he will get before he has to drop back.
2 smokes for Cloud9. And we see the usual affair on Vertigo. This is one of the reasons why I want this map just a bit. The bomb site's too shallow. So you get a lot of the wall of smoke. Kind of like Overpass a few years ago. You get the wall of smokes up. And And here we go. How do you deal with it? 4 versus 5 for Cloud9. How many can Exile get from this position? 2 smokes to plant the bomb, a smoke on the bomb to try and win the round for Eternal Fire. Down to a 2-on-2 though, as they're uncertain if it's being defused or not. Shiro's done the job then. Oh, has he? He's got a kick, Alex, but he's been found by Shiro. The Glock is great for spamming. He will survive as well. 9-7 for Cloud9.
Just so many body shots getting spammed into that smoke. I think I saw 2 or 3 assists for Perfecto, and Shiro just consistently spamming to the body. I like the idea of Eternal Fire having those 2 nades, but they couldn't get the nades onto Hobbit before he planted the bomb. They get the kill on him as he's dropping back. At least gave them a chance on the retake with some utility remaining and that kit. It just gets into a scrap that Cloud9 are able to trade their way to success from. You have a force buy from Eternal Fire with 4 MP9s. Cloud9 have focused heavily on utility rather than weaponry. They've got a lot of SMGs on their side as well. Want to make sure it's the utility that helps them in this round. Eternal Fire can maybe force some fights, get some aggressive timing, right? Maybe that could work for them. There's the first fight going the way of Wakadia. Some of Hobbit's nades dropped. Electronic gets the all-important trade, but Xantara is there as a backup to his fallen teammate. Man advantage right now. Oh, and Xantares gets away with another kill. This is going terribly wrong for Cloud9.
Frustrating first map for them for sure. Cloud9, that is. Bomb's been collected, but where do you go from here? Xantares has got such an annoying angle. Almost good for an extra kill. Eternal Fire being proactive then. Perfecto moves away, and that could be his demise because the 5-7s are coming. Boxic slowing down for now. Cloud9 being patient, almost looking for these plays from Eternal Fire, but Exiles aren't able to do anything about it. So what does Perfecto do? Does he give the AK away? 1 versus 3. 13 seconds on the clock. All he can do is make the TT stronger at this point. But he gets absolutely drilled by Calix. Man, this looks very dicey for Cloud9 at the moment.
That's the risk you run, Cloud9 here. When you invest into all the nades and the MAC-10s, if you just get some aggression coming against you before you use your nades, you can just drop loads of your utility, and then you're actually in an awkward position. So unfortunate there for Cloud9, but fair play to Eternal Fire. Get that little bit of aggressive timing at the right moment. Now Cloud9's buy looks pretty bad into this one. Not even good utility this time. The weaponry is also pretty poor. What an opener though. Axar with that Tech 9. Gets them a start towards B. Just some aggression from Eternal Fire that's gone awry. And Cloud9 convert from this position then.
The advantage of the B-bomb site for a round such as this is you're just so close with these pistols early. Especially when you can buy time with the flashbang. Woxic's got to be careful, got to get his rifle out, he'll get it out in time. Support from Xantares as well. Still dangerous scenario, 2v3, Woxic down to 12 HP now. That's a big frag though. Flash support still coming in from Wakadia. And the score is tied. Eternal Fire are definitely threatening to take this pick of Vertigo. Cloud9 seem to be out of sorts at the moment.
Well dodged by Axar. That's how he got that first frag. But Xantares comes back in with a big triple kill. Good to see him on the board. He was a little quiet in that first half, but Xantares should be the best player on this team for Eternal Fire. It's a good sign. Yeah, I mean, listen, Cloud9, they won both pistol rounds here. Here in the second half, they've been reset straight away. That gives Eternal Fire a good opportunity to try and come through on their map pick. Cloud9 maybe just waiting out some of the utility from Eternal Fire here. Force some of these smokes to get rebought into the next round. They only have Glocks anyway. Don't have much of a chance of doing damage in this round. I don't mind this from Acadia. You're against Glocks. No need to stick around close range and risk giving away a gun. Why not just play at range instead?
4 on the way. Oh, they made that so awkward. Get a reload on that Galil. Electronic is surely gonna be gone soon. Might just be the 1 kill then for the Cloud9 squad. Exile's found the Galil though. He's got 20 seconds to die at this point. He's isolated the fights though. It's the Eternal Fire falling back. Try and guarantee the trade kill, worst case scenario. 10 seconds now as Exile's got to get it. Skates on. Zantara seems confused about the sound, looking the wrong way. That was strange.
Bit of a weird one. I can only assume he maybe just thought his teammates were already watching the other side. Because otherwise, I mean, it still doesn't make much sense. But hey.
Anti-flash? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, either way, that's pretty good damage for Cloud9 actually out of that round. Now Eternal Fire need to stay focused into this gun round. You get that AWP out for Woxic. It's an opportunity for Cloud9 to try and cause the CT economy some issues. Saw a lot of B-stairs action in the first half. Eternal Fire playing back from the site. I think they just flubbed one of their flashes. Not the end of the world. See how this B defense is able to resist this push from Cloud9. It indeed comes in.
So many angles on this bomb site. Great headshot by Exile. And they are in a position to collapse immediately. Woxic had an angle, but he's been flashed off. They've lost much position here at Eternal Fire. Their money's not great either. So what do? The site's somewhat cut in half by utility. Cloud9 haven't spread just yet. They're being very careful. Importantly, they've got no flashes left. So if Woxic can keep an angle, then this could become very bizarre indeed. 30 seconds on the clock.
Come up.
What is Perfecto planning with this bomb? Moving behind the squad now as they make their way onto the bomb site. Oh, it's getting expensive for Eternal Fire. Very expensive indeed. Woxic still hanging out in the 1v4. Surely he needs to save this rifle.
Well, I think they've realized it as well on the Cloud9 side. They know he wants to save this AWP. And hey, he's only got 4 bullets. They figure if we all run at him, he's probably not going to kill us all. There's the first. Good shot from Woxic, but now...
That might be enough.
Different angles.
For Cloud9, because they might want to keep some money for themselves. They don't really have a lot. Comes down to the priorities at the end of the day, I suppose, and they really wanted that AWP taken out of the hands of Woxic.
Yeah, I guess maybe they're thinking they'll make money in this round as well, because Eternal Fire's cash should be screwed because of that earlier damage they did. Yeah, it just felt like Eternal Fire weren't ready for some of these fights. I mean, to be honest, Axel gets 2 through the smoke, which is kind of wild. Big round for Cloud9. Back to even. Yeah, they are indeed against basically no investment. so wouldn't be surprised if they use this opportunity to build up some cash. See, that free ult that Shiro got is nice. Flash means that Wicadia is forced back, and Shiro can get onto the angle.
It works
I'm
quite
going to
well.
say 1 kill from this B stack. That's my guess.
Electronic with the right tool for the job. There's 1 kill.
Okay, well, hang on.
That was pretty prompt though, wasn't it? You're getting a little worried. Exile's ready for these angles on the B-bomb site though. He looks like he's been training this. Pre-fire maps maybe. A latecomer. Exile. We're late to the Cloud9 party.
Oh, it's so cheap up there. There we go. 1 kill indeed. Close though to Axel, very close. Got to remember, Axel also plays towards that B site on CT side as well, so I'm sure he's very aware of all these angles. Great to see Axel in good form though. I think some people are a little worried that maybe he was taking a dip recently in his form. But I think he's proving any of the doubters wrong, at least in this map. Big round here for Eternal Fire. They really need this. All their money invested into this one. They have that AWP out. Shiro denied with that AWP early. No pick for him. He's forced back by the utility. Looks like Eternal Fire will hold on to ramp, at least for now.
Hobbit saving years, Antares. The dance of utility to take position. Always reminds me of Cobblestone. Long path towards the site, snipers exchanging flashes to post up on the angle. Force the other one away. Calyx is a great spot. Exile takes one in the face. What could Perfecto do about it? Not an easy duel to get an angle on, but he will trade it. Big frag from Electronic. Everything's being covered by Cloud9. Has that bomb even been spotted yet? Can't have been. ADR swinging, finding 2, catching Electronic off guard. Getting traded, but still the bomb needs to be collected and rotated. 20 seconds on the clock. This one is going to be a race. They really need to hope that no one's on this bomb site. And Nathan and Woxic are fully committed to B. 9 seconds to plant the bomb. Oh, just in the nick of time. Oh dear, that leaves Shiro in the clutch then. He's got a great angle for it though. No util for Eternal Fire. How do they combine? Sound cues. Swing too far, Shiro. Making a more defensive position. He's got the sound cues for Major, who's still not baiting the shot. There he is. Shiro still with a better angle than Woxic, who somehow baits the shot there, but he goes back for another one. And Shiro will win round 12 for Cloud9. Such an awkward angle for Eternal Fire to attack from, but they didn't do it together either.
Yeah, Shiro, very good in those clutch scenarios. Cadia brought it back to a close position. They get the bomb down. That shot from Woxic was great, but as you said, first player goes in. Woxic was way too far behind. You thought when he baited out the AWP shot, he had a good chance, but I don't think Woxic had his gun out. I think he was going for the higher movement speed. Once he got his AWP out, it looked like it was too late. Shiro lands the shot. That really could be a death sentence here for Eternal Fire if they're not careful. Shiro's won a couple of clutches now. Those might push Cloud9 over the line here because Eternal Fire down on a low buy. So I'll just puts that smoke up. Try and lurk around it. Rest of Cloud9 so pretty heavily grouped outside B. Very non-committal though from Cloud9. They know they're against pistols. Just want to make make sure they don't run into a stack if possible.
Aggressive turn of events in that 2v1 for Eternal Fire. Absolutely wiped their money. No losses for Cloud9. It's been a struggle at times, but you wonder if they're close enough to take this one over the line.
That's a question. I will say, Shiro was always very good at clutches on Vertigo. I feel like around that A site, he's always a real threat. We've seen that throughout this map. See what Eternal Fire can do in this one. Pressure is on them at this point. Still have no money in the bank. Don't even have a kit in this round. So playing for retake, less of an option. CT side. Haven't seen too much mid play from Cloud9. Vector will get boosted up here. Start clearing these angles. Oh, and Shiro's found a pick with that AWP. 23 kills now for Shiro. Such a Shiro stat line. Most kills on the server, least deaths. Very efficient with his AWPing.
Great patience from Cloud9. Some revenge in that respect from Eternal Fire. They'll be spread like mustard now, but will they be as hot with what remains of Eternal Fire? 37 seconds as Cloud9 start to combine. Calyx still over towards B, but he's heading to that A bomb site now as well. Will there be a flash? Wacadia's the one with the flash, and he's the one in the smoke as well. This clock is really running down though as the utility dump continues. Wacadia standing, and no one checked for him. How's he found two? 10 seconds to plant this bomb, 2v2. This is chaos. What is happening in these rounds? They had all the time in the world. They had a 5-on-3.
Wow,
out there. What is how? This is I don't know what to say about some of these rounds that I'm seeing.
Okay, so that was the pick from Shiro. That was the kill from Electronic. You think, oh, they're in great shape. Wacadia's like, wait, I hear a bomb plant. They just don't clear that position, even though there's that smoke down. Then the lurking player can't get anything going. I mean, that could be a real game changer here. Now Cloud9's money, nowhere near as good. Should have been their round, but small oversight cost them in the late round. Wacadia is able to get away with a double kill. Don't have enough players in position to defend the bomb plant later on.
Shaking
Eternal. Yeah, Eternal Fire's money's still very awkward though, gotta say.
Opportunity for Cloud9 to visualize closing out the map. And yet, a squandered opportunity may be something they live to regret. Let's see how it plays out, how it shakes out, if you will. What falls out of the tree. Now Eternal Fire have found a way to get closer. If they are to lose this round, though, Eternal Fire, then you would imagine that would be even more difficult to recover from.
Up towards B. Major is close by. Oh, they start spamming. They should have heard that they hit him. Still gets a kill out of it because the flashes were in there. They were turning away. But Axar locked in on these B site entries. Another fantastic adjustment. Now Cloud9 have a great chance of getting this bomb down. And with a man advantage, I don't know if Eternal Fire can risk going for a 3-on-4 retake unless they find something, and they
Ooh.
find nothing. Shiro wins the AWP fight.
They have to call it, surely. Still heading towards the site, though, at least half of them.
Is that AWP even still on the map? Might have fallen off.
Maybe. KD is still hanging around. No kit. Cloud9 head towards 14 after all. Oh, he's only got a USP. Where's his gun? What's happening? He's only got a USP. Everyone needs a glass of water, I reckon.
Yeah, maybe. Something to calm down. And Axel has just been deadly. He's been ruthless on these B-site entries. That's Shiro spotting the AWP on the edge. Very aware that the AWP might be holding that angle. See Woxic there earlier as well. So now Eternal Fire only really have this hero M4. Looks like they may have collapsed here on their CT side. Not looking good right now for them on their map pick. Zantara has come up with the goods. Or is it a pistol player who's going to step up? Tried to take that fight on mid, but not given to him. Oh, Exile caught off guard. That's something for Eternal Fire to work with. Now they'll try and rotate back to A and beat this push.
Awkwardness continues then. Oh, boy. There's no response. They've got one molly. The smokes are up. There's another smoke in the hands of Major and mid as well. Cloud9 are just holding in the 3 versus 5 as that clock heads towards 40 seconds. Now Major's gone towards being deployed to smoke over there. So that's something. But if they're going to leave this to the last second and try to plant the bomb in smokes against 5 people, then I do wonder. Oh.
Oh.
25 seconds on the clock. This can only end in disaster for Cloud9. There's no way they win this. They can just swarm. They can just push all together. And yeah, they might get sprayed down, but maybe they won't. There's 10 seconds left. Oh, they've done it. They're halfway there. They're still alive, but they're not looking for Kalik. Oh, perfecto. Man, these rounds are terrifying. I can barely talk. I'm just watching madness happen round after round.
Wow, I'm sure they were sweating in that one. Oh, that's the angle below the smoke that spotted Shiro. But at least they had the 2 smokes left. They got that first entry. And the fake plant looked like the right shout there. Eternal Fire try and commit players through, but they get dealt with. Still so impressive for Perfecto. And Eternal Fire would have hoped to coordinate a little better there, but Perfecto allowed to turn back. So it is Cloud9 up to map point. Chance to steal away Eternal Fire's pick, but they have lost the first duel in this one.
Oh, Major not ready for Electronics' position. That could be a huge mistake. They had the advantage, Eternal Fire. Now they're swarming the site. Perfecto here as well. Look at the numbers for Cloud9. Zantares and Mercadia racing towards the site. That will be Curtin Hobbit with the transfer. 16-11, a very difficult game across the board, I feel like. But it's Cloud9 who take it in the end.
o'clock in the club and I can't leave. My sports car outside doing top speeds. You choosing up and I hope that you choose me. I'll be everything you want plus what you need. No car service, I'm driving. Bucket seats for you when we riding. And we high off life, we doing 90. And the highway car right behind me. Paranoia really untimely. Am I going crazy? I might be. Find somebody else like me, that's unlikely. They flashing while I'm driving back home. 11 at night. In parties, but I'm feeling alone. All the stars in the midnight sky look pretty. Baby, you're rolling, can you please come with me? Cause I'm tired of the pop life and I need you. They flashing while I'm driving back home. 11 at night. In parties, but I'm feeling alone. All the stars in the midnight sky look pretty. Baby, you're rolling, can you please come with me? Cause I'm tired of the pop life and I need you.
Fast forward, daydreaming about the next time. When it's gonna happen again, cause I just wanna have fun. Come and pick me up, meet me at the spot.
Well, that was a hell of a Vertigo game. We saw some crazy rounds. We saw a comeback from Infernal Fire in their first half. We saw Cloud9 win some key rounds and win some Trey difficile rounds towards the end to close out the map. That is the pick of Infernal Fire lost to Cloud9. Narrowly, it feels like. I really feel like both teams were struggling for control at the moment. It's like their hands were covered in soap and they were just failing to climb up that pole.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. That was a lot of chaos towards the end there. But listen, Cloud9, I think just you saw moments where their individuals just were way better than Eternal Fire. And it's probably what gave them the edge here, in all honesty. I think Shiro ended up winning 3 clutch scenarios, 3 1vX rounds. That's already going to give you a huge swing in some of those rounds. And also probably a shame for Eternal Fire. They just had this really slow start right at the start of the map, as that put them on the back foot and ends up being a fairly close map, but one that Cloud9 end up winning in the end.
Yeah, maybe feels like both squads went into that one a little cold. Maybe the derp is gone and they'll come into the next one sharper, but indeed that was winnable by both. It's just crazy how fast the momentum went into Eternal Fire's favor. Like, have a look at this, 6-0 it was for Cloud9, and you round after round, Eternal Fire keep creeping back until they managed to tie the score. And Cloud9 pushed away just a little further. Close to half time. yeah, it was very unclear as to who might take it, although I was kind of leaning towards Eternal Fire for a while. The way they came back in that first one didn't seem like Cloud9 had an answer. Ultimately able to edge Eternal Fire to the post, pip them to the post towards the end. But boy, there were some scary losses. This was crazy as well from Eternal Fire's point of view. The 2 versus 1, unable to get the trade frag attempt even on Shiro DWP, and then jiggling, but not with a pistol, unable to even fire a gun this time. It's just madness in many, many rounds.
Yeah, I think it's one of these games where Eternal Fire will probably want a few rounds back. I think that's for sure. I think for Cloud9, it kind of shows almost what they've been saying. Like, it definitely looks like they've really got the skill. And a lot of rounds, it's like, if they win the early fights, they're in really great shape. But it is sometimes, you know, we saw a couple of rounds where you get the rotations and they're not 100% sure who's covering what or what's going on. Maybe it's also a fact that it's not their map pick that comes into play. But yeah, I'm sure that's the sort of thing they will iron out over time.
Absolutely. Again, that rotation from Shiro and mid as well. Maybe some confusion with Electronic. But anyway, let's have a look at our aim high head-to-head and look at the scores on the doors. Today, in our first map, we have Exile for you versus Calyx.
Yeah, I mean, listen, in the first half especially, this was pretty close between them. Calyx had a few very important moments to give Eternal Fire some round wins. But, I mean, we also saw Exile in the second half get some absolutely unreal entries with that AK towards the B site. And you see, even in the first half, he's playing around B. So I think he was just very intimately aware of all these angles on both CT and T side. And that really shined on throughout this map. We saw him dominate this second half. Some of these entries are so clean, even getting them through smokes at times. It's a really great game from Exile. I think it's fair to say he had the impact in that second half to get them over the line. You saw similar from Calyx playing around this B site, but in the end, it's hard when you're going up against Exile on the other side. Exile was just, really a whole different caliber in this one.
Yeah, some important frags there for Eternal Fire from Calyx as well. Those 2 where he just made the angle so oppressive and awkward for those CTs, opening up the bomb site for his team. Important frags for him as well. Well, Vertigo was maybe one to forget for both squads. I think with some of the rounds that were lost, they'll definitely be lamenting some of those rounds. But going into the second one, Eternal Fire have got all the work to do now. They lost their pick. They're going to have to win their opponent's pick if they want to stay in this one. Again, the opening matches of the bracket today between the A stream and the B stream. There's been plenty of action on the A stream as well. So wherever you're tuning in, you're seeing some crazy stuff, I've no doubt. Second map is to come. It's just around the corner, so don't go too far away.
Guys, they're stacked on A. I need support. Wait. I'm gonna flash us long.
It's time for the DHL drop. Every week, CSGO talent go head-to-head to beat the buzzer. You can join them by typing !DHL drop in the chat. Answer the questions correctly to get added to the global leaderboard. The higher you climb, the closer to earning a prize you are.
And even if I make mistakes, I will always season through. 'Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Inside of me.
They call me a monster. I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off. Prepare your conscience. Prepare for honest. Cut off all the nonsense. I'm all in your chakra. Wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor. Boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up. I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes,
Yeah, look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood? Yeah, I just hit a Mikey for the juice. Yeah, ain't no capping, I'ma tell the truth. I've been winning for so long, it's hard to lose. Deal, be my source, Christian like Dior. Yeah, I can't start when I'm far, just get back up. Yeah, I've been quiet all along on my TP toes. Yeah, I can't keep it to myself, I just give and go. I'm a visionist, yeah, you can't picture this. Yeah, ain't no way you cannot work me, boy, I live for this. Yeah, sipping essential, that's the essentials, I'm influential. Yeah, straight fundamental, that's fundamental, on instrumentals. Yeah, speed of the tempo, yeah, we got potential. Shoot a movie like I'm Denzel, running my route to the end zone. And they still can find me, man, you know where to find me. I'm tryna get me a Grammy so I can dedicate it to my granny. Look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood? Yeah, I just hit a Mikey for the juice. Yeah, ain't no capping, I'ma tell the truth. I've been winning for so long, it's hard to lose. Deal, be my source, Christian like Dior. Yeah, I can't start when I'm far, just get back up. Yeah, I've been quiet all along on my TP toes. Yeah, I can't keep it to myself, I just give and go. Yeah, I just turn my L's into W's. Yeah, I just told my sins, yeah, I'm done with you. Yeah, stay in your lane, don't you pick and choose. I can't waste my time, I got a lot to lose. To the game that we all on, they was doubting us all along. Now we charting in Hong Kong, what competition they all gone. Bless, stress, play the game like it's chess. We next, that's a check, over stripes, yeah, yeah. Look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood? Tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood?
Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you hop out 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna climb. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning, and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, 'cause I'm falling down now, won't be good enough. I miss it, those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all deep into you, might just shatter now. You're scared of time.
Second map is here. We had a messy game of Vertigo, but maybe it'll get cleaned up now in this second map of this series. Cloud9 winning the pick of Eternal Fire in Vertigo, and now we move to Overpass, which you thought was an interesting pick, Hawker.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a map that Cloud9 have, firstly, not played in the last 3 months, but secondly, sometimes they've been second round banning this map. I mean, against Spirit, their last game they played, they banned it in second rotation. So, yeah, that's a curious pick. It's a map that Eternal Fire also don't play that often, but they've actually been getting a few wins on it lately, albeit against weaker competition. So maybe this is a sneaky map that Cloud9 have got up their sleeve. It's definitely something that Eternal Fire won't know what to expect coming into this one, so we'll have to wait and see how this one plays out.
Just had a look at the HLTV forums, and there's a thread on there saying, "Piss jar era over?" ? I'm not gonna click. I'll just focus on Overpass. There are toilets that Xantaros will run past on the CT side for Eternal Fire. Cloud9 will be the aggressors. 4 players going upstairs. It looks like he'll have plenty of targets. I remember some great highlights from Xantaros on the T side around that B bomb site on Overpass, although it feels like a while since we were screaming his name. Maybe today will be one of those days. Cloud9 on that T side, moving fast. All with Glocks, no P250s. They are moving promptly, directly towards the A bomb site. Will they fully commit though? The current positions are already quite a commitment. Xantaros will see some close. He'll call for reinforcement, and he will need them quick. The utility looks good for Cloud9. He's been isolated from the remainder of the bomb site. I'm expecting a fast bomb plot. We've got Exile lurking for a connector play, which is never going to come because Eternal Fire have all come up the stairs towards CT spawn. Those smokes will soon be gone, and there's no more util for Cloud9. Flash has come and gone, and now it's all about the pistols. Who swings first? Who takes one for the team? Major's got the kit. That kit has been dropped now. Everybody else on the other side away from that kit. And the Hobbit's got a great angle, continuing to swing towards Bank. This doesn't look good for Eternal Fire, but Woxix found another one. They've got to find that kit, though, surely, because that bomb is so far ticked. They're winning the duels, but can they get the kit? Calix gets the duel. Exile still standing. 1v1 now, no one on the bomb. Cloud9 take the pistol.
Calix either goes up with the ship. Yeah, that is... Oh, sorry, goes down with the ship, I guess. You know, either way. It could blow up. It could sink. Yeah, it could be both. Why not? Goes up with it, then goes down with it. Yeah, it was always going to be hard. Listen, they lost the site so quickly here in a 5-on-5. And the forward positions from Cloud9, difficult to deal with. Even with the bomb planted on that far side. 1 kill from Axile, but the time was already too far gone. So Cloud9 off to a strong start then. Fire straight in with the Force Spy. Definitely see the Scout do some work at range. Pistols can also do good work up close, but no one playing in connector for Eternal Fire. We'll give Cloud9 options between the sites. Oh, Calix. Oh, he's so close. Fires just wide.
I like this combo. Down Q for Xantares with the bomb being dropped. Had Woxix been able to deliver, then things could have been mighty interesting. Exile asking questions of the B-bomb side in the meantime. Nice combo with the molly. Makes it very hard to stand and fight. These pistols were dangerous on Vertigo. So far, so good for Cloud9 as far as Overpass is concerned. 40 seconds, bombs on the way. Exile getting tagged. Feels a little awkward now, just standing by the pillar, waiting for the team to come through. That util won't be there forever. Electronic lost. Effecto clearing the water. Time to get that bomb planted. Confident short B is clear. Would be a horrific loss if Cloud9 were to concede around here. Having close and yet so far. What is there left for Woxix to do? Cloud9 find their second then, as Eternal Fire still look for their first round on the CT side.
Extremely powerful post-plant setup for Cloud9, considering where Eternal Fire were coming from. As soon as there is contact on Perfecto, those 2 other players can swing. Right at that point, they're all just tucked in. And if you're fighting Perfecto in his position, you're going to be really exposed out in the open, coming in from CT. Exactly what we saw there. Not bad attempts from Eternal Fire. Kept it fairly close with some of these early trades, but Axel gets a couple of MAC-10 entries. They get onto that B site. And from there, closed out by Cloud9. So a good chance for Cloud9 to get off to a very strong start here. Eternal Fire will still look for damage though.
Cloud9 holding on to most of their util. Teams love a good poke through Monster. Oh, surely not 2. Okay. Electronic. Bit of a laboured spray there onto Xantares. Got there eventually, though. But an AK's been conceded. We'll have to rotate the bomb round over towards 8. His team are far ahead of him, and maybe they can make some inroads in that respect. Woxix will have some longer range targets if they produce themselves. Enough time for Eternal Fire to rotate reinforcement towards this bomb site. Woxic wasn't ready for Hobbit. Major with that AK from the B bomb site could have caused a catastrophe, and maybe he's done enough. Electronic and Perfecto, 19 HP combined. There goes one of them. 30 seconds left, and Hobbit's got to do the heavy lifting here. Oh, he hasn't! The Julies! What's happening in these rounds? The chaos from Vertigo continues on Overpass.
Oh, man. Cloud9 fans are going to need surgery because they can't stand that round loss. I couldn't stand it, that's for sure. That is so annoying. Oh, mate. The dualies down below at the end. I mean, Major does great just to get into the back. But then look at this. Hobbit looks down. He gets the first player, but can't get that player. He just can't get him. And oh, Katie got electronic first. That's wild. The little movement. But now it's a B-rush.
Trying to send it, but Wakadia may have done enough. Definitely weakened the forces. Major behind the smoke. Was he spotted? Util coming his way. Forced to stand and fight, delivering. Looking for that transfer. Axal will be dropped, and so will the bomb. Shiro 1v3, made 2 now. Woxic and Xantares remain. Minute 20, he could go. I wanted to say wherever he wanted, but that's not true because Xantares is coming in from the back. Not expecting Shiro to eject himself from the bomb site, and everything gets reset.
What a read. What an adjustment from Shiro on that second man. Problem could be if Woxic just decides to stick with that AWP. How the hell do you get past him? Wouldn't want to throw your smoke to heaven. It's such a risk. It would give away your position. Woxic was elsewhere. He'd be able to find you. Shiro predict the position. Does he try and smoke towards the site? Seems unlikely. Woxic still waiting back towards heaven. Does he have the line of sight? It looks like he might. And there it is. Woxic gets on the angle in time. Keeps himself at range. Great effort from Shiro, but not meant to be.
Man, this got crazy real quick. Great effort from Mercadia to cut the numbers at the beginning. Major delivering as well, dropping the bomb carrier. But still the work wasn't done. Xantares just didn't realize he wasn't in the site anymore. But Woxic just held fast. Madness in this series. Very unpredictable. Axal will be in a hero rifle position then. The only man with Kevlar as well. So if he takes heavy damage, there isn't really a better option.
Quick trade. Comes in for Axile. Can they put that AK to work? Do they send Perfecto in first as bait? They just want Axile to win the duels with the AK. Looks like they'll just tuck back entirely. Gotta wonder if Wakadia heard those players running back there. Probably should have, but sometimes that can be a fake, so false information. Eternal Fire don't want to commit to anything off the back of that. 5 seconds remaining. Cloud9 will try and group back to A. Remember, no nades. Again, that AWP of Woxic could be the bane of their existence here at long range.
"20 seconds, and they need to die or plant the bomb. Those are the options. Katie's got the information. That's the strong smoke. But they can pre-fire the shadows as they make their way through. Still Axal finds a way though, but they'll get cleaned up with 2 frags. And Eternal Fire will find themselves in the lead. Look out for that CT smoke you saw late at the front of the site. So hard for the T's to find a solution when that comes in. If they go through the smoke, their shadows will reveal their position before they can see anything.
Well, they're finally back to a buy, be it with a Tech 9 on electronic, and no Kevlar for Shiro either. Worth considering. Always got to be careful of those wall bangs in connector. Can be really annoying when you're trying to get that control, but looks like Cloud9 are fine. It's Hobbit who's taken some nade damage over towards mid.
They contest.
Short take.
Well, they contest the toilets. Well, maybe not with the util they've got. They may expect numbers. Oh, maybe they will, actually. Thinking if you don't force the CTs back, you're basically facing a stack on the B bomb site. Woxic happy to remain, but this could allow the Tech9 to get close, and he realizes that he will concede his position. As will Xantares. CTs will try to play to their own advantages. A smoke for Monster. The bomb's still outside B, so Cloud9 have got their presence then. Oh, the sound cues though. Wicadia can hear that. He's almost standing in the middle of the tunnel. Where is that bomb going? Over towards the A bomb site. That presence is deliberate. Woxic spots one on long. Danger is on the way. 10 seconds though for Cloud9 to start delivering, and Woxic is still here. Big headshot from him. Been a long round, and Cloud9 don't have enough to show for it. Dying after time will be painful.
Eternal Fire staying pretty relaxed in these late round scenarios. Realizing that it's maybe Cloud9 who are feeling the pressure. And a great play from Woxic. Not enough nades against him. Seems like Woxic's very happy to sit back and play for the late round, play at range. Exile's looking for a gun in spawn, I think. He dropped his Glock for a second, but no one's got one for him. Shiro saving extra money to be able to help out to the upcoming round. It's either that or he wants the AWP. We'll find out.
Getting a bit arid for Cloud9 now.
Yeah, it really is.
Bit dry, a bit crappy, a bit sucky. Vector 0 for 5. Was enjoying himself. Ooh. Oh. Woxic going for a big one. Xantares only good for 2, and there's a bomb plant in this. And an AWP as well. Shiro dropping the bomb to a teammate so he can post up. Very fast response. Exile's giving him a way back in. Sound cues will be heard. Shiro's got to be fast. No Kevlar. Doesn't want the aim punch. Major coming in from the back, and there is no cover for Shiro whatsoever. Oh, Exile. That's the big gun gone, but he's still got a great angle. He still has presence. Will Perfecto be checked for by Calix? Oh, there's no cover for the bomb now, as Calix finds himself completely exposed. The power swings back and forth between these squads. And Cloud9 find themselves winning an eco round on the A bomb site.
Whoever chose to drop the Deagle to Shiro made a great decision. He had a Glock earlier on. They shaded weapons when they were in the bathrooms. He gets those 2 kills. And Perfecto, who'd been racking up assists up until this point, gets the timing just right to emerge from A long. There's too many positions for Eternal Fire to deal with, even after they get Shiro out of there. Look at the buy now for Eternal Fire. 2 players without primary weapons. To go for pistols on 2 of them in this one. It is the investment, but aids are missing, no kit. If they were to lose this round, they would definitely be put on the back foot here. We see a flash for long, we do. Not blinding him for that long though. Woxic with 1, Xantares with 2. That combo delivers again.
That is so crushing for Cloud9. They're not even done with this just yet. That net will be closing. Cloud9 will spend some time trying to rescue this bomb, trying to understand the situation around the bomb. Have a look at how the vacuum is moving. Maybe this is where they will stand, if they can, until the round expires. Very open game of overpass at present. That much is clear. Two on the board for Perfecto now. Everybody has arrived at the scoreboard. Don't think this bomb will arrive at a bomb site in this round.
Does not seem like that. I'm surprised Perfecto's even still going for the bomb. I don't know what he's going to do with it. He's got 15 seconds. He just wants to keep it close to him. It makes him feel safe. It makes him feel happy. It will be an Eternal Fire round. And yeah, I mean, listen, Woxic and Xantares towards A. That does seem like a very good combo to have. Best chance to deal with Cloud9 early. It's always hard to flash the ult when he's this far back. Unless you throw the flash really deep, it's not going to blind him that long, which is exactly what we saw from Woxic. And when you have Xantares lying in wait, it is easy pickings for the Turkish squad.
Cloud9 trying to figure out the way forward. Challenging series so far for both squads. Very ropey buy for Cloud9. Great situation for Eternal Fire to build on their CT side. They lost their pick of Vertigo to Cloud9, which again really could have gone either way, and feels like perhaps this one will be the same. A 2-3 set up for Eternal Fire. Now it's a 2-2 because Exile's gone in early once again. Must have really caught Eternal Fire off guard on that one. A quick poke into the B bomb site and a great start for Cloud9.
Axel just continues to be so good in some of these aggressive rifle positions where he has to get early round kills. This is a good response from Xantares, but if he goes too far, he could give up this map control. He's got to be a little careful here. Axel with another headshot. Now that's a third rifle recovered. Well, a second rifle recovered. A third rifle total for Cloud9 in the round.
Eternal Fire have got a fair amount of mileage from these pushes, flanking Cloud9. Maybe Cloud9 have absorbed this information, looking for it now. Will open up the map quite significantly. Have a look at Shiro's position as well on long. Trying to serve something to the A bomb site, but Woxic's around the toilets. The CTs have rotated through short B towards the A bomb site. We find ourselves in another bizarre situation. But they have utterly outmaneuvered themselves as the bomb site is cleared, and Shiro is about to get flanked by Calix as well. 3-on-3 then. All the T's on B, all the CTs on A. What do they do? Two kits on the 3 plays for Eternal Fire. Calix heading back down towards Connector. The other 2 from CT. I would imagine they will show presence first if they can. How did he get away with that, Calix? Looking deep right while exposing himself to the short B position. 2v3 now. Perfecto in the clutch. He's got 2 more to find. Trying to isolate the fights. He'll do that, but not win the second one. Goes the way of Eternal Fire.
Just about getting back in after what turned into a sketchy round. Axel again doing really good work with some of these early round fights. This time waits patiently. Actually arrived a little later than his teammates, who was baited for him to get the frag. That turnaround from Calix. Axel already so low. And it made these site players very uncomfortable. They knew that short was open. Makes it tricky for them to get going there. Here come Cloud9 though. This looks like a bombardment into the B site.
Oh, there's going to be a bombardment into their faces by Wakadia, who again gets two on a fast play from Cloud9, and they immediately eject themselves from the position. Perhaps again looking for a response from Eternal Fire elsewhere. A 3v4, it's still doable. They can keep their map control. They're likely to have a 3-on-2 wherever they choose to go. His fast bursts being denied time and again by Wakadia, who finds himself on 10 frags now.
He's been good at denying over towards B. Again, we've got Woxic playing on A with that AWP. This time with a nade in hand, though. Looks like he might play a little safer. Timing's right. I was about to say his head could be spotted, but instead they will just use a molly to keep him out of position, and should be a bomb plant confirmed here. This is a real chance for Cloud9.
One flash, one smoke for Eternal Fire. This time there'll be a bigger focus on Connector after what happened last time. Coming from CT though, 2 kits on the 4 players. Woxic was Antares. Needs to deal with this. Clock is ticking. Electronic with a great pre-fire onto Xantares. And surely there are too many people to find here for Eternal Fire. Still going for it though. Someone's got to get on that bomb, but there's no time to even offer cover. A late attempt from Eternal Fire will be very costly indeed. Cloud9 make it to 4.
Yeah, Woxic trying to play safer this time. You can understand why, but the response from Cloud9 was beautiful. They have that molly ready, which just locks Woxic out completely, allows a fast bomb plant. Then they have that smoke down on Dumpster, which slows significantly, and Electronic only gets the first kill, but knows he might as well just pre-fire onto that second player. He might as well take that risk. They know exactly where he is. It's going to be hard for his teammates to help him. Such little time at the end that it is easy for Shiro to get that final frag through. Oh, Axel spots out the early aggression. 13 frags now for him. Consistently putting up numbers throughout this series. Eternal's Fire had a weakened buy in this round, so took a risk, which has not paid off early.
Great timing for Xantares. Electronic jiggled so many times. I think he was trying to pull out a flash. Exile still lurking towards B, but going to collect the bomb at the same time. 50 seconds on the clock. Xantares getting aggressive towards A. Everybody else is just keeping an eye on what's happening, but he wants the info. He wants to know where the CT should be going. So Woxic's had a quick look towards long and seen nothing. Xantares has cleared toilet, so they know where they're coming from now. 28 seconds to get into position. Vector offering passes from that short B position, but have a look at these shenanigans from Major and Calyx. All the frags coming their way. They did the research, they got the info. Hero's got 18 seconds and no chance to win this round. Collapse. Eternal Fire seize the round once more and make it to 7.
I was going to say back and forth continues, but really it's just been Cloud9 sprinkling in a couple of gun rounds. They won the pistol after all. They had that 2-0 lead. So it feels like Eternal Fire are just getting the better of Cloud9 in some of these key moments right now. See if that trend continues. Tech9's out from Cloud9 in this one. They haven't found too much success in storming this B site earlier. This time coming in from B short. Eternal Fire are more focused on Monster. There's a window of opportunity here for Cloud9. They're trying to crunch him from 2 sides. It could be working. The pistols swarm the B site. That is 3 kills for only 1 on the Eternal Fire side. That's a 4v2 in their favor.
Game keeps on giving. Voxic can't afford to lose this AWP. The most unlikely rounds, the most unexpected situations, most bizarre scenarios. Maybe the biggest prize for Shiro in this AWP. What a game. Yep. You're feeling the frustration. Cloud9 are also feeling. Katie's been so good for 2 around that monster position, but this time Cloud9 send it through short B with the numbers instead. That does the trick on this occasion.
Flash timing was on point there for Cloud9. The monster players take contact as the B short players are running in. And the B short players have that flash behind them. So just as those monster players for Eternal Fire turn back, because they've killed the monster player, it actually means that they turn into a flash. It was almost pretty good that Hobbit dies so early at monster there. To make sure that the Eternal Fire players try and look back at the site just as the flash pops. Saw the player who was playing in water for Eternal Fire also got blinded. He was meant to be the man watching B short. That's why that setup looked so brittle for Eternal Fire. It just gets beaten into submission by the flash. Had a lot of wild round wins in this map. Can Eternal Fire do anything in this one, though? Because this looks incredibly unlikely. Pistols on most players. Zeus for Xantares. He hasn't spread to him. Doesn't look like anyone from Cloud9 will come his way yet. Oh, hello, Perfecto. Will he clear this corner? Does he realize the molly didn't spread to it? Oh, it doesn't matter. Zeus too good.
Defibrillator's gone wrong. And all these pistols, all this silence, all these close quarters, all this danger. Arcadia with the Julies again. Ding dong. Oh, so nervous. It's hard to watch these. Pins and needles, just watching all this chaos. There'd be a boot to the back there. Will Xantares drop Zaxar, and then there were 2 versus the 4 naked players of Eternal Fire. They have no Kevlar. And they're still delivering the frags. Hobbit has to be terrified, surely. Spots the shadow of Xantares down to the 1v1. Voxic with the 5-7 is here with the gear. No time to win the round, but he will wipe out Cloud9 because pistols are enough. And take the AWP. Wow.
I mean, maybe you just take the round if you're Cloud9, because it's been such a struggle for both teams. My God. You still don't feel good about it, that's for damn sure. Yeah, Perfecto, you can clear from further back, but went close range. That meant the Zeus could get him. So I'm just not 100% ready for that boost that was coming in. Shiro getting caught completely by the flank. Looked like it could have gone wrong so easily, but fair play to Hobbit. Gets that 1 kill, tucks into truck. Realizes there's probably not a kit, so just buys time, even if it costs him his life.
Uh-oh. Prize! What's 2 more electronic? Alex holding on though. Got 2 of his own, but there are reinforcements on the way. Shiro is here. A flash will force him back. Xantares is still in a strong position, not pushing too much. Perfecto creeps around. What's the next play then for Cloud9? Xantares has enough for them to gamble with the other 2 towards B. Heading towards that 45-second mark. Shiro still creeping, still looking, still searching. There's some info for him. No one by Monster for Cloud9 now. Calix falls further back, quietly exiting the water where they may look for him when they push. 25 seconds on the clock. Zantares, the utility man out. Starting to move down connector. Could be a meaty HE towards the site. They're all full health though. 14 seconds. The creep is real for Cloud9. Woxic posted up. Just Woxic and Zantares. Is anybody checking for short B? Shiro on the site, won't win the duel. 2v2. Zantares drawing attention now while Woxic creeps forward. Nice util. A flash for Woxic to swing. Shows some skin. Clock is ticking. Zantares is the man of the kit. Perfecto. Oh, he's been spotted, but he's still standing. Woxic now 1 versus 2. They don't need to peek him. Oh, Perfecto didn't get the trade, but he hasn't got the kit. Cloud9 will go to 7 anyway. Everyone dies again. But they've got the money to survive it.
Yeah, a couple of sketchy rounds for Cloud9. I mean, considering the start they had here, thought Electronics 2 entries would be absolutely everything. Alex brings it close at least. Tares arrives, but then Woxic gets the kills, but just no time. Even with a kit, it would have been close. Without the kit, nothing he can do. So even though he keeps surviving, it's not leading to round wins for Eternal Fire. Cloud9 up to 7. They have really bounced back here towards the end of this half. Eternal Fire take their first time out, hoping they can at least come into that second half with a 1-round lead. Gonna have to do it with some weak weapons. The Woxic and Zantares getting their weapons of choice in the AWP and the M4. Electronics somehow can't afford a helmet in this round though. So that means there's a chance against him for some easy damage. Fast A-long take from Cloud9. The AWP of Woxic not here this time. It's Calix with the MP9 instead. Should hear these steps. Now he's got a double stack.
Alex is here. Awkward for Shiro. Look at the jumping, trying to bait that shot. He's not having any of it though, Shiro. He's just waiting. That said, he's still alone and Mage's on the way, so now it's a different kind of bait, but he still lands the shot, Shiro. He's still alone though. It's a long way back and Mage is not going to take the duel. Such scrappy rounds, such scrappy buys, such rough situations, high variance, but very entertaining as well. Extremely unpredictable. Last round of the first half, 3-on-3. Cloud9 have collected themselves and their thoughts. Exile will be collected by Woxic. You may see more than one there.
So patient Woxic stays scoped in. The flash may land, but it doesn't deny Woxic. Now Shiro can be good in the clutch, but normally it's when the bomb's already been planted. He's got 18 seconds. They're not giving him the fights right now.
What can one do? 2 more to find. Arcadia just needs to look at the floor. Doesn't matter if he dies, that will do the job. 8-7 at half time. Another very unpredictable map, and there's still another half to come. If I had to describe this series in one word, it would be unpredictable from the start to the finish. From the first map to the second, from the start to half-time, round to round, it has been true. The pistols have been dangerous. Not the pistol rounds, the pistols in general, no matter what the round. It is the second pistol round, though. 8-7 once again is the score at half-time, going into the second. Tunnel Fire leads by 1. Electronic will be the utility man for the CT side. It'll be Calix for the Ts. Major's got a flash as well. Julie's for Xantares. Woxic not lasting very long, but the trade is absolutely worth it. And here he comes in. Xantares finds one by the apparel. Hobbit trying to defend as best he can. Really running low on the bullets, but managing to squeeze one more out, leaving Calix in a 1 versus 3. Looking for an isolated fight. He wants the 1v1. He needs it. Hobbit on the rotation. Last seen towards short B. He is racing to reset that situation. Join his teammates round the back.
Very tough clutch on his hands. Bomb being dropped in barrels is really not ideal either. Means the long-range USP should be heavily favored here. How do you close the gap? There's a shoulder spotted, but there's Calix's position given away for the time being. Try and bait out the ability to reposition. This looks quite composed from Cloud9. They're playing for info towards the bomb, and Electronic will land the final shot. Big pistol round win for Cloud9 as they head into the favored CT side. They've got a very good chance to take an early lead in this second half.
Great patience from Hobbit. He knew how many were left in the magazine. Delivered what he needed to. A promising start for Cloud9, but as we have seen in this series, promise does not last very long. Promise is constantly broken. Eco rounds 1, people running around naked, getting frags. It's crazy out here, man. It's like a mental hospital and all the doors have been left open.
Fun for everyone.
Yeah, bit of freedom.
Wow, we've got Glocks and a P250 or 2. Best budget weapon in the game. Truly budget. Yeah, I'm not talking about like an MP9. Got to spend a little on that. That's a good flash. That's great. You love to see it. Even a flash assist in an anti-eco, making it as easy as possible for Axile, who is top of the board for Cloud9 right now. He got pipped by 1 frag by Shiro on the first map, who top fragged over on Vertigo. Here on this one, Axile looks very likely to be the top fragger right now. He's been playing great. No Helmo for Woxic. A helmet, I just want to call it by its normal boring name.
No lid.
Sure, yeah. They spill it. Some good B short control from Cloud9. Overpass, often a very slow-paced map. Eternal Fire happy to live by that mantra in this round. Staying spread in a default. See how they end up taking this B short control. It looks like they are coming back to B. And I don't know how likely it is they expect the AWP here. That's a good angle. Just damage, though, for Shiro onto Xantares. Oh, Hobbit, that is terrible timing. He pulls the smoke out as they peek him. Didn't even have Shiro there to help him out.
Oh, God, he had concerns about a push from the monster side. And 2 jobs to hold down. Ended up trying to do 3 when he pulled the smoke out. Eternal Fire, not really seen towards short B. 30 seconds. They've got one smoke, a few flashes. Exile's playing that bank position. The utility will start to come in. Just waiting for those flashes is Exile. Perfecto's here as well. Can play off with the distraction. Bombs on the floor, and this has been a non-starter for Eternal Fire. They do good damage, but no bomb plant certainly won't help. Rifle collected towards the end by Cloud9, who were the first to double figures.
Awkward there for Hobbit initially, but Vecto brings one back, and then Eternal Fire's a late round play denied by that man Axile, who has been so good for them. Cheeky team from Shiro, but they will not care too much. They're 10-8 up against Tech9s in this round. Don't mind this double stack. We did see Eternal Fire run this similar play against Tech9s and actually get caught out from a fast B short push. Cloud9 just going to make sure they have that in the back of their minds. Not bad flash timing. Vecto is run down. Hobbit, though, counter flash in for him. He's going to get a triple kill with his M4. Electronic not quite able to finish the job, but it's brought it down to just Calyx. Looks like Cloud9 have handled this B play.
Well, I see a Tech9, so nothing is for certain. 45 seconds on the clock is a lot, and he's got a chance at a 1v1 straight to the head. Just one step closer, and who knows what happens. Tech9 is so devastating, so dangerous. 3 survive in that round. Flashes are very, very good for Cloud9 on the B-bomb site. Eternal Fire is still dangerous, but it seems reasonably stable so far. AKs are going to be out once again, though. So let's see what kind of pace Eternal Fire try to set on their T side. Shiro's making his way down long, so I see some interesting engagements. Now he's hopping up on the flower bed. Will they play a slow round again, Eternal Fire, as we saw on Vertigo, and hold on to their util? Can't play exactly the same. Need to establish presence around the toilets and force the CTs back. So there is a threat of pushing either side. The anti-AWP utility is deployed. This smoke, and there was a molly by Divider as well, which forces the CTs to make a decision, which normally ends up in them falling back. Flash towards long, and there's no shooting, no AWP fired in response, despite Shiro's presence. Shadow. Exile gets that all day.
Electronic decides to tuck back alongside Shiro, so Exile left on an island. Oh, he almost had that, but Wakeda turns it around on towards him with the headshot. Free smoke for Monster has been deployed, but Calyx is way ahead of that. In fact, he's just storming onto the site. That looked like a team flash in the mix there, but it's all good. Calyx will take the fight a little later on instead. That boost is what they needed, though. The bomb dropped at least briefly. I think Eternal Fire may still get that planted, but Major, he takes initiative. Shiro wasn't ready. Another kill. Major goes off, gets 3 kills. And now Perfecto has to try and salvage the round. He knows one man is on the site. He gets the kit, but they both tuck back into short. He doesn't have a smoke right now, just the AK.
He didn't see both of them. Great timing to avoid the flashbang. It's got a good angle as well to invite a duel. Arcadia going back, just showing enough to get the information. That's all they need. What a play from Major, wiping out the players. Cloud9 never saw that coming, and Perfecto didn't see that one either. Great spray from Calyx. Started off so well for Cloud9. Exile was unfortunate not to get a frag there. Dropping the bomb carrier, but then Major coming through with a flash as well. Bang! Absolutely ruining the CTs.
Yeah, Flash really made the play. First kill was just on an unsuspecting player, but once that Flash comes in, it means he's not running into a crossfire. He's running into blind players. That was brilliant. Now Cloud9 have some questions to answer on their CT side. They have some challenges to overcome. This round, the challenge is pretty massive for them. They don't have much to work with. Always do enjoy seeing a scout in the mix. Shiro do with it though. He's playing for info right now. There's a scout on the other side as well. So Toxic might just get a tag here. There's still a big warning shot onto Shiro, who will be calling for help. Unfortunately, the cavalry arriving is just Axile's USP.
I'm here, guys.
Axile got into bathrooms, you know. Oh, never mind. Not there anymore.
So what do you reckon is happening on Wednesday next week?
That's a great question.
Counter-Strike, open
on,
beta, the full release.
That's the real question.
Danger Zone. Cash. I don't know if they have the rights to revamp a cache. I think they don't.
I'm not sure if I'm misremembering, or if I thought it might be that, yeah, like cash. I thought there was. Hang on a minute, they're getting on the mob. It's fine, there's no kit. They'll get baited in. It's decent damage, very decent damage.
These rounds, man.
Yeah, it's just when you
There's
think
so much happening.
Yeah. No, I think maybe I read something about they might be making a cache update for CS2. I don't know if I remember reading that right or not.
I think partly people would be shocked if they weren't, but I don't know if they. I don't understand like how they. Well, let's see. Anubis is in Counter-Strike 2, so I guess they did. So I don't know if they bought cash or like paid for a license, because like they paid money for it, but then it's still being updated by FM Pwn, so kind of unclear. Whereas Anubis, I imagine they have full control. But anyway, we'll ponder that in the next Seeker round. For now, it's a full buy once more. Minute 30 for Eternal Fire as they have a slow pilgrimage towards one of these bomb sites, maybe looking to establish some presence towards A. Haven't done their anti-AWP smoke and molly towards the toilets as they normally do. What does that mean from Cloud9 perspective?
So fully committed to A long. I don't think the timing's going to work for him to have help. Maybe a flash is coming. A flash is coming. Oh, he can only get one, though. A couple of players turned away means they can recover. Shiro takes up the position, though. He hears them. He absolutely hears them running back. Whether he wants to pounce or not, it's good info for his team to work with. This looks like Eternal Fire will try and double all the way back to B.
Well, they know there's been a rotation of some degree, but to this degree, especially with Major's position, Cloud9's map control is absolutely horrible right now. 25 seconds won't be enough with that Molotov on short B by Cloud9. Major making steps now on the A bomb site. Not even through Monster yet. Electronics on the way, no utility for the remainder of the squad, but 10 seconds to plant this bomb. They can't even check water properly at this point. Gambles have to be taken, but look at the angles being held. Bomb planted, and Shiro's the only man standing. Wild scenes on Overpass as we go 11-11. Who's winning this map?
Oh, man. I mean, Cloud9's money is bad. I think Eternal Fire might actually have the edge right now. Because even in that round, like Cloud9, they make a good move early in the round, right? Like Axel gets flashed in, it's good info. Shiro gets onto A long. He gets good info again, retaking that position from his teammate, but it's in the late round. Where it feels like Cloud9 there just panicking a little bit. Forcing the fights a little too soon, letting Eternal Fire onto the B site. Does maybe feel like if Eternal Fire keep running down the clock, Cloud9 could get a little uncomfortable with these late round positions. Oh, that was a
crazy from Woxic. 10 seconds to plant the bomb. Barely made it through Monster. No time to clear the water. You really have to deliver there, and they did. Cloud9 swinging on the bomb site. So many targets. Money's broken again. Shiro, the only man with a rifle, the only man with a primary weapon in round 23. Where are the Novas, man? You saw Simple rolling with the Nova. Where are the Novas at? That's obviously the solution here.
Nearly pays for itself if you get a kill. My favorite call. Everyone just get a kill and then we'll win the round.
That's all we need to do, guys. For God's sake.
Ideal for Axel with the P250. And they got that monster info. Didn't see Calyx there, but they saw very little. So instead, they boost Shiro on A now. Definitely know that A long is compromised. Shiro going to be able to turn onto that in time.
Tower of Humanity. Shadow? Or no? Yes. Yes and no. 25 seconds for Eternal Fire, who are rotating the bomb towards that B bomb site. Hobbit's on the chase with his USP, but Cloud9 are pushing long. And they're not going to have position. Looking to hold on to that AK, those AKs rather. It's always inviting when time is low to try and cause some problem, but they're playing for the long term. Playing for the win overall. This is their pick after all. They're about to lose the lead though to an Eternal Fire. Exile still top fragging. Everybody's turned up. Perfecto a little quiet, but everybody else is in the double figures for both squads. Continues to be somewhat unpredictable.
Just looking at the stats. Fire have won 5 1vx scenarios. Now a lot of rounds have come close. But that's still pretty wild for Eternal Fire to have a big chunk of their round wins coming down to 1v1s or 1v2s. Can they keep that up? Shiro now switches over to the AWP. 2 AKs for his teammates saved into this round. Eternal Fire want something fast in this one. They fake just a tiny bit of noise over to A. As it stands, Cloud9 only have 2 CTs ready on B and 1 man close by in connector. Second preemptive smoke from Hobbit to make sure they don't get pounced on towards B. Cloud9, I think, just had a little look into mid. Will they be able to rotate players back to B in time, though? Still another smoke from Perfecto, but he's got the incendiary out right now. Looks like he's going to play off Hobbit's contact.
Santara's searching. That'll buy some time. There's no map control here for Eternal Fire. It's B or bust, it looks like. But look at the util they have. There are so many mollies. Where will the CT stand? Hold on a second. The CTs are threatening to push Monster. Waiting for that smoke to go, but Calyx won't get the trade frag. That's big information. Cadia forced forward, dropped in isolation, but Xantares will trade. As I say that, Shiro will puncture him as well. And there are gambles to be taken, and they won't get very far at all. The house collects, the score is tied.
Oh, it would have been so interesting. If there were 3 Eternal Fire players holding on the monster side, I think Perfecto gets traded, and then it gets very uncomfortable. But Perfecto getting away with 2 kills and surviving on that monster aggression makes it a really good move there in that mid-round position. And Eternal Fire try and come in through B short, but Axar was already flanking Connector. Shiro was already there on the rotate. Maybe it is time for fast plays for Eternal Fire. It's the monster rush.
Oh boy, and they're all trying to avoid. How's there only 1 kill there for Perfecto? Unlucky for him, but great for Eternal Fire. Speaking of fire, they're on the wrong side of that fire. The bomb's in the bomb's tight. Electronic's got to transfer, and Cloud9 have the lead. The burst is denied, and now Eternal Fire are in a tricky situation because their money sucks.
That's tough. The bomb goes out first because you're so sure you're going to commit to the B rush. And then it almost ends up being that you would want to double back. You almost feel like you would want to. But the bomb's already out in the open. As you said, this buy is far from perfect. I mean, they get an AK out for Xantares. Voxic spends some money on just dropping that over. This will be a tricky round to get involved in. Credit to Cloud9, they responded well to all of that monster aggression. Hobbit wins that first fight as well, just about. Gets that AK out of the hands of Xantares and into the hands of Major instead. I'll see him. Maybe not, the timing works for Major, but Axel's always got the trade in the back.
Alex keeping with the pistol, that's an awkward angle for Exile. Here's the footsteps upstairs, he's going to make a play somewhere, surely. Voxic trying to find something towards a bomb outside Monster at present. Calyx rotating also. That bomb heads away as maybe Voxic has found an opportunity, but Shiro's in that bank position. Voxic will be familiar with it, just making sure no one crosses towards the truck area. Great timing for a distraction for Cloud9, giving Shiro a free one. 30 seconds for Wakadia and Calyx to die, and die they must because they need their loss bonus. Racing towards the site with 24 seconds. Exile will deal with the first. P250 versus Exile. Exile will win on this occasion. 14-12. Cloud9 inching forwards.
Inching closer and closer to victory in this series if they can close out this map. Tronic, by the way, up to 10 flash assists on this map. He's often been the man flashing behind Monster, which is probably a fair amount of them. But even then, great to see him doing work with the utility. Coming in-game leading this squad. Has been a pretty close map, pretty tense map here. Cloud9 going for this overpass pick. Map they have not played in the last 3 months with this lineup. It is worth pointing out, Cloud9 played Eternal Fire in an online match just 3 days ago. In that series, Cloud9 actually picked Mirage and lost it. So maybe that's part of why they decided to switch their pick. It's working all right for them right now. They've still got to make sure they close it. They're against a buy from Eternal Fire. Xantares was looking for a fight on short. Cloud9 won't give it to him. Still very awkward for Eternal Fire. Only 2 AKs, 2 players without helmets. Luckily, they're mainly against AKs, so not a massive issue, but it's holding for the boost.
Hello. Instant rejection. No challenge towards A at present. Exile has not much to do round the bogs. Eternal Fire will be relying on these flashes, chain flashes if they're lucky, to breach the B-bomb site. There we go, jumping in backwards. Desperate times, desperate measures. All failing for Eternal Fire. That was almost a pistol round strat, jumping in backwards, trying to avoid getting a headshot. Challenges starting to wane from the camp of Eternal Fire. Very favorable fragging scenarios there for Cloud9. Through the smoking monster, in backwards from short B. Does this mean they've run out of ideas?
Might just be Eternal Fire running out of steam here. 3 map and series points for Cloud9. Eternal Fire have been winning low by rounds though, so let's not count them out of this. And they've got that AK into Xantares, always an emphasis, always a focal point for the team. See how involved in fights Xantares has been. He's died in 24 of the 27 rounds played. He's always trying to get involved, always trying to get impact for his team. But it may be too little too late here unless he can step up with a massive play. Axel and Shiro have been pretty damn good on this A site hold. This time they'll just play back from the bomb site after dealing a little nade damage to Acadia. Eternal Fire have cheeky pocket strats available. They desperately need around the most. 3 CTs on A now. There's a lurk smoke up for Eternal Fire to play behind, but Axel's playing in the bathrooms. That nade and the shots through. Acadia, I don't think he saw anyone in this round.
Oh boy. Eternal Fire. Not done with this one just yet. It's a big frag for Hobbit though. Cleans house. He's got an incendiary as well. He is containing, allowing the focus to remain on the A bomb site with the remaining 3. Jiro showing presence. 4 bullets in the magazine. A big swing and electronics completely blind. Jiro's got trouble coming his way, but Perfecto will save him. No trade frag then. Woxic remains with the scout. 1 versus 3. 13 seconds and Jiro will put him out of his misery. A hell of a back and forth series from the first map to the second, but Cloud9 will take both.
Close on both maps, but Cloud9 get that win that they were looking for. It wasn't as easy as they may have wanted, but sometimes you've got to grind for your wins, and Eternal Fire made them work hard for this one. But it is a 2-0 in the end. It is the start that Cloud9 were anticipating. And for Eternal Fire, put up a decent fight here. I think they definitely showed that they can go up against the best teams in this group and at least push them to the limit. But Cloud9 just, I think, had the slight edge overall in firepower, and sometimes that can make a big difference.
Yeah, that was so unpredictable. But made for great entertainment from one round to the other. Be it pistols, with Kevlar, with without, with Kevlar or without. It didn't really matter. Everything was capable. Everything was possible in that series on both maps. That was really crazy action, but hella entertaining. I think there's something about those games where you just don't know what's going to happen. So many scrappy buys as well. Like everybody was in the fight at all times. Close to halftime on both maps. I think Eternal Fire, you know, especially the fact that it just happened in 2. Especially looking at Vertigo, I feel like this could have been a 3-mapper. On the day, they just didn't win the rounds they really needed to. So unpredictable, though. It felt like they were in control at times on overpass as well, Eternal Fire, but they come up with no dubs today.
Yeah, not quite. And it's a shame for them. I think, as you said, they will come away from this feeling like there were opportunities, especially with how back and forth some of these maps were at points. But yeah, just a slow start on the first map being quite costly, and then they did lose both pistols here. You know, that always comes into play. Cloud9 got good starts on both halves, and in a close map, that can sometimes be a big difference maker. So Cloud9, I'm sure, delighted with their win. And I've got to say, Axile was great on this map. 28 kills from him in and around this A bomb site for a lot of his frags. And Electronic also fragged very well. So that's another good sign, seeing him as the in-game leader perform. Also, 11 flash assists for Electronic. Always good to see your in-game leader getting those flashes for the team, setting up his teammates well, and fragging. A lot of promising signs for Cloud9, even if there is definitely still room for improvement, as I'm sure there are.
Yeah, definitely a tighter ship is the way forward, I think. That'll be clear. They've definitely got the talent. They've got the roster. I think that if they can just kind of iron out the errors, the holes, then they will be off to they'll be flying. But I do wonder if they'll rise to the level of their opponent as well as they go through the bracket now that they are staying in the winningest part of the bracket up the top. That is a question that will be answered in the times to come, in the days to come, the matches to come. We have Hobbit on the line from Cloud9. Welcome, welcome. That looks like a very stressful game. Well, both of them actually, Vertigo and Overpass. I don't know what one might have been more stressful, but take us through that from your point of view. I think both teams won rounds they probably shouldn't, lost rounds they probably shouldn't as well. So what was that series like? It seems to be a tricky opponent, Eternal Fire, for Cloud9.
I mean, yeah, it was a tough game for sure. It's always hard to play against them. I mean, I respect them a lot. They're a great team, a lot of firepower. And, you know, in my mind, it's always close game. Always. And it doesn't matter if we won 2-0. But it's all about some micro moments.
On the T side, especially on Vertigo, they would cut noise for quite a long time. There were some moments where you guys were looking for the information and they were punishing and so on. How nervous is it to play against a team who are just quiet around a corner or two and just not giving you the information? Is it just hard to just sit there as a CT, or what does that feel like when you're playing against a T side like that?
I don't know. As I said, it's always hard to play against them. It doesn't matter. We know what they're gonna do, but they have so great aim. They're sitting close to us, and of course we can hear, some noises, some I'm gonna say spirit from them. But still, we're professionals. We are trying to adapt for it. We're trying to not to. We're trying to just stay focused for 100%. That's it.
Hobbit, I know a lot of people have asked you about the new players and how they're fitting in. I want to ask something slightly different. Is there anything that's surprised you about Electronic or Perfecto? Like in the server, out of the server? Maybe they drink I don't know, their coffee with 5, sugars or something weird? I don't know, anything like that?
It's they're really energizers. I mean, they have so much energy. We didn't have so much energy, to be honest. I'm feeling myself like I'm in new team. So I was switching 3 or 4 teams in my career, and I have the same feelings. I mean, we're trying to create something new. We're trying to adapt to each other. We're trying to make everyone comfortable. So if we're gonna talk about exactly Perfect on Electronic, of course they're legendary players already. It's a honor to play with them, of course, and we'll see what's gonna happen in the future. And the main thing for us is to play good, and of course to win the trophies. So we'll see.
Awesome. I also wanted to ask about you obviously played Eternal Fire just a few days ago, and the veto is very different here. So what's it like when you've just played a team and now you're playing them again? How does that affect when you're coming into a game?
I mean, it's of course not good for both of us, just because if you're playing once and you're gonna play second time in next 3 days, it's it's a lot of mind games there. And I'm gonna say the chances a bit gonna be the same for both teams. And of course, it's always, as I said, hard to play against them, and even harder to play second time in a row. And of course, they adapted. They did some anti-strategy things. They already knew what we gonna do. We already knew, of course, what they gonna do. But still, it's already a different game if we're gonna compare when we were playing last time.
One last question for you, Hobbit. What is the Counter-Strike scene like back at home? I'm really curious about what the scene is like in certain countries which we don't get to see so much of, like Kazakhstan, for example. Like, is there a thriving scene? Is there like a national scene? Are people mostly in like LAN cafes? Are there events in Kazakhstan? Or like, how many people are just below the professional scene that we see back home?
Yeah, I'm very confident that I'm gonna say I mean what I'm gonna say next. We have a big community in Kazakhstan, for example, a lot of good players, a lot of talented players, but we have one issue. It's a ping. I mean, the location of Kazakhstan is not the best in terms of ping, in terms of internet, because it's far from China, it's far to Europe, and we don't know where to practice. 100 ping is a lot. And of course, young talented players cannot find themselves, cannot find the teams, tier 1, tier 2, pro level. It's hard. But when I'm coming to Kazakhstan, I'm feeling that cybersport in our country is growing really fast. I have my own PC cafe, and it's full busy. And everyone trying hard, everyone trying to improve their elo. And as I said in Twitter already, I'm pretty confident if the major gonna be in Kazakhstan, it's gonna be really fun and noisy. So we have really fired blood, I'm gonna say, and everyone gonna cheer.
Okay, I remember when Adren used to be playing online, we called him the Clutch King with 100 ping because it was amazing. He was playing professional matches with 100 ping and still fragging people. Anyway, we'll let you go. Congratulations on a tough win today. Good luck in the rest of the bracket.
Thank you very much, guys.
Cheers to Hobbit, always a gentleman. It's very interesting to hear. I'm so curious. Like, I'm not joking. I think people know me by now. Like, I do want to go to Kazakhstan and see for myself like what the scene is like. I'm very, very curious. I feel like, something like that to highlight and kind of inspire people from the region as well is something that could be pretty cool. It was interesting his comments about the ping as well and like server locations and so on. So I don't know if that's something that we can, I guess we'll have to have a look at infrastructure and so on, but we can take a look at that in the back and see what, if anything, can be done with regards to that. But it's great to see that there is a thriving scene in the country as well. Let's have a look at the bracket and see how things were looking at the start of the day in Group D and how they're looking now. I think there's still some action going on by the screaming in the background, but we can see Cloud9, Virtus Pro, G2 take a step forward. Complexity are 1-0 up versus 9 as well.
Yeah, I think most of the favorites getting a win. The Virtus Pro Liquid game, very close though, which I assume would be expected by most people. Patsy made it in the end, but Virtus Pro, pay by the round, of course. They made 2 very close map wins for themselves to make it through to play against G2 in the future. In the mid-bracket though, Liquid will go up against Lynn Vision, who look like no slouches in their opening game, even if they did lose. And Eternal Fire, unfortunately, with their loss, also down to the mid-bracket, awaiting their opponent.
I think Team Liquid versus Lynn Vision would be a very interesting matchup, actually. From what we saw, like, again, we saw one really good map from Lynn Vision. They got kind of trounced in the second one against G2. So it's hard for us. I feel like G2 really wanted to give them no space whatsoever. So if there is more to Lynn Vision than we saw, I think that will be quite an entertaining game. So I hope we get to see that one. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. But again, that brings our broadcast to a close for today. We have done our job. We'll be back tomorrow with more Counter-Strike. But again, the A stream is still up and running. There's still a match going on. So go and tune into that. We will see you tomorrow.
Oh no, Miles, they've done it! Absolutely rocked! Bullseye steal!
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Russo. One more time. Are you ready?
She said that she hate me, I hate me too. I can always tell when you're lying, girl.